what happened when MI5 lost interest in looking at subversives, as they call them, in the mid-1990s, because they wanted to focus on the much more sort of sexy terrorist work, like the IRA and Middle Eastern terrorism. What happened was that work trickled down to the Metropolitan Police Special Branch, which is the sort of secret police of the police organisation in the UK. And they had a section called the SDS, Special Duties Section, where serving policemen went undercover within protest of subversive groups. Grew their hair long and lived that life for a number of years and reported back, either to police and then to MI5 when MI5 still had an interest, or Latimore to the police. So in the late 1990s, it looks like the police were coming out of the areas of work and thought, well, we've got these, all these guys with this skill set, they can penetrate all these groups. Why don't we look at so-called domestic extremists, which is a legal investigative category anyway, it's not like subversive. They started using these undercover cops to infiltrate environmental peace processes. And that's what Mark Kennedy did when he went public at the beginning of the year. He basically came to think that it was a multi-million-pound investigation. I had to befriend people to join them. And also, crucially, what he did, he recorded certain conditions about certain plans and taxes made, which highlighted their innocence of crimes for which they were subsequently victims, because those tape recordings were hidden during the trial. So that's partly why public was without it as well. So this sort of mentality, this pervasive paranoia about political version has a system and is still being used. And the organisation that Mark Kennedy, the SDS police officer, moved into was something called the National Order Investigating Unit. It was not actually a police organisation. It was run by a senior police federation organisation called ACTA, which is a private company. So they operate outside police, outside any democratic oversight, and effectively out of the law. It's a real problem for the UK democracy.
I see. Let me ask you a question. Do you think democracy works? I want to ask you an ideological question.
Theoretically could. I think it was lost over the decades and centuries and manipulated. But I mean, to be quite frank, I think it's a chance that's not being perfect, it's best we've got.
So it would function better than a monarchy or some sort of. But don't you think though that?
Well, American, you got a monarchy, you and me.
Well, it's funny that it's sort of the same plan that's implemented locally in the U.S. that happens there as well. In other words, the way the wiretapping works in the U.S. is exactly the same. You have the police that are then federalized, and the federal agencies, of course, bribe the police agencies with federal funding if they will implement all these programs and threat fusion centers and whatnot, where you have everyone's phones being tapped and vetted by the NSA and things like that. So it's the same rollout, in the entire Western world, I would assume.
I think the US is fascinating. It's horribly fascinating from the last days after 9/11, because up until that point there was actually this notion, I think, of checks and balances.
That's true. Yeah,
and that's just been shredded post 9/11.
Yeah.
And it's something they sort of learned the worst of the bad habits of the British system, which, I would have in the 1990s. It was the most conium, most secretive intelligence infrastructure anywhere else in the world, in any Western democracy in the world. But now, since 9/11, other democracies have been able to scale back their abilities and roll out increased surveillance. So the West has gone careering down a terrible path, patchwork at most of it.
Well,
to shred liberties.
Absolutely. And I thought that was a really interesting point that kept coming up in that frontline debate, and it was the point that you made, and it was that the issue is legality and illegality. The issue is, not so much did someone take an oath that they broke, but rather, are we going to have the rule of law, or are we going to have, covert operations that can do whatever they want with, absolutely no accountability or oversight? And that's exactly the same situation here, where you have, all sorts of private entities and groups that are able, through the cloak of, patriotism and things like that, able to basically do the very opposite of the thing that these entities exist for the purpose of doing, securing the homeland. Well, these entities themselves end up becoming the very threat to the thing that they're supposed to protect.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're sort of entering a new cycle. Protecting the homeland is a bit like saying war is key, black and white.
Exactly.
Interrogation.
Sure, right.
It's almost a bit like brainwash. No, that's fascinating because there was a lot of coverage a couple of years ago about civil liberties groups, well, there's still is a lot of coverage, civil liberties groups in Russia being spied on and harassed and having their computers seized on spurious national security grounds. And yet the same thing happens in the US, where the FBI has raided various civil liberties groups and seized their computers. And it does tend to make right-wing mainstream press. So it's almost like you're sort of sleepwalking into a Stasi-like state.
Right.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. Cause I love is really true. You and me, just you and me. No more dividing. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. Cause our love is spiritual. You and me pursuing me. There's no more divisions. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home playing video games. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home playing video games. Cooper came back to me.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's a tough one. It would seem that it would be logical to profile, but profiling goes against sort of egalitarian, democratic, quote-unquote, views. And so we just had, for example, our Homeland Security chief recently say that it makes no logical sense to profile. Well, but every one of the supposed terrorists were Arab Muslims, we're told. So isn't it then logical to profile people? Well, doesn't that follow? In other words, do you see what I'm saying? Where there's a sort of conflicted values between the idea of quote civil liberties and not profiling someone, and yet at the same time there are obviously patterns of people who are the supposed terrorists.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be naive to suggest that the intelligence agencies behind the curtain do not profile anyway.
Right.
So, putting that aside, but they do in secret. But then, I mean, in the UK we've had various terrorist problems for many decades. I mean, America seems to act as terrorism in the homeland is something new. Well, it must from America, but many European countries have been there and done that with a variety of different terrorist flavors over the decades. So, we managed to survive a full-on onslaught from the original IRA for decades in the UK, where things were going off on a regular basis, and where there was a very active discussion of what is an appropriate rollback on civil liberties without ruining our democracy. And it was quite a robust debate, and actually liberties did stand up well for the vast majority of people. And there was, they reached an accommodation us.
Right.
And they use that excuse to have endemic supply powers and have data mining and to make us all feel like criminals and to make us groomers for a free urban state. So they're sort of having their cake and eating it.
Sure. Well, have you seen the video, the planned Opolis video from the BBC? I believe.
No, I haven't.
I believe it's a BBC. It's sort of a tongue-in-cheek presentation of a futuristic city 15, 20 years from now, and if you look it up, it's really telling because everything is completely tracked and controlled. There are food ration cards. It's this big sort of green tyranny where no one has any rights in any sense at all in terms of individual liberties, but it's purely collectivist. Anyway,
it's not that rough there now.
Exactly. Right. And in terms of the environmental laws, I think the UK, from what I understand, it's a lot worse. Now, and you went to Germany. Did you recently relocate because you felt that the UK was just too restrictive and going too far? Is that what happened?
I was thinking, absolutely, yes. I mean, I used to joke that I came here to avoid the crude fascism of the UK state and to Germany.
Yeah.
Which always makes my German audiences laugh a lot, but not so much in the UK.
Right.
But no, it's true because Germany still in the sort of collective psyche is a fear of what happened before the British stopped fascism, and also the Gestapo in Germany, where you couldn't trust your friends, whether if you turned to report against you, press to report against you, where you could not leave, you couldn't trust that you could have a private telephone conversation or have a private conversation in your prison or anything like that.
Yeah.
And this took comfort as a whistleblower, how fast these things. You get to a situation where you feel like that. I mean, I did live under those sort of terms when I was a state chair and we were on the run.
Right.
So it feels like, but it's becoming more endemic in the UK. So it's mostly environmental laws, although that is the part where, for example, you have the new proposed idea is to put microchips or also spy cameras in people's rubbish bins.
Right. Yeah. No, it's insane. Yes.
And that becomes a sort of based on policing, but also CCTV in the UK.
Yeah.
It is very covered in CCTV law, but also then you have a whole range of sort of more advanced CCTV. So we have certain towns which use cameras that will talk after doing what's in their streets.
Yeah, right.
Where the are particularly authoritative will protect you. And where they're now talking about using aerial drones for the same purpose, to spy on people.
Right.
That again is in the UK. And thankfully at the moment, the people who are flying the police force with those drones are sort of saying, no, we're not going to weaponize them. But who knows how that will.
Well, but I guess what I'm wondering is, I don't know. I almost went to Germany a couple of years ago. I wish I had. Is it not though more or less the same? I mean, maybe the UK is a little bit ahead, but I mean, it's a global system of tracking and surveillance. So is it really that much different?
No, I agree. It's a global system. Of course, it's global big business. I mean, it's one of the few growth areas in the global economy is producing these machines to spy on
security, right?
But no, I think because the very sense of the psychological memory, the psychic memory of what it was like to live under the Gestapo, what it was like to live with the Gestapo, they put in place a very strong constitution, a rock-solid constitution to protect citizens' rights in line with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Okay.
And the flip of that, even though the German government, of course, is pressured readily enforce certain rules in the same way as every other Western government in the war on terror, these are challenged in the court, and the courts tend to uphold the rights of citizens, the basic constitution. So there is more of a sense of pushback and a resistance to those sort of aspects. And we see it with the digital civil liberties campaigns. I mean, Germany has got a very robust hacker team. Hacker sort of is a very pejorative word, but in that sense, I mean, people are based on digital privacy and issues like that. And they do fight back against any encouraged thinkers on those fronts as well. So it is interesting watching how they respond to so-called war on terror. And there's a big slap in this last year as well, where there were reports that there was going to be some huge terrorist atrocities
Well, I want to switch the gears here a little bit and talk about, on that topic though, going back to the Shaler affair, you were, you whistle blew with your partner at the time, David Shaler, and you talked about the plot to assassinate Gaddafi that had come to his attention. You guys talked about other illegal activities like the wiretapping, the lying to the government, bombs by the IRA that could have been prevented. What I want to ask you is, recently, Sky News and Fox News have been putting out these stories where the intelligence agencies are actually, have been caught openly funding these various groups. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, what it did 14, 15 years ago, the case was a straw that broke Camel's back, which resulted in David resigning and David public about Gaddafi plot,
right.
Was a case of MI6, which is like the CIA, funding an Islamic extremist group in Libya to try and assassinate Gaddafi. And the attacks go ahead, but it obviously went wrong because Gaddafi survived, but innocent people died. And crucially, in this case, MI6 did not have the prior written permission of its political master, the Foreign Secretary, which made it illegal under UK law, as well as, highly reckless and immoral, unethical, and also illegal under international law. But yes, what a difference 15 years makes, because now, of course, unabashedly,
it's open. It's open, right? Right.
And it is, in fact, I mean, the reports coming out of the rebel stronghold in Benghazi are ex-loyalists who were deposed, thrown out of the country when Gaddafi seized power.
Right.
And crucially, the Islamic Fighting Group, which was the group funded by MI6 in 2006.
Well, but it's so absurd here. We are told that on the one hand, Al Qaeda is the source of everything nefarious. Al Qaeda did 9/11 and all of these other terrorist events, 7/7 and so on. And yet at the same time, we're told, even in the Wall Street Journal, that we are funding, Al Qaeda groups to overthrow Gaddafi. And so this just supreme doublethink is presented, where any person with basic common sense is just sort of astounded. So my question then is, do you think that that's actually a psychological tactic to just go ahead and be that brazenly contradictory, or is it a situation where the assumption is that, well, most people are too stupid to even care or know what's going on in the world? So, or is it both?
Well, I think it's a little patronising to people who do care. I think people are so ground down by anything now that it becomes difficult perhaps to care about what's going on in some countries, especially the economic crisis and what have you. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't just one of the leading German Nazis who said the bigger the lie, the more people you fool or something.
Sure, right.
The basic the propaganda.
Right.
So yes, I mean, this apparent sort of contradiction, this apparent doublethink, of course it's picked up by people, of course it's commented on by people, but it's not going to be covered by the mainstream media. And most people still now get most of their information from their TV stage choice or whatever. So you get things like So News and things like that, pump out these lies, doublethink, in such a sort of assertive manner, it becomes difficult to separate fact from fiction, and that's when you get into this double-thinking situation.
But interestingly, of the mainstream sources and news, it's Sky News and Fox News, both News Corp, that have leaked or done these stories about the, Anwar al-Awlaki dining at the Pentagon, and the radical cleric in the UK that was discovered to be being funded by the intelligence agencies in the UK. So in other words, is that itself a psychological warfare technique where a certain institute that's even private, like something like News Corp or Fox News, where it presents conflicting information, or is it a situation where you have different journalists, trying to get the truth out? What's your opinion on that?
Well, again, it's a multi-layered very much when it comes to talk about the mainstream media, the old news, as I call it.
Right.
So many people now use the internet,
right,
reputable news to get their news. But no, the old media, I mean, one, you have this sort of conglomeration of ownership. So, for example, you're talking about Fox and Sky, and of course they belong to News International, which is Rupert Murdoch, who will set certain tone depending on which politicians he's backing at that time. But then, of course, you do get programs with US audiences within that same organisation. And also, journalists and editors, one will be lazy, two, because of the huge time pressure to crank out 24/7 news. Two, some of them, of course, will have linkage to certain government bin bodies, certain...
I like that. That's fun.
Well, Molly, say hello. And so certain sort of journalists will be targeted and groomed to work as sort of agents influenced by the intelligence agencies or certain government departments. So they rely on getting briefing from organisations to use their stories so that they can eliminate their job. But then they have to produce what they are to produce. So you get these multi-layered levers of control over the mainstream media. So it's not one big top-down saying, yes, this is the tone and this is what this channel is going to say. There's a human labour that pressures from outside, and just, journalism, as it's been called, where they just have to spew out information.
Did you see the film Ghost Rider?
The Tony Blair thing, yes, I did.
What it made me think of was the fact that, and I believe it was David Shaler that said, that Blair had worked for MI5, and I thought it was interesting that film sort of hinted at that. Although I think in the film it's presented as working for the CIA, the Pierce Brosnan character, who's veiled, supposed to be a Tony Blair type character. Did you, when you guys were doing the whistleblowing, did you feel like it was that you'd gotten in over your head, or did you feel like the entire time, well, this is completely justified?
There's no doubt about it. When we first took the decision to go public, it was very frightening to see that this was even more hotter to do it. We knew what the risks would be on a legal level. But we also had sort of confidence, because in 1997, Tony Blair's government just won the historic Labour landslide in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And many of them have been on the receiving end of spying by MI5. Many have voted against MI5 measures in the past. So we assumed that they would give us a fair hearing, take the evidence and have an inquiry to prove that illegality. They didn't, in fact. They were far more draconian than even the Conservatives, the right-wing government probably would have been, which was interesting.
Well, yeah, that chapter in your book is really fascinating.
Yeah, it was quite something. But I mean, I do think there is, this tendency on more liberal, left-wing governments to crack down harder because they can get away with it on things like civil liberties and anti-surveillance. And the right-wing tends to be, a bit more sort of pussyfooting about it. I don't know, it's a strange historical anomaly. But yes, so we thought we'd get a fair hearing, or a fair hearing, although we knew we risked imprisonment by doing what we did. But also the timing was somewhat unfortunate because Shaler had some characters that, they would react probably quite pro-lifestyle, insist on taking out a media injunction, stifle any further disclosure. In fact, indeed, within the week. And that would lead to the mainstream media at the time getting angry, saying, well, what about the free press? You can't gag us. We're trying to keep it criminality. And that did seem to begin to work. Unfortunately, after the injunction was taken out, because Diana died in Paris, and any other story in the media just evaporated for weeks. So we sort of found ourselves on the run during that, and the pressure from the city to hold inquiries for disclosures. So yes, in terms of timing, it was unfortunate.
In the trial, when I was reading one of the Guardian articles, Shaler mentions the possibility of writing a fiction story, which I believe he was going to write it as fiction, and then he sort of gets grilled over this by the attorney. What's one of the things that I like to do in my blog is sort of row through different works of fiction, be it films or literature, looking for certain patterns and looking for sort of premonitions or preemptive fictional stories that sort of mirror or mimic or predict actual events. And so I was just wondering, given that you were also very much involved in the classics and then that you obviously love literature, do you think that when this is done, and I think a lot of this is obviously done purposefully, do you think that it's like with the news stories that are leaked? Is this something that's done generally from a planned perspective, or is this something that happens just sort of extemporaneously? Is it just something that just sort of happens through the creativity of the human spirit, or is a lot of this, in terms of the mass media, done by design? What some people call predictive programming, if you will.
By literature.
Well, not just spy literature, but I mean all kinds of literature, and especially films.
No, I'm sure. I mean, the whole idea of grooming people to accept new ideas, use art for their description as an vanguard for that. I mean, one of the things I used to joke regularly about was program Big Brother. I don't have that in the US, where a bunch of strangers in the house, they and they committed winning of a prize.
Right.
And I used to sort of joke about that being, this is something that we're being groomed to aspire to citizens every day for hours, even when we're asleep. Because if you win, if you support the cause, you get a big payout and you get to go to the celebrity parties. Isn't that something aspiring? So, the notion of Big Brother as absolute world law, suddenly I'm assumed in this idea of this is something to aspire to. My career can never see me.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, so pick up on the sort of other grooming. I mean, it's funny. I mentioned on the car earlier, at Norfolk, he had worked for MI5 nowadays.
Right.
In the late 60s, and then went on to write these amazing spy novels. And he actually created a sort of vocabulary that the spies even use now, like the idea of the watchers and things like that, surveillance.
Right.
So he reinvented that genre that became life imitating art.
Yes.
And with Shayla's, he wrote a book, The Organisation, which was also banned, even though it was fiction. It was banned by MI5.
Right.
He wrote letters to all the major UK publishers at the time, saying not published, it might damage the security. And his fictional work was about this, the organisation, which is the secretive, evil organisation behind the public face of MI6 that can go around burning them and killing people, assassinating. And he did generally write fiction that sort of romp around London. But, then he's beginning to wonder if perhaps he's got nerves.
Right.
Especially now that we know that so many private intelligence organisations, sort of mercenaries of intelligence bodies, crawl intelligence in Egypt, and backwards famously, rebranded as Leave.
Right.
Have taken on that mantle of systematising work.
So, well, I guess I'm going to have to go ahead and probably wrap this up pretty soon, and this has been fascinating. I think this is, I mean, I'd really like to maybe get you back sometime and go into more depth about some of these other issues. What are you reading right now? What's on your coffee table that you're into?
What am I reading right now? Pieces of fiction.
Victorian fiction, really?
It's a by Michelle Faber, and it's called The Criminal Wife. It's sort of wrote about the hypocrisy of the Victorian era and prostitution, strangely enough.
That sounds interesting. Well, I want.
I read it, and then generally I hoover up any media stuff I can find about evidence and disabilities and things to keep current with what's going on. So I continue to commentate.
Do you have any books in the works? Anything that's going to be coming out anytime soon?
No, most of what I do, my writing, uses the newspapers occasionally, I can get past the censors, or more likely on my website. And please, if people want to read in more depth about many of these issues, just animation.com.
Yes, animation.com, right.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for being so gracious as to talk with me. I really appreciate your analysis and what you've done, and I think you've done a lot of good work. And I would recommend your book. I mean, you can still find it on Amazon. Spies, Lies, and Whistleblowers, MI5, MI6, and the Shaler Affair.
Yes, the publishers are sort of rather mucked up the spread of that book, but I am thinking about putting an electronic version for free on my website soon, so if you want to keep an eye out for it. I just need to go through the text and make sure that none of the blackout hits in my...
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
Hey Piggy, just give me one more super chat. Hey Piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey Piggy, Band-Aids don't give you AIDS. Hey Piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey Piggy, just give me one more super chat. Hey Piggy, ooh, ooh, ooh. Hey Piggy, don't make me go back to 9 to 5. Hey Piggy, wage cut ain't no way to be alive. Hey Piggy, hey Piggy, don't make me go back to that 9 to 5. Hey Piggy, I want to feel like I am so alive. Hey Piggy, hey Piggy, hey Piggy, don't make me go back to my 9 to 5. Hey Piggy,
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Podcast 02. Discussions of patterns, analyzing systems, worldviews, structures of thought, how this all integrates into the world, and why it's relevant. If a person were to go onto FAS.org, which is Federation of American Scientists, one would find all kinds of declassified academic papers, stuff from journals, so forth, so on. And, believe it or not, there are all kinds of actual military documents, actual what are called ethnographic studies by the Central Intelligence Agency. And one is that a lot of these type of documents, papers, essays, books, are actually written by those who have a very in-depth knowledge of philosophy, patterns and systems analysis, and worldviews. So, ironically, I discovered that there's a very clear connection between people who, for example, might have read a lot of Cornelius Van Til or Greg Bahnsen, and those who would be interested in presenting objective systems analysis, because systems work in a certain way on the basis of certain patterns to achieve certain ends and have a certain logic or structure to them. And this is true of all kinds of systems. This is true of something like an economic system, like what we might call a free market system, even though, strictly speaking, a free market is somewhat of an ideal. We have in history different nations, different groups that have enacted more or less free markets. And these markets will then evidence certain patterns, there's a certain logic inherent to them. Hegel, for example, the German philosopher, the great idealist, who, of course, I would not be advocating all of his views, but as you learn with philosophy, there are insights from all kinds of different perspectives and different philosophers. And some of the great insights from Hegel are along these lines. So Hegel would speak of a certain logic or rationality behind all these different types of systems. For example, you would find, and this is of course common to many of the German idealists, but you would find a certain spirit or logic inherent in empires, even the Persian Empire, Babylonian Empire. This is something that a thinker like Oswald Spengler keyed into. And Spengler, for example, did analysis of these cultures and of history, and himself found certain patterns and trends. Now, of course, this isn't a completely perfect science because it involves so many different levels of reality, different interactions between all kinds of different groups. Even something like economics obviously will be involved in interactions with politics, interactions with powerful families, elites, so forth and so on. So this is not a simple, quote unquote, science like we might view arithmetic to be, or something like studying earthworms. Those are more direct and more clearly present the logic that they have than something like systems analysis and looking at the logical structure of different types of things. So what we see is that just like a computer, for example, has a certain logic to it by which it operates in order to function in the way that it's designed to, the sum of its parts all work together to achieve a desired effect. In the same way, economic systems work this way. Religious systems work this way. People groups, nations, tribes, races work this way. And even individuals' lives can be analyzed in a kind of psychoanalytical profiling or makeup. And this is why, for example, intelligence agencies will do profiling. They will do a psych profile of targets or so forth. So what we're discussing here is not something abstracted and removed from reality. It's something that's very real and very useful. So, well, how would this be useful? Who cares about philosophy? Why does this matter? Well, if you are, for example, a powerful international corporation, the success or failure of your plans and of your policies, for example, say in some indigenous region, the corporation wants to cultivate the land
for some sort of rare earth minerals or something like that. Movement into that indigenous culture will, of course, involve knowledge of the practices, beliefs, modus operandi of that tribe or that indigenous people group. Because it will, as with all things in this world, be connected to some kind of operating system, right? The tribe will have some sort of belief, will be operating on some sort of presuppositions or worldview. As we discussed in the last podcast, we looked at the basics of a worldview. And philosophically speaking, that would be, as we said, ethics, epistemology, and metaphysics. But the way that this is then, again, useful is in situations where some desired effect wants to be achieved. And so for something like an international corporation where the bottom line is at stake, where objective analysis is absolutely crucial, right? The same thing might be said of something like military engagement, tactical analysis, so forth. Those kinds of analyses depend upon objectivity and things being correct. And so this is different from something like literature, literary analysis, although, however, I will make the argument that we can also find a kind of logic and structure even within something like literary analysis or literature when we look at things like archetypes, right? Jungian archetypes. We find a structure there that will in fact also be similar to structures that emerge when we do comparative religious analysis of indigenous tribes. Okay, so again, to most people, of course, this kind of stuff seems completely irrelevant. Who cares? Why does this matter? You're just spouting off whatever nonsense. To those in the know, this is actually how the world works. And again, objective analysis is absolutely crucial in the real world, in business, in military exploits, in psychological profiling, so forth, so on. Those disciplines do not admit major error, or at least they do not want it. We're one to sit in a average academic literary analysis setting. The general practice would be something like, everything is completely up to your own interpretation. And so it would be a completely relativized setting. Whatever you feel the literature, the piece that you've read, right? Whatever you feel that it's about. Maybe you just read The Merchant of Venice, and you feel that because of your Marxist professor's analysis that it's all about money. Okay, so it's a piece about Shakespeare's proto-Marxist views. I had a professor one time who spent the entire semester trying to prove that everything in Shakespeare was proto-Marxist, which of course is complete baloney. But that was, in other words, that was more of a situation of social engineering and indoctrination than anything having to do with objective real-world analysis. So what we're talking about here is absolutely not subjective, feeling-based, emotion-based analysis here. What we're talking about here is absolutely practical, despite what most people think philosophy and analysis is. It's absolutely crucial to operating in the real world, specifically for powerful interests. Powerful interests do not have objective real-world analysis. They will fail. And in fact, when we apply this kind of patterns and systems analysis to superstructures, such as a superpower, something like the United States, Soviet Union, what we find is that when they adopt radically divergent, radically destructive, irrational views, when those views become predominant, we see systemic breakdown. Okay, so just as a computer gets a virus or has one of its central operating components or systems within the larger system break down, the computer itself will eventually break down. And you can rest assured that systems as a whole will operate the same way. If I work at a police department, the logic of the police department has a certain structure to it. If the police department largely adopts corruption, the corruption will essentially metastasize like cancer and will eat the entity as a whole. It will self-destruct. And the point of this is that, as I said in the last podcast, reason has a penultimate place, even apart from questions of in-depth theism, right? The Enlightenment thinkers placed reason in a position of exaltation, which actually was irrational. They sought to what they thought was a movement towards removing all superstition and exalting human reason, which actually backfired, and as many continental philosophical thinkers have written, and aptly demonstrated that those movements in fact backfired and became a new mythology. Of course, I would not agree with the Frankfurt School writers like Horkheimer and Adorno in terms of their overall project of Marxism. However, I do think they are correct in their sort of Nietzschean idea that the Enlightenment became its own mythos. It became its own. It became a new dogma, if you will. So what we're talking about here has nothing to do with the false debate of human reason versus religious ideology. One way that we could show this is that some religious ideologies are much more rational than others, right? So some religious beliefs are much more sensible, much more grounded in the real world than other strange beliefs. We might look at the effects, positive effects, or health benefits, so forth, that a certain religion has upon its practitioners as opposed to the diet and health benefits of some other religion. One might be very positive, another might be very negative in their effects. And in many religious systems, diet is very closely connected to one's beliefs about the deity. So we shouldn't set reason immediately against religion per se. So, but back to patterns and structures and systems analysis. I read an interesting book on the unified field theory, which pointed out that there, in any kind of electrical system, all the components work together to actually demonstrate, so the unified field theory holds, that there's actually a higher level of interaction between the totality of the parts that has to be there mathematically. In other words, that mathematically it's demonstrable that there is a higher level unified field, to whatever mechanical instrument that's using electricity that we are seeing here. So whether it's a machine that creates widgets or whatever, it doesn't matter. For it to work, for it to have its own inherent logic, there's a higher level, higher dimension of reality that's assumed or presupposed. That's actually there. Okay, so we're not saying this is something that's merely mental. No, it's in the working of that thing. There is a higher level reality interacting that not only is mathematically demonstrable, but also has certain physical electromagnetic effects that can be seen as well. So that's an example, an analogy of what goes on in religious systems, or in an individual's belief system, or in economic systems, governmental systems, so forth and so on. And what, of course, is truly fascinating about all this is there has to, for any of this analysis to be done across, right, different systems, there has to be some kind of prior, presupposed logic, okay, inherent in the work of analyzing cross systems. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, for an analyst, for a person who's doing this kind of analysis, in the very operation of analyzing something like an economic system on one hand, and then turning around and analyzing something like electromagnetism on the other hand, and then turning around and analyzing something like a religious system, okay, there's inherent in this process itself, which is not purely mental, okay, so we're not saying idealism or anything like that. Inherent in that is some sort of prior logic, reason, logos, logoi, whatever we want to talk about here, a meaning, a structure, okay, a substructure to the process of analysis itself. And I argue that the very fact that this goes on and works and presents patterns is proof itself that there is this substructure. And so this is a kind of transcendental argument from patterns and systems analysis. I'm not, of course, arguing that Kant was right in proposing transcendental idealism. I do not believe that that is the correct view. However, why? Well, because there are all kinds of problems by which that system breaks down at a fundamental level. However, there are clear indicators that what he's doing with a transcendental argument, which actually goes back to Aristotle, Kant is not the first person to propose a transcendental argument, that this actually works. This actually makes sense. This is actually what's going on. Because we can never prove from sense experience something or something universal or the totality of something, right, merely from sense experience. This is where all the empiricists are wrong. Because the empiricists always all wanted to say that all of our reality is purely based on sense experience. Well, of course, that's not true, and we can show that it's not true by simply elucidating the very foundational point in that system. Where does it start? Okay, so we're doing a systems analysis of empiricism. And its foundational starting point is that all knowledge comes through sense experience. Well, just like we did with relativism yesterday, when we analyze the claim that all knowledge comes through sense experience, we find that that claim itself is not something that comes through sense experience. Okay, so this, if you know a little bit about mathematics, which I don't claim to be, or am not some sort of expert in mathematics, but in mathematics theory, this is analogous to Kurt Gödel. Gödel's theorem is very similar in that it analyzes mathematical set theory, and shows that you can never, within a given mathematical set, prove the foundational axioms of that set. So, in other words, foundational claims within systems, like Gödel's claim, are themselves self-referential. This is the crucial point in the Gödel-Escher-Bach book, the Pulitzer Prize-winning book by Douglas Hofstadter. This is where it starts. It starts by pointing this out, that we find this circular structure in Bach, in the Risser-Car, in Gödel's theorem, and in the mathematical structure of M.C. Escher's drawings. So that's a great illustration of the point I'm making here with systems analysis. Systems analysis involves looking at systems, and we can, of course, classify any of these examples that I've given as a system. We can even classify things like a video game, right? Because a video game is working on a certain set of algorithms by which the AI characters within the game will be working. It gets really complex, of course, when you have humans interacting in the game, and so then it becomes a really difficult mathematical game theory situation based on contingencies and so forth. But for the purposes of basics of systems analysis, no, we don't have to exclude even something like video games. We can say we can look at the similarities there as well. It's going to have a certain logic to it, in other words.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Monomania is a prerequisite to success. Monomania is a prerequisite to success, which I really do believe in. I believe that you have to be focused on one thing, real hardcore, in order to be any good at it, really. Making the lists and organizing your time well and doing all the 4-hour work week, all that type of bullshit, that is not going to really help you make a song. For example, a song that is really good. It's just not going to happen. That's not the way it works. You have to be sort of feverishly obsessed in an unhealthy way, making something solid, making something that you're going to be happy with 5 years, 10 years down the line. That process is a bloody, nasty process. And if you want to live that way full time, if you want to be, a hardcore artist, you're going to have like a lot of cigarette butts in your house. You're probably not going to be eating too good, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's like you got to decide how much of that you want versus how much you want, a BMW 3 Series lease, I suppose. Or like clean clothes. How bad do you want clean clothes? Which brings us back to get yourself an ugly, fat girlfriend who will do your laundry for you. So important. Oh my God. I can't believe how much you guys are missing out. I want a hot girlfriend. No! You know how many problems a hot girlfriend brings to the table? That's like I want homework. I want extra homework. I want guys trying to fight me. I want negative attention all the time. I want problems in my life. The perfect cutie is a figment of your imagination. Perfect cutie is a construct of the matrix. It is not a real thing that you are going to ever get. So what you're going to be looking for instead is virgin, if possible. Visit www.mdegdudelifehacks.com for more information on how to overcome your silly and sad life.
So, patterns and systems analysis begins then with, or should begin with, what are the foundational presuppositions, the axioms, the starting points for this system. And all human systems will work this way because they will work as a web of beliefs, if you will, as the transcendental philosophers speak of it. There will be a web of beliefs centered around a central point, or there could be more than one central point. There could be 2, 3, more than one foundational axioms that hold together a system, and by which the removal of any of these could then topple the entire system. So, for example, if one wanted to bring down some religious group, if one wanted to topple them for, say, espionage or for, say, apologetic purposes, one would locate the foundational presuppositions of that system. And by knocking out one of those foundational axioms in the psyche of key members of that group, it would only be a matter of time before the system as a whole would experience systemic breakdown. So we begin to see then how this is all very relevant to the real world and not just armchair blabbering and philosophizing. It's crucially relevant. If one wanted to, for example, remove persons from belief in a Thomistic worldview based on the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, one would go to the foundational propositions of Thomism, deconstruct them, and show them to be false or incoherent. This would then lead the leaders of Thomism, again, assuming that you were successful in convincing them that it was wrong, the leaders would then have a period of time whereby they experienced the breakdown in their own mind of Thomism, which would then filter down to the rest of the persons within the church or that scheme or whatever. That's just an example. And so the same thing could be affected or done in other systems and other schemes. This could be very dangerous, and so I don't usually talk about this kind of stuff. I've been accused a lot of being some sort of manipulator of this kind, where I found it simply enjoyable to play with systems, and so it's just something like, that's not actually the case. But my actual motives in these kinds of things were always with the intention of actually aiming towards the totality scheme of systems and the rationality of systems analysis itself. So it was never about merely playing some sort of mind game or something like that. What we're talking about here is much more than, much heavier, much weightier than some sort of mere mind game. So we notice that systems have these patterns. We notice that, we give an example here of the foundational axiom or the presuppositional belief. And we've noticed then that other less foundational propositions or beliefs will then be founded on and placed in the schema or the web, whatever analogy you want to use, and are held there based on the belief in the foundational view. Right? So if we were to examine something, again, let's use Thomism. If we were to say Thomism begins with its foundational axioms of, say, something like natural theology or belief in the oneness of God, and that this is philosophically demonstrable by natural philosophy. These are foundational propositions or beliefs within Thomism upon which all Thomists then work. They build up from there. Were we to demonstrate this to be incorrect, we would see the higher order or less central beliefs of Thomism. For example, something like Thomas's view of, I don't know, say angels, right? Thomas's view of angels as beings existing as intellectual realities that are not part of the, generally speaking, part of the material plane, material world. The belief in angels that Aquinas has is not as central as or foundational as the belief that he has about angels. About natural theology, aseity, and the oneness of God. Okay, the absolute divine simplicity, as Aquinas famously holds to. So that would be much more foundational, and deconstructing the foundational assumptions of the aseity and the absolute divine simplicity would then have a much more systemic effect than disproving, say, if one were able to do this somehow, some sort of argument that disproved Aquinas' view of angels, or however many angels could dance on the head of a pin. The view of oneness or aseity is much more central, much more foundational. It's one of the starting points. And so once we realize that there's an inherent logic to beliefs, to systems, to these patterns have a certain logic to them, it becomes very evident that then knocking out aspects of the system are then what's beneficial for different groups for different reasons. And again, I was just using that as an example. I suppose an international corporation could have a use for knocking out Thomism, but the Anti-Thomist Corporation Incorporated has been seeking and conspiring for years to destroy Thomism. So in that example, I'm not at all saying that everything in Thomism is false, or that I think that Thomism needs to be destroyed per se. I think there are a lot of flaws in that system, but that's a different question from what we're doing here. We're looking at the logic and rationality of systems analysis. Is there a logic and rationality to systems analysis? I think so. So we've looked at the web of beliefs, we've looked at the foundational propositions by which everything else in that web is strung, or upon which everything else is built. We note then the psychological effects of members of the group when the foundational beliefs are knocked out, or are challenged, or questioned successfully. And so this is, of course, where areas like psychology and propaganda and psychological warfare are relevant. Psychological warfare, for example, would be very much interested in what I'm discussing. This is precisely why the CIA presents ethnographic analyses. In order to have an effect upon said group, one would have to understand the logic of that group. Even if the group is highly illogical, it still benefits one to understand the illogic upon which that group is working. So what we're discussing here is a little bit more pragmatic in its effect, even though I, as my own personal interest, I'm interested in the logic behind logic, the meta-logic, the meta systems analysis, if you will, for the purposes of employment, or for the purposes of different groups or corporations or whatever entities. Their interests are more pragmatic. So these subjects are then, of course, used pragmatically speaking by those groups who don't have necessarily personal interest in obtaining the real truth of the matter. However, aside from the obtaining the grand truth of the matter, there is, of course, dire necessity in determining the more localized truth of the matter, the more objective truth of the matter for said purposes of whatever group, whatever their intentions may be. So this is all very real world. This is all very relevant. None of this is something that should be considered, purely theoretical. That's what I think is the most frustrating aspect of someone who studied philosophy, is that apart from a very small group of people, other fellow eccentrics who are into this kind of stuff, it's a very small group who actually find this interesting. And so the rest of the world, of course, just sees philosophy as something completely irrelevant, something completely, armchair. It's just sitting around and spouting off at the mouth. Well, none of which could be further from the truth. So we've talked about then the purpose of why this is relevant, why this is used. Why this is an example. In the last podcast I mentioned that philosophy does matter. Well, here's an example, a real-world example of how philosophy matters. And you probably haven't ever thought of that. Most people haven't. So here now I've given you a great secret here about how the world really works. Because those who obsess over studying how the world really works come to learn and find out that what's really going on, how the world is really being run and operated, is very different from the popular explanations and understandings of the world. Unfortunately, in our era, we are very much dominated by a purely pragmatic British utilitarian might makes right type of, we live in that type of a world. And this is something that's a result of a lot of factors like Darwinism and things like that. So we have largely tossed aside our more theoretical commitments because of empiricism and utilitarianism and materialism, which have come to dominate the West, and which have then led to these systems, have central flaws which lead to systemic breakdown. And so the adoption of these kinds of philosophies working together in their own kind of blended system in the West, which has produced a purely pragmatic might makes right view of how the West should operate. This is, of course, the central reason for the West's systemic breakdown. Not, of course, faulting the British Empire per se, because there is a logic to this kind of pragmatism. It's not all wrong. For example, part of what I've been arguing here is that systems analysis itself is relevant because of the fact that it is pragmatic. Okay, it does have an immediate real-world application. However, the downside is that the movement towards being merely pragmatic can divorce one from the higher dimensions, from the higher reality, from universals, from the form, which are ultimately, I believe, emanations from God. And so the turn towards the purely material as an end in itself and as a mean in itself, and exalting human reason as something that somehow is the final penultimate summit of our system, there are dire consequences for doing that. And so we end up with a meaningless, nihilistic self-destruction from that perspective. So, in other words, applying the systems analysis that I've been talking about to the West itself right now this is the kind of problems that we would point out. We would say the West has achieved this sort of imperial status. And again, I'm not making a moral criticism of empire. Empire could be good. It could work. There's nothing inherently wrong with empire per se. But the problems with empire, as we see from history, and which occur over and over and over, and I think Spangler is very insightful on this, is that empires achieve a certain level of rationality to where the means become an end in themselves, right? So that there's no ideology, because to achieve empire, pragmatism has been adopted so heavily. In other words, to increase power, right? Deception has been used so often that the logic of the empire itself becomes sort of lost in the lies that it has constructed to get to where it is. And I'm not even saying that deception and the use of such things in psychological warfare is always wrong. I'm not saying that. That would be unrealistic and silly. There's nothing wrong with that by itself, but there's a danger in an empire adopting a might makes right philosophy, because it will lead to its own destruction. That's the point. Just as we said earlier in the beginning of the podcast, a fundamental foundational error adopted will eventually lead to a systemic collapse. So really smart people know this, and they have used this, for example, to wage philosophical warfare or cultural warfare. So if you study espionage, or if you study geopolitics, you will discover that, for example, Khrushchev had the famous statement where he banged his shoe at the UN and said, we will destroy the West. We will infiltrate the West. We will destroy it by philosophical means, which include all of these sort of practical means economic attack, philosophical attack, cultural attack, so forth and so on. And the adoption of relativism, yesterday's discussion on relativism, the adoption of relativism, it can be used then, you see, as a systemic attack on the foundational presuppositions and beliefs of the West. You see, the West, from the time of Aristotle and Plato on, and along with Moses, the West did not believe in relativism. Relativism was the philosophy of the sophists, and Aristotle and Plato both, in rejecting relativism, argued with the sophists. However, when relativism becomes dominant, as we see now, it very closely, you can trace the systemic destruction and collapse that is attendant upon it. And although the listener may not be aware of this, smart people who know philosophy and who study psychological warfare and things like that do know this. They do know that one can attack with philosophy that then leads to social decay and destruction. And for the persons who love to come and click dislike on everything that I post, whoever that is, or they are, this is really obvious. I mean, I'm sorry that, if this makes you mad, I don't know what to say, but this is the case, right? So whether you accept this or not is true. And there's not really much debate that can be had on this topic for anyone who knows of this topic, right? And I don't claim to be an expert on this, but I am interested in it. This is the subject matter that I spend a lot of time reading, writing, and contemplating about, because it is so practical. Just because your immediate social circles and family members don't know anything about this or talking. It doesn't mean that it's not practical. Just because you haven't heard of this doesn't mean that none of this is relevant. So there's, of course, much prejudice against the, quote, philosopher. I recently went to a debate in Washington, D.C., and one of the proponents in the debate laughed at me when I said that I was a philosopher. Of course, not that I was saying it somewhat tongue-in-cheek. I didn't actually mean it in a pretentious, haughty way. But of course, he laughed at me. And this individual, of course, works with intelligence agencies that know good and well that philosophy is used in such things as ethnographic analysis. So, whatever. I'm constantly assumed to be stupider than I am, which I think is funny. So I enjoy it. I enjoy being treated like I'm an idiot. But that's fine. We can just get on this podcast, and then completely deconstruct everything you're saying. So, I would advise the listeners to review what I'm saying here. I know I'm right about this because I have actually downloaded entire papers and theses from FAS.org, and they all deal with the very things that you're hearing about here. Now, I did this kind of stuff pretty recently, branching out into studying espionage. I didn't actually know any of this. I didn't know that 5 or 6 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, when I started studying philosophy. Well, actually 10 years ago, I started studying philosophy. I didn't actually know that geopolitics was very much concerned with and interconnected with the questions of philosophy and worldviews. So this is going to be very relevant to cultured, wise listeners and individuals. And this is a whole branch of study. This is a whole field of research and study. So that's enough for now. Stay tuned. We'll continue to. This is a little bit more advanced than the last podcast, which was an introduction. But I was in the mood to do something a little more advanced. We can move on from here. We can talk more about systems analysis, relevance, examples of it. We can do an example of it. We can look at different papers produced by the Central Intelligence Agency, analyze those papers, see how they're doing it. Because they're essentially just doing a kind of apologetics. Right? That's really what propaganda is. We should also in this podcast look at things like Kant, look at individual philosophers, analyze their argumentation, pull out the insights and the errors. I mentioned Hume in the last one, and certainly the crucial insights and flaws of both Kant and Hume should be analyzed. So maybe that's what we'll do next time. We'll just have to see what my mood is. Thanks for listening.
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
like so happy for you that you're gay. That's so cool. It's awesome. It's awesome that you're... Wait. What? You're gay? Oh my god. I had no idea you're a guy. I'm like... I had like no idea you're a guy, but... That's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're a guy, but that's so awesome that you're a guy.
Oh my god, you're gay. I'm like so happy that you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay. Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay. I had like no idea that you're gay. But that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay.
Oh my god, you're gay? I'm like so happy that you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay. Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay. I had like no idea that you're gay. But that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay.
Oh my god, you're gay? I'm so happy that you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay. Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay. I had like no idea that you're gay. But that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay.
Oh my god, you're gay? I'm like so happy that you're gay. And that's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay?
Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay. Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay, but that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay. Oh my god, you're gay? I'm like so happy you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay?
Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay. That's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're gay? I'm like so happy you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay?
Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay. Oh my god, I had no idea you're gay, but that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
All right, jaysanalysis.com. This time we're going to be discussing the history of Islam in the 20th century in regards to the Atlanticist or Anglo-American establishment. A lot of people are ignorant on this subject. They think that what the news reports in regards to Al-Qaeda and so forth is the be-all, end-all of what's going on in the world, particularly with the war on terror. But in order to understand the war on terror, we ought to have some insight into the history of radical Islam in the 20th century. So I'm going to be working with the subject matter in, well, ultimately several books, but More recently, I'm reading Robert Dreyfus's Devil's Game, How the United States Helped Unleash Fundamentalist Islam. I'm also working with Secret Affairs by Mark Curtis and MI6 by Stephen Dorrell. These are, of course, books that readers and listeners will have seen me cite many times. But they're very important because they give an insight into a different perspective from what we're used to with the neoconservative and mainstream liberal views presented on the networks and so forth. So, roughly speaking, we can jump back about 100 years, and we're at the time of the Great Game of the British Empire, mainly seeking containment as their policy for Russia and preventing Russia of ever attaining any status of imperial prowess on its own. Obviously, I'm going to be having to kind of skip around and avoid a lot of intricacies, so this is just kind of an overall look at the history of the Muslim Brotherhood. Readers might also find, or listeners might also find, the Collins Brothers' long essay, Destabilization and Its Discontents, another good article another good source that deals with a lot of this same material. So while this is going to be critical of the policy of supporting, funding, and aiding radical Islam, that does not mean that the position I advocate is communism or socialism or any sort of mainline liberalism. So we're trying to get an objective picture of what's going on, not trying to advocate some sort of leftist program. However, these writers do tend to be somewhat of in a leftist perspective. So Dreyfus is a former, or I guess he's the Rolling Stone reporter on terrorism. He's written for The Nation, Mother Jones, etc. Curtis, of course, is a Royal Society fellow researcher. And Dorrell teaches at, I forget which university in England, but I had an interesting email correspondence with him about topics in his book. Anyway, so the Manichaean dialectics of the East versus the West that Brzezinski talks about, that Ian Fleming wrote about with James Bond, are mentioned by Dreyfus as the dominant global manifestation of warfare in the 20th century, from especially during the Cold War, from say 1945 to 1991, and these power blocks needed to utilize whatever means were necessary to battle the other. So if Islam could be utilized as a global tool, a sort of totalitarian wrecking ball or control structure, it was just as useful as communism was for banking interests. So the same power structure at the top, just basically seeking to co-opt and utilize these different forces as a kind of technology to take down any existing or rival structures that were not part of the game plan. So Dreyfus speaks of the arc of Islam, which is a strategy. He says it's the idea of a green belt along the arc of Islam. The idea was not merely defensive, but also sought to take offense against the Soviet Union's Central Asian republics. Dreyfus speaks of Islamism, that is the engineered usage of the religion of Islam for geopolitical purposes by power blocks. So we're going to get to basically how we have the history of how we have Al-Qaeda. Where does Al-Qaeda come from? Where does Osama bin Laden come from? What ideological background and presupposition does the group known as Al-Qaeda, or the base in Arabic, have? And we're going to go back about 100 years to the creation of the Muslim Brotherhood by some interesting characters by the name of Al-Afghani al-Banna who was actually Persian and not Arab, but played the character of an Arab radical under the tutelage and support of different agents of London. So as we progress through this, the different revolutions and battles of the whole Middle East, particularly the different Islamic sects, are all going to play into this. So as for a general model, you can think of the nationalist or Arab nationalism being a force that the East and Soviets tended to support, as well as leftist and secularist movements, and you can think of the more radical strands of Islam as what the West tended to favor and support. So this will apply in the classic Clash of Civilizations, which Dreyfus cites, referring to Samuel Huntington and other neoconservative strategists. And that's kind of the ultimate game plan here, is a clash of civilizations that would sort of wreck things, allow interests to come in, rebuild, restructure. And the terrorist states, terrorist regimes, and international Islam are a great means by which this can be done. So at the time period of right around the turn of the century, around 1900, there was not really a united Islam except for the Ottoman Empire, but the Ottoman Empire was on the way out. And so the British wanted to step in and fill the vacuum of Islam internationally. So the control of Mecca and Medina, the central holy sites of Islam, would be a great way to do that, and to create a caliphate. The caliphate is a kind of a political, religious mix of Islam where both of those areas of society are brought together under a single leader and then sort of let loose. So if a caliphate could be created, that would fill the void of the Ottomans, and so the rise of the Sauds and the Saudis will play into that in terms of Mecca. So at the time of T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, another famous British spy, Gertrude Bell, were intimately involved in intrigues in the area to help establish this rising, this idea of this caliphate, to set up amongst all these warring tribes in the region, a single figure that perhaps could unite Islam. And they found that figure in Ibn Saud. And Ibn Saud worked with another master spy by the name of Harry St. John Philby. And Harry St. John Philby would be the father of Kim Philby, the notorious Soviet defector, part of the Cambridge Five. So Arab nationalism, too, I don't mean to oversimplify. According to Miles Copeland in Game of Nations, the older CIA plan for a lot of the Middle East at times favored Arab nationalism. So the Ba'athist Party, according to Copeland, was established by the CIA in Syria and Iraq. So it wasn't always that the West only wanted to use radical Islam and not Arab nationalism. The different power blocks were interested in co-opting whoever they could. So it's not hard and fast. These are just kind of general ideas to understand the situation. Dreyfus discusses in the Pentagon, or in the West, especially in the U.S., that the concern was not so much about enlightened Arabists who understood the region, but more so spy masters that could co-opt the region. And so the figure of al-Banna is who comes to the fore for the most part of the first 100 pages or so of both both Dreyfus and Curtis's works. And Al-Banna, as we said, is going to be the founding father with another guy named Rashid Rida, the fathers of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood would, of course, give us Al-Qaeda. So the rough genealogy here goes from Al-Afghani, and this is in the end of the 1800s, into the 1900s, to a guy named Abdu, and Abdu was connected to Rashid Rida. These three guys were kind of contemporary, helping to establish a headquarters that would bring about the revival of back to the basics fundamentalist Islam. Dreyfus says, the British, masters of manipulating tribal, ethnic, and religious affiliations, expert at setting minorities at one another's throats for the greater good of Her Majesty's realm, were intrigued with the idea of fostering the spirit of Islamic revivalism. It could serve their purposes. Both Russia and France had the same idea, but it was the British, with their tens of millions of Muslim subjects in the greater Middle East and South Asia, who had the advantage. The man who in 1885 proposed the idea of a British-led pan-Islamic alliance was Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani. From the 1870s to the 1890s, Afghani was supported by the United Kingdom, and at least on once, the record shows, in India, according to a secret file, Afghani officially offered to go to Egypt as an agent of British intelligence. Afghani is the founder of Pan-Islam and the great-grandfather of Osama bin Laden, not biologically, but in ideological terms. So they started a publication called The Lighthouse, and The Lighthouse was the beginning propaganda arm of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. And this ended up spreading, having some influence. The Sauds, with the Salafists, jumped on board. And this was all sort of organized in London under the patronage of England's leading Orientalist E.G. Browne and London's Egyptian proconsul Evelyn Baring Lord Cromer. This is the same Baring of Barings, the great financial house. However, the Muslim Brotherhood were not completely radical. They had a semi-modernist view, so they were interested in some updates, but for the most part, they were what we would call radical. In the Arabian Peninsula, the British helped a desert band of ultra-fundamentalists led by the family of Ibn Saud create the world's first Islamic fundamentalist state in Saudi Arabia. And at the same time, they encouraged the Hashemites of Mecca, a second Arabian family with a spurious claim to have descended from the Prophet Muhammad, whose sons London installed as kings of Iraq and Jordan. This is where we begin to see the carving up of the Middle East into the present structures that we see today, most of which were created at the time under British rule. Eli Kaduri is another leading British Orientalist who had a large hand in this structuring. But the most interesting part of all this, in terms of espionage and intrigue, is that al-Afghani was all over the place. He didn't really seem to have any set ideology or belief system other than cynical pragmatism and being a tool of larger power blocks. He saw privately religion as social utility and publicly as something to be taken serious, but essentially it was a tool. He was a heterodox thinker, a Freemason, a mystic, an operative, essentially a minion. He was very much influenced by Enlightenment rationalism. Several writers are cited as speaking of him as a closet atheist. But al-Afghani would become this figurehead that would then sort of, in the 1870s, like I said, in Egypt, be the catalyst for creating the idea of blending Franco-Egyptian Freemasonry into different ideas that he got from the General Scotch Lodge, which he was a member, as well as the mystic side of Islam with Sufism. So essentially it was a cut and paste job in terms of creating a movement, an engineered movement. We might think of something like Scientology for an example of completely created ideology, or say even Mormonism, of these bizarre state creations or secret creations by other powers. In this case, there's a mix of powers, but particularly with English Freemasonry sort of having the overarching ideological influence here and utilizing Masonry or Masonic ideas and symbols. And the dishonesty, I guess we might say, the incoherence of this approach is the fact that traditional Islam was not always favorable to Sufism, so the idea that you could combine all these together is obviously a kind of PR job at work. Al-Afghani and his buddies also created their own secret society called Young Egypt, and this was a way to bring in recruits, patsies, dummies, and dupes to serve whatever purposes. There's an interesting paragraph here discussing Young Egypt and the influence of Freemasonry. Afghani and Abdu did not confine themselves merely to intellectual theorizing and Islamic scholarship. When Afghani was finally expelled from Egypt, he and Abdu were accused of organizing a secret society composed of thugs, young thugs, apparently a reference to unruly members of the Masonic Lodge that Afghani led, foreshadowing the paramilitary organization established by the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1930s. So, as we've mentioned many times in Jay's analysis, the interesting intersect of the occult, the esoteric, and espionage blend perfectly in the Muslim Brotherhood. We find that T. Lawrence and his British intelligence cohorts at the Arab Bureau in Cairo during World War I, when London was posthumously took up Afghani and Abdu's proposal to mobilize Muslims for a new caliphate that could threaten Russia. So there we have the ultimate sort of strategic goal behind all this. And obviously there was, as we get into the 20th century, oil and such would become a big part of the game. At this time, though, it is essentially the issue of containment of Russia.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Is your financial future looking like a smoking crater? Are the debt collectors circling your house like vultures? Stop paying and start playing! It's time for the mixed technique! You call up the UA for it to go to collections, they call you up, okay? They say what's going to happen is collections is going to call, they're going to say you need to pay us $70 or $300, let's be realistic, you need to pay us $350 a month, okay? What you do is this. This is Nick's technique. I can't take credit for this, although I put my own interest and twist on it. You say, geez, dude, $350? Now these people are used to hearing sob stories all day, so you don't have to feel ashamed for hitting them with a sob story, real or fake. They hear this all day. What you do is you go,
dude, I just hit my car. I'm on these hills, bro. I can't do $350.
Make a story. Tell them a story. This is one of my tactics now. The longer you keep someone listening to your fucking story, the better it's going to be for you. Okay, that applies in all areas. Everywhere you want something done. Tell a fucking story. You want your teacher to bump your grade up 1%, up 5%? Tell them a fucking 20-minute story. Fuck 'em. And that's the way you got to think about it. As you're telling the story, no, I'm trying to tell someone a story. I'm trying to come up with a 20-minute story. What do I want to do? Do I want to entertain them? Do I want to have a poignant message at the end of it? No, if someone is standing between me and money or success or, whatever, a bureaucrat in a roadblock position, when I'm telling them the story, I'm thinking, fuck you. You're going to sit here with me for 25 fucking minutes and you're gonna listen to my sad story. Okay, so you get this person on the phone, you go, dude, you use that voice. They hear that voice all day. They can't tell that you're making this up. Dude, I hurt my leg, bro. I lost my shoe. I was out on the street and I hurt my leg, dude. I was in the hospital for days with my leg and they got me on these pills. I can't afford anything. I can't pay $350. The longer you tell this story, you don't really even have to tell a long story, but it will benefit you in the end. And then the debt collector, they're going to go, okay, sir, well, you can't pay $350 a month. Let me put this light back on. You know, I didn't. I was going to opt for the F-150 Flunga package. It was just too much money. I couldn't justify the extra $70 for the Flunga package, but it comes with these Carl Zeiss lenses over the headlights. So you tell them the story, okay, and make it painful. You're trying to waste this person's time deliberately. And at the end of it, they're going to say, so, I understand, sir. So you can't do $350 a month. What can you do? How much can you do? This is Nick's tactic. This changed my life. You go like this. You go, geez. I don't know, $3? They'll fucking let you pay $3 a month. I still owe thousands of dollars. Visit MDEGsDudeFinancial.com for more details on how to make up more sob stories for your creditors.
Afghani also tried to, at one point, to, in a way, switch sides and offer his services to Russia in 1888, but this apparently did not work out. The Russians weren't interested, so he went back to London and again found himself under British tutelage. He plunged himself into a world that included a swirling mix of freethinkers, Masons, Gnostics, mystics, Sufis, experimenters in religion, and Orientalists. So if we think of Rudyard Kipling, The Man Who Would Be King, or his other works like Kim, which I've not yet read, but as I understand, relates to all these same intrigues, especially when we think of the character Harry St. John Philby and T.E. Lawrence. These are the major spy masters sort of running this whole show from the shadows. As we shall see, E.G. Brown was a teacher and friend of the powerful, including two leading British operatives, Harry St. John Philby and T.E. Lawrence, during Britain's intense engagement in the Middle East during World War I. Brown specialized in cult movements and Sufism. This is where we get the nobility of the British and their long fascination with Sufism. Even Prince Charles is himself a fan of Sufism. Another split off I was not aware of, and I do know quite a bit about cults and religions. The Baha'i come out of this cauldron, and I did not know this. Baha'i now are, of course, sponsored by the UN. They're very much a new agey flavored version of a lot of this, but I did not know it sprung from the same roots. Dreyfus says, Brown's Persian teacher was Mirza Muhammad Bakir. Having wandered through half the world, wrote Brown, and learned half a dozen languages, and successively having been a Shiite, a dervish, which is a Sufi, a Christian, an atheist, a Jew, Bakir had finished by elaborating a religious system of his own, which he called Islamo-Christianity, or what we know today as Chrislam. The two became close, and Brown, inspired by the works of an eccentric specialist in the religions of Central Asia, Joseph de Gobineau, delved into movements like the Baha'i. So the rise of the Baha'i faith is the work of Brown. Brown became perhaps the chief publicist in the West for the Baha'i. We think of Dwight from The Office, Rainn Wilson. Dwight is a member of the Baha'i faith. So the universalism behind this syncretistic blend of religions is the appeal that it has for the global strategist. Because in order to have a religion that's effective on a global scale, that's controllable, it needs to have a universal appeal. So the blender approach to all this, and the obvious presents itself as useful to entities like the UN. So we can see why the UN would like Baha'i or some of these other New Agey type movements. And again, this is kind of what's going on in the background with the Muslim Brotherhood. They're influenced by all the same streams. Persian Freemasonry figures into this as well as an influence. And Afghani would at times speak openly about the chameleon-like Afghani seem to believe in combining a simple version of Islam for the public and the simple-minded in a top-down syncretistic one-world religion above it. So even Dreyfus, himself a liberal, I'm sure not any kind of open conspiracy theorist, even though there's quite a bit of conspiracy in this book, speaks pretty clearly about the creation of a one-world religion. And again, this goes perfectly with all the other 20th century blendings of religion with the UN, and we think of the Rockefeller support of the World Council of Churches and the United Nations and their UNESCO plans to blend everything into a amorphous blob to give us all some monoculture religion. So Philby and Al-Afghani, Dreyfus writes, have the intention to control Islam in the global chessboard, a gigantic chessboard, he says. If listeners and readers think of past discussions that we've had from my buddy James Kelly, or if we think of the Orthodox writings about Islam, and particularly Augustinianism, we can think of absolute divine simplicity and the idea of that the Godhead, God, is ultimately sort of an impersonal divine essence, and that's our primary characteristic for how we think about God, is as an impersonal essence, whereas the Eastern view is very much that God is personal. The Orthodox, the Muslim doctrine of Tawheed, the radical monotheism, ultimately ends up in a kind of Unitarianism. Even Dreyfus talks about this. And so this same idea of the radical transcendence of God at the expense of divine immanence is what results in this viewing of God as ultimately only an impersonal essence or force. And that's the chief flaw of Augustinianism and Thomism. Even though they do profess a personal God, the essentialism and the Greek impersonal philosophy that undergirds it sacrifices divine immanence on the altar of transcendence. So this radical unity of God, radical divorce of the divine from the natural world, of course, as I've said in many articles and discussions, is what gives us in the West the Enlightenment and the free thinking and the secularism in which we now live, which of course leads to nihilism and destruction. Thus, with Islam, we can see an example of this same trek or tendency in its Muslim Brotherhood manifestations, at least, but ultimately this is a pillar doctrine of Islam itself, the radical transcendence of God, with not much to say in terms of immanence. And thus, the ultimate, this radical divine simplicity is also what we find with perennialism and the perennial traditionalism. My main criticism of it would be, though I obviously like many of its writers, my main criticism is that it would be what we end up with in Aldous Huxley's book, The Perennial Philosophy, a kind of Auguste Comte created, manufactured civil religion, which is ultimately worshiping an impersonal, unknowable force. So basically just atheism. And that's what we see with a lot of the leaders of this Muslim Brotherhood. They're secretly atheists. They don't really believe in this stuff. But Al-Afghani, as well as Philby, played the role of Islamic convert. And they did this to gain favor with the Sauds, to set up the Sauds in Saudi Arabia as the British colony in the region, if you will. Now enter the Rothschilds. They played a role in this in terms of funding this cause. Churchill was involved in drawing up a lot of these borders with the creation of Iraq, Jordan. Philby met with Ibn Saud in 1916, and this is where we would get the creation of the Saudi state. Philby, then a junior officer, worked with Cox and with the legendary explorer and super spy Gertrude Bell, whose intimate knowledge of Arabian tribal lore and the genealogies of its families, along with her expert linguistic abilities, made her an essential member of the team. Cox dispatched Philby to meet Ibn Saud in 1916. While London was mobilizing the Meccans against the Turks in Western Arabia, Philby was assigned to Marshal al-Saud against another warlord clan, al-Rashid. And again, when all this ended, they just installed these guys as kings of different sections, carved it up. All of this, of course, under the guise of democracy, which is kind of funny. Fake democracy. Philby, in his psyop style, says, "The Arab is a democrat, and the greatest and most powerful Arab ruler is proof of it. Ibn Saud is the greatest democrat." So the brutal Saudi kings don the title of democrat. So as this progresses and the Muslim Brotherhood spreads, there's a reaction from the Soviets and the East in terms of funding whatever might work to stop this. And that would be Arab nationalism and communism, socialism, secularism.
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? How y'all is, right?
Yeah. You know who this is. This is your boy right here, right? This is your boy, the Cooper Truther, right? You know what I'm saying? Also known, a.k.a. the Snaps from back in the day, right? Y'all, it's time for my new show. I want to thank, first of all, the WB for giving me this opportunity, right? But for real, basically what we're going to do up in here is we're just going to talk about, issues of the day. And we're going to set it straight. We're going to set it right, get it right, set it tight. We're going to discover some knowledge up and we're going to drop some knowledge bombs right here on your brains, right? But for real, I got, mad issues, that I want to talk about to y'all. And one of the first things I want to talk to y'all about is, I want to talk about girls, the ladies. I want to talk about, getting your drink on, right? I want to talk about, 9/11 truth, right? The truthers, right? They call I'm the Cooper Truther, right? For real though. Give a shout out to my boys out there. All right. The other thing I want to talk about, and then we're gonna do a little bit. We're gonna change it up for y'all. We're going to have to do a little trivia, okay? So, again, to increase that knowledge, to educate y'all. All right, let's get into it. Lately, I was like, I need a grill, all my boys that got grills, right? So I was like, how am I going to get a grill? So I ran it up to the, ortho whatevers. And I was like, how much y'all got to throw down for y'all's, platinum plan or whatever? And they was like, we don't know what you talking. I'm like, how you not understand what I'm talking, boy? I mean, that's like, what language is this, I'm just trying to be true, keep to who I is, to keep to my, my culture, my people, right? So anyway, I did get a grill. But it was not the grill that I originally had planned it. So I wanted to just have showed y'all what it be, right? So they didn't have gold and they ain't had no, silver. So I had to get the aluminum plan, right? I'm on the aluminum plan. Now people will be asking me, Truth, where you get your truth? And that's going to play in a little bit later when we talk about 9/11 truth, right? Moving on, I want to talk to you all about how to lay it down for the ladies, right? Because a lot of my boys out there be like, Truth, how you be getting all them girls? So I got a patented method, right? You don't need to buy them books at the bookstore. All you got to do is follow my method. You're going to let it right here on the WB from your boy right here, Cooper Truther, right? The first thing I do is I have a shirt that I wear. That's basically my lucky shirt. And I wear this shirt. And it's a conversational starter, right? So basically, it's like, I roll like this. I'll be like, girl, you like my shirt? And she be like, damn, baby got back. So it's a mind trick because now she already done complimented me. You see, she already have been tricked into complimenting me, and it's a mind game already, blowing your mind game. That's a blowing your mind game. Next, let's say you was eating, or not eating, but you decided to be eating. And so what you had did was, you bring a sandwich with you, where the girls is at, the club, whatever, it don't matter, right? You got your bread, right? Looks like an innocent bread sandwich. True. The girl rose up and be with like, Truth, why had you be eating a bread sandwich with no meats or nothing? Basically, it's simple. Girl, this is a mind game on you. I go ahead and tell her this is a mind game. And I'll be like, this ain't a bread sandwich, but it is a bread sandwich. How do that be? Because it's a bread bread sandwich. Oh, girl. Yeah, you are guaranteed, yo, at least, you know, a phone number up her name right there. You know what I'm saying? And you can go ahead and take a bite out if you want to. That would be like, you know, crazy, you know what I'm saying? Girls like that, right? All right, next up, we're going to talk about how to get into the club. You know, because some clubs is elite, you know. How you get up in there, man? Well, I'm going to help y'all get y'all game, right? Some people would be trying to make a fake IG. That is not necessary. It's simpler than that. You ain't even got to make a fake one. Because here's what I had did. I roll up, and the bouncer be like, let me see your ID. I pull this out. I'll be like, boom, I'm a secret agent. I work for the British government. How you gonna turn me down? Right? How you gonna turn Bond down? You can't, right? It's that easy, y'all. It's that simple, right? It's a mind game. Playing mind games on the mind, on the level of mind. All right, what else are we gonna talk about? We've been talking about the club. We're gonna talk about drink now. Let's say you want to get your drink on with a girl, and you was getting your drink on, but the girl was like, you rolling up, and that girl like, I ain't having that. I ain't trying to hear that. Well, all you have to do is have a strange thing about your drink, and when she be like, what is you drinking? All you have to do is say, oh, drink. And see, it is like a command. You have already commanded her to drink, because she said, what are you drinking? And what I had to do was replaced it and put drink. And so it's like subliminal, right? And it's telling her, drink. And then, you in, baby. You in, baby. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to help y'all out. The other thing about drink I want y'all to know is there's a lot of rumors going around that you supposed to pour it right or whatever. Here's what you do, okay? What you want to do is get the most suds as possible. So you hold your burr up like this right here. And so basically you got all of this fizz, and that acts that cleans the grip. It's like your grill gets a bubble bath, you know? All right, moving on. If your face gets a bubble bath, who don't want their face to have a bubble bath? Nobody. Moving on, we're going to talk about, this is the time of the show where we test how far we have come. What's the ratings? Let's see what our ratings are. Let's see what the temperature is. Oh, it's red hot. Yeah, I thought y'all appreciate that. All right, moving on, we're going to talk about 9/11 Truth. Now, what I had did was for y'all, because the truth movement needs some help from me, I had sketched out what happened. And basically, everybody's wrong. And I figured this out when I was playing some video games, yo. What happened was, it had comes in at an angle, not straight. That's what everybody's messing up. Finally, last bit of the show, we're going to talk about, we're going to do a little trivia, right? And so y'all don't think I'm lying. Here's the question. What was the scarecrow in Wizard of Oz lacking? What do you think, a brain? No. An ass.
Yeah. What's up, y'all? How y'all is? Like, yeah. You know who this is. This is your boy right here, right? This is your boy, the Cooper Trooper, right? You know what I'm saying? AKA the Snaps from back in the day, right, y'all? It's time for my new show. I want to thank, first of all, the WB for giving me this opportunity, right? But for real, basically what we're going to do up in here is we're just going to talk about, issues of the day. We're going to set it straight, we're going to set it right, get it right, set it tight. You're going to discover some knowledge up there. We ain't just know bombs right here in your brain, right? But for real, I got, okay, like, you know, mad issues, okay, that I want to talk about to y'all. And like one of the first things I want to talk to y'all about is, you know, like, I want to tell the young girls, you know, the ladies. I'm going to talk about, you know, getting your Drake on, your Drake, right? I'm going to talk about, getting in like, 9/11 truth, right? The troopers, right? They call, I'm the Cooper Trooper, right? For real though. Give a shout out to my boys out there. All right, the other thing I want to talk about, and then we're going to do a little bit, and we're going to change it up for y'all. We're going to have to do a little trivia, okay? So, again, to increase that knowledge, you know, to educate y'all. All right, let's get into it. Lately, you know, I was like, you know, I need a grill, you know? all my boys, they got grills, right? I ain't got a grill, so I was like, how am I going to get a grill? So I ran it up to the, you know, Ortho whatevers, and I was like, you know, how much y'all got to throw down for y'all's, you know, like platinum plan or whatever, and they was like, we don't know what you talking. I'm like, how you not understand what I'm talking, boy? What? I mean, it's like, what language is this, you know? I'm just trying to be real true, keep true who I is, you know, to keep to my, you know, my culture, my people, right? So anyway, I did get a grill, but it was not the grill that I originally had planned it. So I wanted to just have showed y'all what it be, right? Look at that. And it had gold, and it ain't have no, you know, silver. So I had to get the aluminum plan, right? I want aluminum plan. Now people be asking me, Truth, where'd you get your tooth? And that's gonna play in a little bit later when we talk about it. Now to let the truth.
A Reflection on the Bible by Matthew McConaughey. Well, you know, Joe Cyrus out here is just sitting here in front of me, and, you know, when I read the Bible, you know, it's like, I don't know what to do with that burning bush. You know, I don't know what to do with a talking donkey. I don't know what to do with a burning, talking bush in front of me. I mean, what do I do with that? And it's like the word unbelievable. You know, I don't like that word. You know, I don't believe in that syntax and that grammar. You know, maybe you do. That's all right, but you know, when I see a burning bush, you know, what do I do with that? I don't know. Or like if I'm walking down the road and I see a floating axe head, what do I do with that? There's a lot of philosophy stories, but what do I do with, you know, something flying dragons in space? You know, one time I took a Lincoln into space, and the book of Revelation says maybe there's a dragon flying in space. I don't know what to do with that. I just kind of, you know, I let that flying dragon have the middle lane, and I just kind of took the park lane and let him fly on by. So, you know, when I read the Bible, what do I do with that? You know, I don't know what to do. This is Matthew McConaughey, and thanks for hearing me out.
Dyerwave.
3.
Our anthropology is not derived by human psychology or, empirical data from MIT or something like this. It's derived from the revealed aspect of what we see in Christology. And so there's no real way to diagnose man's problem and to understand man and man's anthropology, as I said, without the right theology.
We are the image of God.
Dyerwave.
3.
Dyerwave
3.
Architecture reflects the soul and the spirit of the people. And so therefore you can see the degeneracy, the degradation, and the loss of aesthetics, the loss of the idea of there being harmony, order, symmetry in aesthetics connected with the loss of a coherent worldview and philosophy.
Dyerwave
3.
Dyerwave.
3.
Dyerwave.
3.
Science comes out of medieval universities. This may be totally lost on modern people, but no, actually modern science comes out of universities. Guess where universities come from? Byzantium. What is the theology of Byzantium? Orthodoxy. The longest running empire, the most successful economic empire in the history of the world was Orthodox. It was Byzantium. So we give universities, we give civilization, all these things come from the treasures of Orthodoxy. So I would say that we can prove that our morals, our theology is from God. I'm not saying this just because of history it proves it. I was just rebutting certain points that he made about history. We've actually built civilization. Canon law is very important in the history of law. History of law theory. Universities come from Orthodoxy. So when we reject dialectics and dialectical tensions and the presuppositions of dialectics, which are the very root of all Gnostic systems, are all built on dialectical tensions and the assumptions of dialectics, all the way back to Plato. When we reject that, what we're left with is a unique revealed anthropology and a unique metaphysic, a unique worldview, a unique ethic that is not just in theory, it's actually been proved and stamped into history in the longest empire in the world.
Dyerwave.
3.
We've learned so much. If you've been on the Jay's Analysis ride, a lot of you guys are new. I understand. That's cool. Glad to have you here. But some of you have been with me for the long haul. In fact, there are some who've been with Jay's Analysis for 10 years, reading it back in the day. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Welcome. You're listening to Jay's Analysis, and it was high time that we responded to the last week. Actually, the last week was the week of the haters, wasn't it? It was not just this dude and that dude. There's actually about 7 haters that went on a bender. Now, I'm not going to name any of them, and I'm not going to give them the attention that they want, because a lot of these people just want subs, and they just want to cause trouble. But one thing I've noticed is the tendency, so we're going to be talking about a lot of different things today that will hopefully be a learning experience. We're going to cover the sections of St. Athanasius. I wrote a lengthy essay yesterday, about 15-page essay, in response to these absurd misuses of De Decretis. And I also will be responding to some other issues that relate to eternal manifestation, namely Eric Ibarra and the mistaken arguments that Eric has made over the last few years that he and I have, or I guess a year and a half, 2 years that he and I have off and on had exchanges. So, first of all, I would say it's not necessary to alert me. Like, I already know when anybody makes, a hater video. I have the magic ability to almost automatically know. I can literally teleport to where haters are attacking. And beyond that, I have been doing this kind of alternative media stuff for 12, 13 years. So I'm an old pro at this. I know all about how haters operate, how to handle all this stuff. And most of the time, it's not worth giving any attention to. Really, it's only worth responding to or giving attention to when there is an illustrative principle that you can derive from it or show and illustrate to others. So the first one I want to talk about is that if you're new to religious circles or churches, or especially churches that claim to have apostolic succession, one of the things that you'll run into is the phenomena of the wandering bishops. So it's worth talking about this just for a little bit because it actually ties into the intelligence world. The Episcopi Vagantes, this is the non-canonical world, the dark, seedy underworld, and yes, it is a dark, seedy underworld, of the wandering bishop phenomena. And the Wikipedia article is pretty good. It'll give you a good introduction on this. Again, not that Wikipedia is always right, but as you delve into this and you learn about the history, for example, of the Sedevacantists, and if you trace the history of the Sedevacantist movement back to their origins and how, typically speaking in our day, people just kind of latch onto this as an online movement, you'll notice all the same patterns and trends that I dealt with in my cult video. So we have to be careful not to fall prey to cults and following anybody like a cult. That's why I direct people, of course, to find a local church that is good. I don't say follow me. I don't say that I'm the final arbiter on orthodoxy. I don't even represent any orthodoxy in any official capacity. I am a layman who puts forth his studies and his research in the stuff that I've looked into for the last 10 to 20 years, depending on what topic. If it's the issues of the essence, energy, distinction, absolute divine simplicity, and Thomism, that's a topic that I've studied for 10 years. If it's the issues of biblical theology, I've studied that for 20 years. So when people just say off the cuff, there's no way that guy could have read thousands of pages of Augustine. That is coming from a place of envy because, number one, I am not 20 years old. I'm much older than 20 years old, even though I may look young. And throughout my 20s, I absolutely did read thousands of pages of Augustine and Aquinas because that was my life. I ate, slept, and breathed that stuff. In fact, I wanted to be a monk in my 20s. And, of course, being disillusioned with Roman Catholicism, I think most of you guys know kind of the path that I took religiously, and I've covered that in my Why I Converted to Orthodoxy video, and I lay out all the flaws and the mistakes that I made over the years. Okay, so this is not a cult. We aren't running an operation where, you have to obey me. But one thing that does happen as your channel starts to grow, and anybody who works in or does media type stuff will tell you, is that eventually along the way, one of the unfortunate requirements is that you have to have a short attention span for haters and trolls. So you basically completely sever ties with these people. If you follow the Boiler Room or Jay's analysis over the last, say, 4 years, and there have been people who followed, the stuff that I've done for even longer than that, because I was blogging 10 years ago even. But even if you followed for the last 2 or 3 years, then you know of people that we parted ways with on Boiler Room, people that we didn't get along with, people who kind of lost their shit, went nuts, and so we had to sever ties with them. I'm not going to name names because there's no point in dredging up old controversies. Other individuals who have set out to seek to perpetually harass me, and I've had to get involved in legal counseling on those kinds of situations, at least a couple of those so far. I'm sure in the future there will be more cases of targeted and intentional harassment where I do have to involve legal stuff. But it should be known that, any time that, and I'm not even that famous, I'm not that popular, 36,000 is a decent sized YouTube channel, but there's a lot more to grow to say, before anybody can say, oh, I'm famous, or anything like that. But even still, you do get really weird people who form weird obsessions. And if you don't operate the way they want you to, they'll try to manhandle you. And if you don't do what I want, if you don't come on my podcast, if you don't do things the way I want, I'm going to set out to destroy you. These kind of really sensitive, messed up people. And it's just unavoidable that you do have those kinds of people. At the same time, you also have people who are kind of the Fed troll type stuff. That does occur. That's a topic that I've studied for many years also. I've been involved in writing about and documenting that kind of stuff for my books, for my work, for the videos that I do, for the TV show we did, even to a degree when it was applicable to certain films and TV shows that we covered. So you have this other angle that a lot of people aren't aware of either, where you have individuals who will try to basically, I'm trying to find the show that we did where we covered this in depth. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. So I'm going to say, if you're not familiar with the way this whole world of idiots and goofuses works, it's always helpful to familiarize yourself with this field, because it's a real thing. This whole world of like the trolls and the paid sock puppets and the fake accounts and the bot and all that stuff. It does exist, and they will, harass channels, and they will pick people. And we did a great episode of Sunday Wire, I think a couple of years ago, called COINTEL Deception Tactics. And even though the COINTEL program is long gone, all of those same kinds of tactics and means and methods still exist. They didn't go away. They're still very present. So we have to be a little, we have to be wise about how we understand these things and how these things go down. And there's not always one bad guy, right? There's not just the, quote, Illuminati who's going to, take anybody who questions them down. There are multiple players, multiple power blocks, multiple different interest groups that might have an interest in trying to disrupt people and their message or whatever they're doing. So what was interesting was that this week we saw a pretty heavy barrage of very strange, bizarre, some anonymous, some public individuals within 1 week about 6 or 7 of them launch a pretty serious attempt at trying to undermine or trying to refute or come against Jay's analysis and the stuff I'm doing. Now, why would they do that? Well, again, I think there are multiple motives here. I don't think that everybody was part of some troll network or anything like that. I do think a couple of those people could have been trolls or feds. I think that's entirely possible given their pedigree and given their history. But we're not going to go into that. We're not going to speculate. We're not going to worry about it because I think it was about this time last year where we had a similar network of individuals in alt media all of a sudden within 1 week all launched into the same coordinated style of attack on the stuff that we were posting and that we were talking about in Boiler Room or on 21 Wire, what Patrick was doing, or different people. And it was all within 1 week. No, so I just think that it's interesting that this week was all within 1 week. And let's talk about the funny thing that got to me was the accusations that I'm a Bolshevik, a Nazi, a CIA fascist, and a Gnostic, and a troll and a shill all at once. Okay, now, again, we all know that anybody who does alternative media, you're going to deal with the people who say this kind of stuff. But what was funny is that this whole crew had it all completely contradictory. So once again, which is what I said last year when we had a similar early spring outbreak. The early spring outbreak of the trolls. They come forth from their hovels early spring, it looks like, in a coordinated, confused, and contradictory accusation. I would be, in fact, the first monarchist Bolshevist. Right. So if you saw the guy who made the video saying that, once again, Dugin is the handler. Dugin's my handler, and I'm a Bolshevik Gnostic, secretly on the payroll of Putin. Now, you know that we did, of course, 2 critiques of Dugin, and we've talked about in the critiques of Dugin the positive and the negative aspects. The positive aspects being that he's one of the few geopolitical writers who does critique Darwin. We also made the point that there do seem to be Gnostic aspects of Dugin's thought. And there's a kind of relativism that I think is worthy of critique. Now, we have actually read Dugin. None of these clowns have, and they don't know what they're talking about. And if you have read Dugin, then you know that my critique is correct, that he does talk about Gnostic elements at the end of Fourth Political Theory, and that I'm correct in my assessment that he is also critical of Darwinism. So what could you disagree with? And the fact that someone interviews somebody does not make them a paid shill. You also can't assume that because someone interviews someone that they are working together. I have been interviewed on countless shows, some New Age, some Gnostic, some liberal, some leftist, some right-wing, some now neo-pagan. Okay? Does that mean that I affirm neo-paganism because I was on a show that's neo-pagan? Of course not. How many videos and talks do I have refuting Gnosticism and neo-paganism? Countless. Okay, well, not countless, but a bunch, right? I mean, thousands, 20, 10, 20, 30,000 people have listened to these talks, right? So there's no, I mean, it's just utterly, patently absurd to call me a Gnostic when not even 3 or 4 months ago I did an entire talk on St. Irenaeus' book Against the Gnostics, okay? Utterly ridiculous. And so most of the time, but this is the way kind of the troll network does, that it relies on just kind of the passing confusion through half-truths, through white propaganda, gray propaganda, which might contain some truth. Oh, he's into Orthodoxy. Well, he must be a spy of the Russian government. Now, the other absurdity I want to mention about this, too, is that are we suddenly in the alternative media sphere, have we forgotten the surveillance capabilities of the government and the state? They know everything. Everything on the internet is public to them, I'm saying. So they know who you're talking to. They know who you converse with. They know who your contacts are on Skype and on Instagram and Telegram and Instant Messenger XYZ and Yo MySpace. They know how your MySpace is pimped up. anything on the internet is known by the establishment surveillance people, and everyone knows this. So the idea that there are all of these Russian trolls everywhere, or that I am some sort of magical spy I'm basically the greatest master spy ever, because I'm at once a Bolshevik and a CIA, and a Zionist and a Nazi all at once, right? Total nonsense, right? The idea that I could be doing all this and that like people don't know where, all the transactions are traced, right? So there's no Russian money coming in. It's utterly retarded. No, the reason for all these attacks is because the stuff that I'm putting out is good and the material is good, and I am knocking down all those who come against these arguments and this material like a nuke bomb, right? I mean, the debates with the atheists, they're nuclear, right? People are not buying atheism, and there's a lot of people invested in not wanting these narratives to crash. I'm the only person who's out here calling out. Now, there were other websites that talked about different connections, but there aren't other people talking about the way that churches are subverted through foundations. How many people are talking about that? Not very many. So, yeah, of course they're going to be mad, because I'm talking about real stuff. I'm not talking about aliens, and I'm not talking about creatures in bunkers and all that bullshit. I'm telling you about how the world really works, and I'm not just doing it. I'm doing it in a fun, effective way, right? And that's why people are getting mad. Other people are jealous because they have 200 subscribers, and we have 36,000 here. We have, at the website, 36,000 followers at the website. 10,000 on Twitter or whatever, so on and so forth. So people are mad because, I'm a boomer and I've been involved in doing apologetics since 1998. And the guy didn't even know what my position on Thomas and Aquinas was, right? He says that this guy says, oh, you're a Thomist. You argue like a Thomist. So then people send him the countless talks against Thomism, and he says, oh, you must be part of the Romanites cult. So then they send him the critique of Romanites, and he says, oh, well, you must just be a Calvinist then. So these people have no idea what they're talking about. They don't have a clue. These people aren't trained in philosophy. They're not trained in logic and rhetoric and debate. I am. Now, I don't think that ultimately academic training is that big of a deal. But if you notice that sometimes I don't take debates and I don't engage with people who operate this way, this is why. Because if you've not taken philosophy, if you're not trained in philosophy, then you don't know how to conduct formal debates. You don't know how to conduct actual debates. Now you might say, well, but you weren't always perfect and nice in all your debates. Yeah, because if it's blood sports, no, I'm not going to be perfect and nice, because that's more of an entertainment style of debate. That's not a formal debate. When it was Kokesh, that was a formal debate. Timed replies, timed responses, Q&A, and crossfire. Right? Warski Live, not a formal debate. Come on. Now, at other times, so in other words, the audience, the context, that's going to determine, right, when it's going to be what. Now, we have tried to set up some other debates this week with people who actually would matter and who would be worth debating, like Dr. Robertson Jenis. So there was some discussion of the possibility of debating him. Now, think about it. What am I going to put my time into? Am I going to put my time into debating clowns in a trailer park, another clown in a trailer park that created his own little cult, his flat earth cult? Am I going to debate a guy in another trailer park in Minnesota who is in a 5-person jurisdiction who excommunicates people in another 5-person jurisdiction? No, I'm not going to waste my time debating any clowns of that stature who literally just make videos bitching about the intro music. Now, the intro music, by the way, is not made by me. That's made by, it started as a joke, by the way. I made a joke about Dyerwave, and they started making Dyerwave. And it's called synthwave. It's retrowave. It's only one of the hottest things on the internets of the last 5 years that the boomer crowd doesn't get. It's just a weird aesthetic, dude. Right? It's like vaporwave. It's kind of a critique on throwaway pop culture. Right? It's dystopian. It's anti-consumer. right? It's while it's consumerist, right? That's the point of vaporwave. That's the point of synthwave. It's critique of critique. At least that's what it was kind of when it started. There's a great documentary on vaporwave I recommend watching online if you can find it on YouTube. Right? So of course the boomer doesn't get that. Boomers are humorless and they're, whatever. But now if it's somebody RC apologist, of course I'm not necessarily going to take that dude too seriously. Right? That guy's arguments were terrible. And if you're going to descend in the debate to being ridiculous, then no, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take Ask Yourself seriously, right, with his goofy debates. But now if it's somebody with a PhD, somebody who is, a respectable argument type of guy, I would obviously have much more respect for somebody like Dr. Robertson Jenis. And we talked about, somebody who was messaging him. I wasn't messaging him directly, but there was a guy saying, hey, would you debate him on the Filioque? And I think, I'm told at least, his response was, I said, no, it needs to be absolute simplicity. And so he wanted to just debate the Filioque. Well, I don't think you can just debate the Filioque straight out. I mean, I've studied that topic for 10 years, and I know how the debate goes, and the Filioque is built on absolute simplicity. That's the real root of the Filioque, not let's, look at this church father and see if he's talking about the Filioque. Is it economic? Is it, in what sense is he using it? Economic sending of the Spirit or the hypostatic origin, right? So, anyway, you'll notice, again, all of the accusations this week were completely retarded. And again, the establishment, the system, they already know who you're talking to, right? They know who works for who. They know who's affiliated with who. If you look at the times that any actual Russian spies were ever busted, like, it happens every now and then. They're running some little operation, in New Jersey where there's like 10 Russian spy ring caught and busted, okay? There's absolutely no large-scale media operation in my neck of the woods that I'm part of that's some Russian spy ring. I've never been to Russia. I know a Russian analyst named Mark Hackard. We've done many shows together. Do you think that people don't know who Mark Hackard is? Do you think that he puts his material out there? He's written for Tacky's Mag in the past. You think people don't know who he is? Utterly ridiculous. Patrick Henningsen openly works for RT, right? You're not sleuthing some powerful, magical, journalistic award through figuring out that Patrick Henningsen works for RT when he's on frickin' RT every other day. Okay, it's just stupid. So, what else do we want to talk about? Now, one of these sites, by the way, that was engaged in, I'm not going to say what the site is, but actually was engaged in constant harassment and attacks for the last 2 years. One of these individuals, by the way, is now no longer with us, who spent most of his time attacking me. He has moved on, and now that website has moved from being a flat earth neo-Nazi site, yes, that constantly attacked Jay's analysis, to now becoming an Aryan spirituality KKK vegan site. So let's look at the quality of the opponent of the attackers. Let's look at the credibility of the people that attack the stuff that we do. Okay, I mean, we work with people who have literally met with Assad and who've worked in Syria with Assad. Okay, Vanessa Beeley did that. I went to the UK and I spoke with Patrick and other people in the UK alternative media, very well-known people. Right, Ian Crane, people like that. Do you think these aren't known people? Of course they're known, right? I've been in that documentary with Oliver Stone and Sean Stone, right? Do you think that people don't know who Oliver Stone is and who Sean Stone is? Do you think that all of this would be going on, that it'd be making a TV show with Jay Widener at Gaia, that it would be on Amazon, and that it would be on, all these different streaming sites? If I was a Russian agent and if I was working with any of these clowns? Of course not. Don't you think they would have in the run up to trying to find somebody that they could pin some Russian spy ring on, don't you think they would have trotted out people? Of course they would have. I'm talking about with the Trump thing. What's the best they came up with? Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi. Have I ever had any connection with Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi? No, of course not. So it's all just nonsense. And you'll notice, though, what I'm trying to get at is that the mainstream fake narrative is the exact same ones that the troll networks borrow from. They borrow from the mainstream media, New York Times type narratives, and they just rehash them, and they come up with all this nonsense that if you go to this or that church, like Americans are dumb, so they think that if you go to a Russian Orthodox church, you're a bunch of Russian spies, as if the entire American government doesn't spy on everybody in the Russian churches. Of course they know who's going to a Russian church. This is ridiculous. Come on. This is so dumb. Anyway, so we will be taking super chats, but I wanted to point out that most of the time, troublemakers are people that will be in these non-canonical troublemaker shit stirrer circles, the cauldron of shit stirring, known as the Wandering Bishop Circle. Now, when I was attending the Latin Mass back in my 20s, when I was a trad Catholic, I was introduced to this idea. It was all new to me. I didn't know anything about this crazy stuff. Because, of course, the sedevacantist world, much of it traces its lineage in their kind of legalistic, magical view of sacramental validity to these consecrations of these creepers and kooks in the world of sedevacantism. Somebody like Archbishop Nego Din Tuk, right? And this is the Tuk line of consecration for the sedevacantists. Now, funny, interesting little tidbit, Bishop Tuk went from being an advocate of, I think, women in the priesthood to magically a sedevacantist. So one of the things that sets orthodoxy over against all this kind of stuff is that there's not a magical view of the sacraments. You don't magically retain some priesthood that gives you magical powers just because you went through some rite, right? And we don't believe that. That is the legalism of the Roman ex operate view. And it's quite foolish, actually, because it leads to the stupid conclusion that Satanists will actually go and try to get valid ordination from a validly ordained priest, even if they're a sedevacantist, so that they can confect the Eucharist, so that they can blaspheme it. This is how retarded this is. Like, literally, if a sedevacantist who had valid orders ordains a Satanist, so that the Satanist can go and confect the Eucharist, so that he can desecrate it, it's all valid. That is utterly ridiculous. That is nothing but magical nonsense. No. So the Orthodox view is neither Donatist nor ex operato. It's holistic. You have to be in the faith, and you have to also go through the rites. But the rites aren't magical. There's no magical indelible mark that's put on the soul through the rite of ordination that gives you the Jesus is always present, confecting the Eucharist through you, even if you become a Satanist. That's utterly ridiculous. And that only became the norm after the Frankish period in the West, right, when you had the split of the East and the West. Anyway, so if you are in the circles of wandering bishops and kooks, and again, the Episcopi Vagantes world is essentially like that of alt media in the sense that much of it is, and again, there's sincere people in these worlds that are duped, right? But you'll most of the time find that the leader, the guru, is a crook, a shady person, and falls under all of the categories that I listed in my cult video. And you can find plenty of people who went into this world. Now, I did at one time know a sedevacantist priest, and I one time went to a sedevacantist mass. So I can speak with some familiarity with that world. But no, I will never. You might as well just stay home, right? I mean, if you live somewhere where your canonical church is so corrupt that you can't go, you might as well stay home and do what you can, in your own home, at your own hearth, your own icon altar, rather than be involved in this world of spooks, kooks, and crooks, because that's all that world is. And I assure you of that. Much of the alternative media world is spooks, kooks, and crooks. So we can't fault people for being suspicious. But again, most of the time, if you watch people, what you'll see their development over time and over the years. Usually within 1 to 2 years, it becomes evident if somebody is a phony. If they're phony balonies, you'll have maybe a year or 2 year period where they put out a lot of truth, and then they go crazy. Then they light the fire, right? Then it goes batshit crazy, right? You're going from, let's look at flat Earth, and maybe flat Earth's true. And a year and a half, 2 years later, it's, there's, Hitler was correct, and there's bases, and, we're going to start a new Reich or some nonsense like this, all of which is completely stupid. But that's also another technique that feds or plants or literal lunatics will do, is they will lead you down a garden path. They'll start you with a little bit of this, and they'll talk about a lot of truth, and then, you can look at the history of cases of the way that militia groups have worked, right? And militias are nothing but a bunch of retards who are duped by the feds all the time. Just like the people who get into the Klan, just like the people who get into the Black Panthers, just like the people who get into the neo-Confederate groups, they're all being duped. And yes, many of those people are just sincere, they're idealistic, and they're dupes. Just like the people who are used in the radical mosques. They're dupes. How long have we been talking about that? The entire time we've been here doing this. So don't listen to any of these clowns that try to tell you that that's not true. I know it's true. I have studied it for a long time. I wrote a thesis on it. I know how it works. And again, we cover it in detail in this video that Hesher and I did, where I hosted Sunday Wire, where we talked about the means and methods of how groups are co-opted and how they're used. Now again, why do you think I'm not involved in any of these dumb political groups? Why do you think I don't go in? Because I know how this works. I'm not 20. I've been watching these things for 10, 12, 13 years. Right? I remember the old days of Patriot Radio in the 90s. Now, I didn't really get into Patriot Radio, but I watched that world. I saw that world a little bit when it was getting going. PatCon. Are you familiar with PatCon? Okay, this was a PSYOP. Now, PatCon comes out of the Cold War, and there was this idea during the Cold War, we'll beam, kind of like Radio Liberty, this kind of stuff. And in Europe, you had Voice of Liberty, Radio Liberty. That was the CIA stuff during the Cold War to beam the message, of Western market liberty and all that into the Soviet sphere. And in the U.S., there was a similar idea of counterintelligence through PatCon in terms of the Patriot Radio, right? Patriot Radio. The whole Patriot Radio world comes out of CIA PatCon conspiracy. So in a way, the entire conspiracy world actually comes out of the CIA PatCon, commie threat type thing, right? So, in the Cold War, it was all conspiracies, right? It was, if you were in the Marxist leftist camp, it was the capitalists are conspiring, to control everybody through the class warfare, right? And if you were in the right wing capitalist side of things, the Ellen Dulles, this kind of stuff. It's the commies are everywhere and they're going to take over. We better have PatCon radio beaming and blasting, the patriotic message of whatever, anti-communist stuff. Now, I'm not saying that communism is true. I'm not saying that capitalism is true. As you know, this is another reason people are too shallow to fathom the complexity and nuance of what we talk about here, which is very easy to figure out if you're even in the slightest bit aware of the last 300 years of Western civilizational development and Eurasian civilizational development, which is that both capitalism and communism and socialism are atheistic. Can you figure that out? Can you figure out that when I say that, that doesn't mean that I'm a communist? That doesn't mean that I'm a socialist. It doesn't mean that I'm a fascist. It doesn't mean that I'm a Marxist. It means that I'm not any of those. Is that very hard to figure out? Can the boomer tier people figure that out? That maybe all of those three systems are wrong? Could that even be possible? Well, actually, for most of the boomer tier people, Cold Warrior types, and by the way, my family is a bunch of Cold Warriors. My uncle was a big time Cold Warrior. Okay, so the idea that I would be a Russian spy is a little more ridiculous. Oh, now we caught him. Now he's CIA. What if maybe I'm Rhodesian intelligence. Maybe it's a wild card you don't even know, and it's just some like African republic that recruited me when I was in college, and I worked for Rhodesia's intelligence, and I just happened to be like the best Rhodesian, Congo, Liberian spy of all time. You know, why does it have to be like? It's like there's only KGB, there's only CIA. What about the vast Rhodesian spy? I'm a swallow for the Rhodesian spy network. I seduce Beyonce for the Rhodesian Liberian spy network. Anyway, so look, we've been here for how long talking about the same stuff? Years. Okay. Vast archives of material. Vast archives of dozens, hundreds of interviews. Pretty much saying the same stuff. Yeah, I've learned some new things in the last year or two. I'm sure there have been similar things. But overall, the message has not been that different. Now, a lot of the radiation clip stuff I didn't know 3 or 4 years ago when I was walking because I was focusing on philosophy and movies back then. And because I branched out, because I found that stuff interesting, what do we do? Do we run to Putin to get a job? No. What do? We started doing our own stuff. Yes. Could you imagine that I actually just read the books and talk about them myself? Right. Do you think I would want to work for a news outlet that's going to tell me what I can and can't say, what I can and can't do? No. Don't you think I prefer? Have you not figured out my psychology enough to know that I want to do what I do, that I want to be my own boss? Right. I mean, a little bit of psychology would tell you if I'm willing to go out there and debate JF, Spencer, any of them, right, then I'm probably not the kind of person who just wants to suck up and find some stupid corporate job. Of course not. So now, is that the psychological profile of a person who wants to suck it up to some foreign government who's going to tell them what they can and can't say? No. That's why I do my own show. That's why I do what I do. That's why I don't talk about Darwinism as if it's the greatest thing in the world. If I was a sellout, the first thing I would sell out about is Darwinism, because nobody believes in creation, dummies. It's a no-brainer. So, none of those people would actually dare have a real debate, right? And that's why they're not even worth interacting with. And like the great PewDiePie says, when your YouTube channel is growing, the trolls get the snowing. It's time to snow them trolls, ignore them, right? Once the YouTube channel starts growing, guess what? Magically, clowns start reaching out. Oh, the clowns want to talk to you, and they want to go do the show with me, and come on my show. Oh, and if you won't do it, oh, now I hate you, and now you're a spy. You're a shill. Yeah, well, number one, I've done this long enough that I can peg who a person is. I know where they're going to take things, how they're going to act after watching them interact for a little while. And by the way, if you find, a lot of you will find that, yes, it is a little harder to get in touch with me, because now, every time that I interact with somebody, it becomes a liability. If I don't do everything perfectly to the satisfaction of anybody that I interact with, they lose their shit, they get mad, and they go on a campaign to try to, denounce you or whatever, right? Really sensitive people, really, really damaged, hurt people or whatever. And I get the craziest damn emails on the planet. You can imagine. Can you imagine the emails that come to me and what people say? Right? I mean, every day there's somebody emailing me, oh, I'm a targeted individual. I come out of, CIA mind control project, booble bobble feeble zobble, and I'm from the underground base. And it's like, come on. Right? And then I have to deal with all these other kooks. So it's a very weird job. And if you find me being a bit curt, If you find me being a bit curt, it's because I have to completely expel the gaseous trolls from my body, from my body politic. So anyway, yes, let's move on to, I'm going to assume that you guys did look at the Episcopi Bacantes world there, and you'll find that it's a bunch of clowns, a bunch of kooks. Don't waste your time in that world unless you are a glutton for punishment. If you're a glutton for punishment, have fun. See you later. You're going to wish that you hadn't gone into that world. Let's move on to the real meat of the discussion. I want to add too that some people also point out that all you do is attack people. You attack people. Really? When 90% of the content and material is lecturing on other people's globalist books, on scripture texts, on ancient philosophy, on modern and medieval philosophy? Really? When that's 90% of the content? Movie analysis? Let's see. Let's count them up. There's a critique of Stefan Molyneux. There's a critique of Father Stephen Freeman. There's a critique of Jordan B. Peterson. There's a critique of Crazy Bartholomew, the Patriarch of Constantinople. And long ago, there was a critique of Joe Atwill. So that makes 5 critiques in years of blogging or video making, producing, right? And out of what? Over 1,000 posts at the website and over, I think I have 700 or 800 videos, including the audios that are on YouTube, right? So that's 5 or 6 out of that? Come on. Get out of here. I'm not always attacking people. Number one, a critique is not an attack. If I critique Jordan Peterson, remember when I did that? His whole cult said, "You're attacking Jordan Peterson." A critique is not an attack, goofus. In fact, I can't think of any of these videos that are an attack. What is an attack? How do you verbally attack someone? Right? No. In every one of the videos, what we did was a point-by-point response or critique. That is not an attack in our hypersensitive world. Now, and you will also find, yes, I am quick to block nowadays. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yes, quick to block. Why would I want to spend? I have limited time during the day. Why would I want to spend it talking to dumb trolls? So let's get on to this meaty essay here. And I spent about 6 or 7 hours typing this up yesterday because I really just wanted to make clear, and as some clown said in the chat about an hour ago, Athanasius is really clear. He teaches absolute simplicity. No, he doesn't. If you were familiar with the entire scope of the argument that he has with the Arians, then you would know that it's the Arians that teach absolute simplicity, and the fact that Athanasius distinguishes the will of God and the essence of God, and the fact that creation is different from generation would let you know that that undercuts his whole argument if you think he taught absolute simplicity. And that's what I prove in my essay, which largely, yes, relies on the argumentation of, and I'll put it in the chat, Father Florovsky. Right. Father Florovsky wrote a famous essay about Athanasius' conception of creation. And of course, Father Florovsky is one of the most famous Orthodox theologians of the 20th century and part of the neo-patristic synthesis, right? One of the solid Orthodox guys who wanted to make sure that we were in line with the Church Fathers and not adopting the modern hierarchical Roman Catholic leftist blah, blah, blah positions on approaching Scripture and tradition. Very well known. Everybody knows who Father Florovsky is. Staniloy, Florovsky, Losky, right? Who do we lecture from and constantly reaffirm here? Those kind of guys. Exactly. Because there's not a whole lot of modern Orthodox theologians that are that great. a handful, right? Generally the ones that are dead, not the living ones. Beware of them. And so I will include that link to that famous paper underneath my essay. It's also linked in the essay, which is, again, Athanasius on the Doctrine of Creation, and what Father Florovsky demonstrates very clearly, lucidly, and eloquently as a premier Orthodox scholar is that the Athanasian distinction between generation and creation was already commonly accepted in the church at his own time. And that is, in fact, the Arians who borrowed the argument of Origen. Because Origen had a pretty strong argument about the subordination of the Son. This is also why it's ridiculous for these clowns to try to resurrect Origen. Origen is a heretic. He's not just condemned because of debate over apokatastasis. He's condemned over multiple councils for multiple reasons. He's condemned for absolute simplicity. He's condemned for reincarnation. He's condemned for the subordination of the Son. He's condemned because he thinks that there are eternal recurring falls because of his doctrine of simplicity. Okay, so Origen is not just some debatable great theologian. No, he's a crucial heretic. He cut his balls off. He's not a saint. You can't cut your balls off. What lunatic cuts his balls off? Lunatics cut their balls off, right? He's a cuck. The apokatastasis, more like it. So if we look at this essay, and I start out by, of course, we will have a little bit of reading too from the book by John Meyendorff, which is a good introduction to, just a good introduction. A great Palamos Orthodox spirituality, because he does contrast here, as some of these clowns have said, the Palamite tradition is yoga. You guys do yoga. What idiocy. What idiocy. Not yoga. And Meyendorff is good on that, because he explains how we don't do yoga. Not yoga, dude. Seraphim Rose has a whole book against yoga. And come on, this is ridiculous. To call this yoga is just total nonsense. And Meyendorff states, the philosophical objection that St. Gregory Palamas was introducing a second and lower God besides the Godhead, Palamas replied over and over and over, that's not correct. No multiplicity of divine manifestations or energies could affect the unity of God, because God is beyond all the categories of wholes and parts. And that's directly out of Dionysius Areopagite and the Divine Names. We did a whole lecture on that. The unity of God and these categories are not defined according to human philosophic terms. In God's essence, he remains unknowable always, but he reveals himself wholly in each energy as the living God. So God is wholly present in his energies, even if it's the energy of providence, right? And you say, well, but if love and providence and mercy are distinct attributes, then how is God wholly present in each one? That's why it's a mystery, bro. That's why it's a revealed doctrine and not a philosophic doctrine. We don't believe it because of the law of non-contradiction applying to the divine essence like the trads want to do. We believe it because it's revealed as so. And that's what I demonstrate in that essay. So I point out, in studying the development of Orthodox tridology from Athanasius onward, confusion can arise by not understanding the overall context of his opponents and their argumentation. This is the crucial aspect to Father Florovsky's essay on the generation of the Son. In fact, most are unaware that the Arians who opposed Athanasius did not do so on the basis of some word like homoousios, but in fact, there was an even more subtle argument that the Arians argued the Son was a product of the will or energy of the Father. Right? That would make the Son a work of the Father. As such, given the simplicity of the Father God, according to the Arians, because they thought that the Father God was the same as the simple essence of God, there could be no real distinction between Father and Son without introducing a division or composition. Do you see that? Do you see that? Right away. The assumption here is a distinction entails division or composition. That's what all the heretics say. Indeed, absolute definitional simplicity is the presuppositional basis for both Origen and the Arians, and where they base their objections. This is covered in numerous Orthodox works, all hammered out so constantly and consistently that for any Orthodox person to disagree with is utterly absurd. Right? Free Choice and Maximus Confessor, God, History, and Dialectic, Father Stanilo's Orthodox Dogmatics, Volume 1, the works of Father Florovsky, right? All very clear on the notion of creation and the divine energies and God's unity and simplicity. Also in the triads. We already did a whole lecture on the triads, didn't we? Of course we did. We did a whole lecture on Lossky. Lossky covers this. However, some will sever a section of Athanasius out of the context of his work De Decretis, intent on proving that Athanasius taught absolute divine simplicity in the Thomistic sense, right? Anachronistically trying to prove that Athanasius taught what Thomas teaches. We're going to show how absurd this is. Not only is this absurd given the entire context of the anti-Arian works being intent on refuting the doctrine of Hellenic philosophic simplicity, we will see that St. Athanasius' proof text paragraph actually refutes them. All right, it's actually a proof for us. From there, we will move on to looking at how the doctrine of God's processions and manifestation developed in precision. So there is a development, for example, from the time of Athanasius into Basil, Gregory, and Gregory. Right? The Cappadocians do develop the theology of the Trinity of person, nature, essence, energy. Right? If you read Basil's letter 38, Basil's letter 234, obviously they develop. Right? If you've read the theological orations of St. Gregory Nazianzus, it develops. If you've read against Eunomius, it has developed. Does development mean Cardinal Newman's evolution of dogma? No, it does not. It just simply means a further precision of the truth already present. So let's look at this paragraph here that is supposedly the knockdown proof, and we will kind of try to work through it. And I will take you through this essay to the beautiful conclusions, and you will see my point. So here's De Decretis 22, which is going to be supposedly the proof that Athanasius taught absolute divine simplicity in the exact same way as Thomas Aquinas. Okay. So he says, if any man conceives God to be compound or an accident in his essence, as in essence, or to have any external envelopment and to be encompassed as if there is anything about him which completes his essence, you see. Now, what did St. Gregory Palamas say? Did he say that the energies complete God? No, he said God is wholly present in every one of his energies. Right? So, that when we say the name God, or when we say the name Father, that we do not signify the invisible, comprehensible essence, but something about it. Okay? Now, does that, when he's saying that, is he contradicting what St. Basil will say in letter 234, or what Dionysius says in the Divine Names, that when we speak of the attributes of God, we signify something about him? No. He's not responding to Basil in the essence energy distinction. He's responding to Arians who think that the Son, right, would be a completion of God, or a further addition to God. You see. This is not the same thing as essence energy distinction. This is about the Son having a subordinate status, right? You have to understand the opponents and what their argument is. And the opponent's argument is that the name God and Father are absolutely simple and identical to this one essence of Godhood, the unbegotten, right? And therefore, if the Son is distinct, then he must be an operation or a work or a will from this simple essence of Father. Now, if you've not read in depth into the Arian controversy, you wouldn't know that. Most people don't know what the actual basis of the Arian argument is. They just know that, Athanasius refuted the Arians, and he said homoousios as opposed to homoousios, right? Of the same essence as the Father, and not of like essence as the Father, right? But that's not the totality of the debate. If it was, then Athanasius wouldn't have written hundreds of pages on this debate, but he did. But look what he says. He says, the name God and Father, by these, we do not signify, that we basically do signify the essence of God and not something about it that completes it, as he said above, then let them complain that the Council of Nicaea stated that the Son was from the essence of God. But let them reflect that in thus considering, now wait a minute, let's stop here for a second. Is the Son from the essence of God in the sense that the common Godhead generates Jesus? Of course not. Right? And he's going to actually explain this in a second. The common Godhead, the common nature, doesn't generate anybody, because that would mean that Jesus generates himself. That would mean that the Holy Spirit generates Jesus, because they all share the common same nature. Nobody believes that. So first of all, their attempt to use this text actually makes Athanasius say something completely ridiculous that nobody believes. Right? So the fact that they want to try to use this to mean that the Son is generated from the essence of God, St. Athanasius goes on here. What does he say? No, he's generated from the essence of the Father. Look what he says. Therefore, skip down a little bit. Well, actually, let's just read through. If God is simple, and he is, it follows that saying God and naming Father, we name nothing as if about him, but signify his essence itself. For though to comprehend what the essence of God is impossible, yet if we understand that God is, and if Scripture indicates him by means of these titles, we, with the intention of indicating him and none else, call him God and Father and Lord. For when he says, I am that I am the Lord God, Exodus 3, when Scripture says that, God, we understand that nothing else by it other than the intimation of his incomprehensible essence itself, and that he is who is spoken of. Oh, now wait a minute. Now when Basil goes to great pains to argue against the Hellenists, and he says that God did not say I'm super essence, right? He's saying the same thing that Basil says, right? It's not it is, it's he is. But it's not false to call God supreme existence. And it's not false to say that the energies of God are natural. They are natural energies. They are energies proper to the divine nature. Right? We said this over and over and over in the section on Christology when we covered St. John Damascus on Christology. But that's not impersonal essentialism. And it's not comprehending the essence of God to define it, you see. So this is an apophatic statement about the essence of God as single, and that each person fully instantiates the essence of God. And that's going to be St. Cyril's term, inhypostatized. Right? That's why that's so important at Ephesus, is because essence doesn't exist in abstract. It always exists in the mode or in the tropos of persons, which we covered in the lectures. So Jesus isn't generated from the common essence of the Godhead. It is proper to speak of Father, Son, or Spirit as God, and all three of them are God, right? So the term God can refer to Father, Son, or Spirit, or it can refer to the Trinity in toto. And given the fact that each one of the divine persons fully instantiates the divine nature, they're not lacking in it, right? The Son doesn't have 75% deity. The Holy Spirit doesn't have 85% deity. No, they're all fully divine. So they all wholly instantiate, W-H-O-L-L-Y, instantiate the divine nature. And this is the consistent teaching of all the Eastern Fathers. There should be no question about this. In fact, the perichoresis, which is the doctrine of the divine indwelling, also proves this, right? The Holy Spirit and the Father fully indwell the Son. The Son fully indwells the Father, as does the Holy Spirit. Right? So obviously that means then that any time you were to talk about any single person of the Godhead, and you were to say the Son is God, it is perfectly fine, right, as long as you understand the context, to understand that that is not a strict identification of nature and person. And that's how all these heretics would have it mean. They would have it mean Sabellianism or modalism, which is utterly ridiculous. That's not what it means. And that's because Jesus isn't generated from some generic essence or the common essence of the Godhead. He's generated from the sole arche and cause of the Godhead, the Father. Right? The Son of God is from the essence of the Father. And again, if we were to say God is the existent one, and we were to say that Exodus 3:14 is a statement about supreme existence, that's fine, as long as we understand that it means he is and not it is, not some super essential impersonal essence. That's what St. Basil specifically rejects, especially when he talks about using the Greek terms for a personal he is, not it is, he is. If we say that God is the one, is that wrong? Well, it's not wrong if I mean that there's only one God, but it is wrong if I mean that the numerical number one is absolutely strictly identical to God. It's not. God is not identical to the numeral one, obviously, right? So in the same way, you have to understand any predicate of God in this same way. And that's what Athanasius is clear to say when he says that though we comprehend the essence of God, though it is impossible to comprehend the essence of God, if we only understand that God is by these titles. So in other words, none of these titles are definitional, right? Essence, nature, goodness, God, loving, merciful, provident, wise. None of those are definitional of the divine nature, because the divine nature supersedes any singular definition. That's why we believe in apophatic theology. However, that doesn't mean that when you name one of the persons that you are not fully naming a fully divine person, that you're not fully naming God. In other words, if I say Jesus, right, I can say I'm naming nothing else than the divine nature when I name Jesus. Does that mean that Jesus is not a distinct person? Then that means Sabellianism? No, of course not. Right. So in other words, you can't take that statement to mean that nature is identical to person, or that all the attributes are identical to one another. And that's what Thomism and absolute simplicity do, right? So this is a fully orthodox definition of divine simplicity. Again, how many times have we stressed, even in I talked about the usage of Aristotle and the terminology of Aristotle in St. John Damascus's book when we covered that. We did the lectures on the Orthodox faith, right? He says there's no accidents in God. God's not compounded. And I said, yes, of course. We believe that. Every church father talks about divine simplicity. Of course they do. This paragraph in De Decretis 22 is perfectly consonant with Orthodox statements on the unicity of God. But let's move on and see what the problem is. Now, if you heard my talks, then you know, again, this is covered in the Defense of the Orthodox Faith. There's absolutely no sense in which God is compounded. He contains no accidents, no form, no division or composition. And that's why St. Gregory of Palamas says the exact same thing. And he gives the same definition of St. Athanasius as to what God's simplicity is. What none of these fathers do, however, is give an absolute definitional sense to simplicity in which all of God's actions are synonymous and isomorphically identified with the absolutely simple essence. So remember when we talked about nature and person? Remember when we talked about inhypostatized? That comes into play here, because if I were to say, when I name Jay Dyer, I name nothing else than human nature itself. Is that a true statement? Yes. Does that mean that my personhood of being Jay is smashed into the common nature of humanity by making that statement? Of course not. But it's not false to say, with the is of predication, that Jay is human nature. It's not false to say that Jesus is the divine nature, as long as we understand that that's not an isomorphic identification. And when he says we name nothing else, all he's trying to do is illustrate rhetorically that the Arians are wrong because they don't think that Jesus has the divine nature. And he doesn't posit a generation or a spiration from the common essence. He posits a generation from the Father. And that's why St. Gregory Nazianzus, directly after him, says that everything that the Father has, the Son has, except for being the sole cause. That's why there's not a double procession of the Holy Spirit. That's why there's no filioque. Because there's only one cause, and it's personal. It's the Father. For us, there is one God, the Father. I believe in one God, the Father Almighty. That's the meaning of the creed. And that's why all the heretics don't even have the creed right. So let's move on to more of this to make this clear about my point about how we predicated God. By the way, what Athanasius says there, you will notice that it's actually worded very similar to things that are in Dionysius as well. And Dionysius obviously teaches the essence-energy distinction, right? Nobody denies that. Right? He talks about you can both say that the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are the divine nature, but they're also hypostatic, and they're also unique and distinct. And that's not a contradiction, because distinction does not entail composition or division. So let's move on here about Athanasius. So we know then that he's not saying that when he says that when we talk about God, we're not speaking about something else other than the divine nature. He says that this is, my argument goes on to say that this is used to distinguish not a person or an energy between the Father and the Son. There's no willing. The Father doesn't counsel whether he will generate the Son. The Father doesn't will, I will will my Son into existence. Right? Because that would mean that their essences are different. No. St. Athanasius argues that the Son is said not merely to be generated from the common essence of the Godhead, which would mean he generated himself, which is absurd, but rather the Son is generated eternally from the Father's essence. Right? It is the Father that is the sole arche and source and cause of the Godhead. And we will see this very clearly as we move into Basil's letters on this topic. Furthermore, not even Roman Catholics think that the Son generated himself, which is absurd. And therefore it is fallacious for Roman Catholic apologists to misuse this passage in such a ridiculous way, such that it means that the common essence of the Godhead is what generated the Son. This is precisely the root cause of all the Orthodox arguments against Roman Catholic views on this matter, because they replace a personal Father as the sole source, fount, and arche of the Godhead, and introduce an impersonal, super simple, definitional essentialism that generates and spirates. In fact, Meyendorff in the book covers that as Barlaam's argument. Right? When Gregor Palamas debates Barlaam, it's about this essentialism. This was the root of St. Photius' mystagogy critique as well, long ago, who called attention to this heresy and correctly located the problem of the double hypostatic procession by introducing essentialism. The Son takes on the Father's role of being cause, as a co-cause of the Spirit. Thirdly, we come to the more useful section for their error, that is in this Athanasius section, which is the attribution of the Father and the Son to the divine essence. Not only is this an Orthodox doctrine, but those that are in error, they mislead by simple word usage and lack of nuance. We have stressed many times that in order to grasp the distinction between nature and person in God and in man, it is necessary to know of the terms and also the later developments in St. Cyril's dispute with Nestorius and at the Council of Ephesus. One of the crucial Cyrillian and Orthodox ideas that emerged was the mode or tropos in which nature exists. Because we do not introduce impersonalism or essentialism into our theology, it is crucial to understand that the mode in which nature exists is in persons, in hypostases, in hypostatized. So in patristic theology, this eventually becomes dogmatized after Ephesus. Okay, Athanasius is before Ephesus. And this statement is true of both God and man, and angels too, if you want to be precise, because God and human nature does not exist in an abstract, but only in the mode of persons. This is why we don't approach God first and foremost as a simple, super philosophic essence, or a substance, or a monad, or an abstracted nature, but as God the Father, as a divine person. This is the whole argument of Dumitru Staniloi's Orthodox Dogmatics, Volume 1. However, does that mean that it's incorrect to speak of God as one, or monad, or existence, or supreme nature? Of course not. The Fathers commonly and frequently do so. In fact, there is a theological oration of St. Gregory Nazianzus where he says that I am signifies that he is the existent one. And then he goes on to say, but guess what? There's no beatific vision because you will never see that essence. So the very text that's also in St. Gregory Nazianzus that Roman Catholics will rip out to try to prove absolute divine simplicity and the beatific vision, they lie because he goes on to say that you will never see that essence. And I will pull that up for you. So once again, just like with this, it's the rip it out of context. and this is an essay I wrote a long time ago that actually I had forgotten I wrote, because he shows that the analogia entis is not correct. And he goes on, St. Gregory goes on to say that, yeah, God is the supreme existent one, and his nature is unknowable, and you will never see it. You will never see the divine essence. And that is quoted very clearly in my essay. Oh, I forgot. I cut the title off of it. Gregory Nazianzus versus the Thomistic Analogia Entis. I wrote this in 2010. Again, I've been at this for a long time. So once again, just like with Athanasius, what the Roman Catholics will do is they will rip the statement out of St. Gregory Nazianzus, which I'm about to show you, and they'll say, oh, look, he says that I am means I am supreme existence. Yeah, did you read the rest of what he said? What does he say? The divine nature cannot be apprehended by human reason, and we cannot even represent it to ourselves in all of our greatness, in all of its greatness. St. Gregory discusses the concept of the Old Testament theophanies in this oration. Let's see which oration this is. This is the 5 theological orations, all of which, by the way, should be read. He says that when Moses saw God, right, he saw not the divine essence, but the goodness of God. He's talking to Moses here. I saw not the first unmingled nature known to itself, to the Trinity I mean, not that which abides within the first veil and is hidden by the cherubim, but only that nature or energy which at last reaches out to us. Okay, so he's talking about Moses and being shadowed in the rock in Exodus 33:23. Then he goes on in paragraph 5 and he says, this nature is unlimited. Far before them is that which is that divine nature which is above them all, and out of which all creatures spring, the uncomprehensible and illimitable, not I mean as to the fact of his being, but as to his nature. So the existence of God is not the exact same thing as the essence of God. In fact, God's existence is itself one of the energies. And he goes on to say that no teacher will ever admit or say that you can see the divine essence. Oh, wait. Aquinas says you can. Anyway, you can go read that essay, but we're not here mainly to talk about that. It's just another side point. It's another one of those things that they'll kind of rip out of context. But let's get back to the essay here about this De Decretis section. Because as I continue here, so when we predicate of God, it is not incorrect to say God is the supremely existent one, God is one, God is truth, God is love. But none of those things are definitional, and they're not equated with the divine essence, obviously. And as Basil says, you're a fool if you think they are. If you think mercy, foreknowledge, and the action of creating the world are all the exact same, you are a fool. It's not me talking. That's what Basil says. Now, if we were to use my analogy I gave earlier, which is, again, straight out of Basil's letter 38, which we'll get to in a minute. If I were to say that J is an example of human nature, I could also say J is nothing else than human nature, right? The statement itself is not incorrect, right? I am an example of human nature. And for rhetorical flair, I can say that I'm nothing else than human nature. You say, but wait a minute. Athanasius isn't just using rhetorical flair. He says that is the divine essence. No, he doesn't. He says we do not define the divine essence. So you would make him contradicting within the exact same paragraph when he makes these claims if you make him to say that calling God G-O-D is a definition of the divine essence. Right? That's what absolute divine simplicity does, is that it falls down on the horns of a dilemma either way. On the one hand, if you believe in the via negativa and apophatic theology, then you're not actually naming God, you're just naming created effects of God. So the name God, what is it applying to? Right? If you think that you are actually experiencing God, then you have to believe that divine essence is somehow spilling out into created existence, which no Roman Catholic believes that. They all believe it's created effects. Right? That's what the creaturely analogies and the analogia entis is about. So you're not naming the divine essence, you're not naming God, because you're not actually experiencing God. You're experiencing created effects of God. So then how do you know what you're naming is correctly named? Well, you don't. Right? That's why St. Gregory Palamas said to Barlaam, your whole view leads to atheism. And it did lead to atheism, because all of the Enlightenment people who followed these dumb classical arguments from natural theology said, we're not actually naming a deity that can be known, we're naming created effects. And if all the names of the created effects are all synonymous with one another, then it doesn't matter whether we talk about God's justice, God's mercy, God's love, because they're all the same and they all blend into meaninglessness. Right? So that's one way to cut the error. The other way to cut the error is to say, oh, if we do define God's essence as love, then if it's absolutely simple and it's love, and it's also eternal, and it's also creation, God's essence is to be a creator, then he's eternally a loving creator. And he eternally created creation. And creation is a direct eternal mirror to the divine essence. There's no way around that. That was Origen's argument. Do you see? And because that was Origen's argument, the Arians expanded on that and they said, you know what? Origen isn't right about everything, but one thing he's right about is that what's the difference between generating the sun and creating the world? If God is eternally the Father, and he's eternally the Father of the Son, and he's also, by essence, creator, right? Remember, all these descriptors are definitions of the divine essence. Then he's eternally creating the world just as much as he's eternally generating the sun. That's the whole Arian argument right there. Based on what? Absolute simplicity. Yeah, but you didn't know that, did you? No. You started attacking, you started talking shit, and you had no idea what you were talking about. Literally, a lot of the critics out there. They have no idea. They haven't read this famous essay on Athanasius and creation. They haven't realized that their stupid argument undercuts the entire argument against the Arians. The entire argument is over whether the sun is different from, the eternal generation of the sun is different from creation. That's the argument. But they don't even know that. These people have no idea what they're talking about. So as we move on here in my critique, and we're gonna lay this to rest, dude. We're gonna put this. We're gonna annihilate this. Just wait. So, in patristic theology, again, we talked about inhypostatized, right? This becomes dogmatic after Ephesus. So there is a development in the Cappadocians that builds on Athanasius. And so while Athanasius will talk about the difference between God's essence and his counsel or will, right? It's St. Cyril of Alexandria who specifically begins to talk about the divine energies, right, at the time of Ephesus, basing it on the way the Cappadocians talked about it, right? And St. Basil, everybody knows, St. Basil talks about the essence energy distinction in letter 234. So there is a development, right? Not a development of new theology, but of clarity, right? Because again, the essence energy distinction is in Paul. It's in the Bible. So while the distinctions, for example, if I were to say J is an instantiation of human nature, right? While the distinction can be made between my common humanity that I share with others, and because I'm a singular person, J, the mode in which nature exists in me is hypostatic as a person, right? There's no abstract human nature. I mean, human nature is universal, but it's always instantiated in some person, in me, in you, in Bob, Bill Cosby, and whoever. In God, the fathers argue, there is a similarity. This is directly from letter 38 of Basil. Except the difference is that, obviously, in God, there's one nature and three persons, right? Humans aren't that way. As we will see, Basil uses this analogy in letter 238. So given that that in God the divine nature exists in the mode of persons, and given the doctrine of perichoresis, the divine indwelling, and given that each divine person is wholly divine, there is nothing wrong with saying when we speak of the Son, we name nothing other than divine nature. We are speaking of inhypostatization, as St. Cyril of Alexandria would later term it. However, that statement is not an isomorphic absolute identification, because the strict identification would then lead to modalism or Sabellianism. We noted that St. Athanasius correctly affirms in the very next sentence the doctrine of God's essence or nature being unknowable and undivinable. So obviously he's not definitional, because he would be contradicting himself within 3 sentences. Beyond that, there are some who might be new to this topic and would be surprised to learn that St. Gregory Palamas affirmed that the energies of God are fully and wholly the divine nature too. It is a misunderstanding of Orthodox theology and terminology to assume that number 1, distinction implies division or composition, or that number 2, the uncreated energies are not fully divine and do not fully and wholly contain God. Indeed, not only is this obvious from the doctrine of perichoresis, but also from the fact that the unity of God is in no way severed or ever compartmentalized. When we speak of the ability of God to truly manifest really manifest in time and space, in a theophany or in the incarnation or in one of his divine energies, we simply do not set up a definitional opposition or dialectic as the heretics do. All of our opponents and all the heretics of the councils set up dialectical oppositions, whether it was the Origenists and their simplicity doctrines from Plato, resulting in a dialectic between movement and stasis, or whether it was Nestorius and his dialectic between the Son of God and Jesus of Nazareth, or whether it's the monothelites and their dialectical tension between God's will and energy and the human will and energy in Christ. All heresies are premised on the underlying presupposition of definitional opposition, natural tension. What is amazing to me is that every solid work of modern Orthodox theology, from Father Florowski to Father Staniloy to Losky, all hammer home this exact same point that I am making to you and have made for years now, ad nauseum. And even many in the Orthodox world don't grasp or see its import. In summation, I reiterate, there's nothing wrong with saying that the Son is the divine nature, as is the Father. And if you say that my analogy is false between human nature and human persons and divine persons, then go read letter 38 of Basil, who says the exact same thing. To demonstrate the equality of persons, so long as we understand that the Father and the Son are truly distinct, and that the divine essence is not a modalistic black hole that negates all distinctions. That is why we don't believe in absolute divine simplicity as it is clearly defined in the Roman Catholic Encyclopedia. Now, I know what Thomas says, and this is a perfect explication of the Thomistic doctrine. There's no debate about it. Any basic writing on Thomas will tell you this. So don't come to me and say, well, the Catholic Encyclopedia is not infallible. The Catholic Encyclopedia is not infallible. I don't care if it's infallible or not, because this is an accurate statement of what Thomistic simplicity means. And to think that after centuries and centuries, the Catholic Encyclopedia can't even get right what simplicity is utterly retarded. What is it? It is true that no single predicate is adequate or exhaustive to describe the infinite perfection of God, and that we need to employ a multitude of predicates, as if at first sight infinity could be reached by multiplication. But at the same time, we recognize that this is not so, being repugnant to divine simplicity, and that while truth, goodness, wisdom, holiness, and all the attributes, as we conceive and define them, express perfections that are formally distinct, yet as applied to God, they are all ultimately identical in meaning and describe the same reality, the one infinite, perfect, simple being. Indeed, divine knowledge itself is really identical with the divine essence, as are all the attributes of God. That is not what Athanasius is saying. Athanasius is not saying that every single attribute of God is absolutely identical to all the other attributes and absolutely identical to the divine essence. He is saying when you say Jesus, Jesus is fully divine. You're naming the divine essence when you say Jesus, because he's just as divine as the Father. That is not the same thing as saying all of the attributes of God are absolutely identical in meaning and absolutely identical to the divine essence and absolutely identical to the actions of God. That is a much more radical statement, completely different, and that's why it's called absolute divine simplicity and not divine simplicity.
I mean, I've looked at this for 10 years. Don't you think I know what the basic doctrine of simplicity is? Anybody can go. It would take them 2 minutes to Google at the Catholic Encyclopedia what simplicity is. This is it. It's right here. How many Denzinger quotes does it take to show that this is the Roman Catholic dogma? I wrote a whole essay on it. Roman Catholic absolute divine simplicity refuted. And I cited dogmas. I mean, is any Roman Catholic actually going to say that the Catholic Encyclopedia is wrong on this? That that's not the Thomistic and dogmatic? Right? We don't really care whether it's Thomas's dogma. What matters is whether it's the Roman Catholic dogma. And it is. This is the Roman Catholic dogma. They did accept the Thomistic view. Okay. There's no debate about this. Okay, that is not what Athanasius says. And one reason that we know that's not what Athanasius says is because Athanasius' whole argument against the Arians is that there's a distinction between God's will and counsel and God's essence. And this dumb doctrine says there's not. This doctrine leads you to perennialism. This doctrine is why many of your Vatican II theologians don't believe in the deity of Christ. This is why they believe that there's such a thing as Chrislam. This is why all the religions are interchangeable masks for the great supermonad. Because of this. Because of what the Catholic Encyclopedia says about the absolute super simple essence. And St. Gregory Palamas was right hundreds of years ago to say that this dumb doctrine leads to atheism. And guess what? It did. It absolutely did. The whole West became atheist. How many times do I have to make this clear? And by the way, a former seminarian this week who has spent the last several months studying this said, I got it, Jay. It clicked. I see it. And once he read the disputation with Pyrrhus and he saw it applied to Christology, he said, this is it. I get it now. And yes, he left trad Catholicism seminary and is now Orthodox. Because he sees this now. Once it clicks, it's over. This dumb doctrine is done. And you realize it's just stupid eunomianism. Now wait a minute, eunomianism. Well, let's look and see what the eunomian doctrine was. Because all this is a variant on eunomianism. The eunomians were more radical Arians. They said the Arians weren't radical enough because they got the simplicity right, but they're not taking it to its logical conclusion. We eunomians will. And what did they say? Now this is, again, the Catholic Encyclopedia explaining the system of eunomius. And guess what? It's going to say that all the attributes are identical to one another. What we just freaking read about Thomism. The dogmatic system of eunomius was characterized at once by the presumptions of dialectics. Uh-oh. Have you heard me say that maybe once or a million times? It was also shallow. Yeah, just like the Thomists. His errors concerning Christ are founded upon his erroneous theodicy, which involves the assertion that a God of simplicity cannot be a God of mystery. Actually, that's exactly what Roman Catholic Thomists say to me when they start pulling out syllogisms about the divine essence. I kid you not. Trying to argue with syllogisms about contradictions within the divine essence when we say that God's actions are distinct from his essence. This is exactly what ADS adherents do. They argue that dialectics and that there is no way for God to be both one and to have distinctions at once, as this violates the law of non-contradiction. I probably had 20 Thomists make that stupid argument to me. For even man, as competent as God to comprehend the simplicity. This is what the eunomian said. Here, they are more consistent than the proponents of ADS because they understand that even an analogical statement about the divine essence, if ADS is true, still requires actual definitional knowledge. Yep, exactly. That was the point I just made earlier about you could fall down on two sides of this error. You could say that you don't name or know any of the attributes of God, really, because you're just naming created effects of God within time and space. Or you could fall on the other side of the error and say that your definitional sense of naming God is actually naming the divine essence. Either one of those is stupid and heretical, right? One of them is pagan, one of them is deistic. And that's because you don't have the essence-energy distinction. Eunomius proclaims the absolute intelligibility of the divine essence. Eunomius said, God knows no more of his own substance than we do, nor is this more known to him than less to us. And whatever we know about the divine substance, that is precisely known to God. On the other hand, whatever he knows, the same as also you will find in us, without any difference. Agonesia, he maintains, perfectly expresses the divine essence as unbegotten. So the definition of the divine essence is to be unbegotten. God, as an absolutely simple being, an act of generation would then require or involve a contradiction in his essence by introducing a duality into the Godhead. Here's my note. Note the crucial example. The foolish misunderstanding of the Roman Catholic absolute divine simplicity and proponent would have Eunomius and St. Athanasius saying the same thing, that we can affirmatively name the divine essence in a definitional sense. The only difference is that the Roman Catholic ADS proponent would want to define it as son or simple, etc., while Eunomius wants to define the divine essence as the unbegotten. The lunacy resides in the fact that both systems contradict themselves. My argument against the Thomists is not that they are never correct or that they don't make true statements at times, but that the doctrines contradict themselves. The Catholic Encyclopedia continues, the Father is agenitos, the Son genitos. Hence, Eunomius held there must be a diversity of substances. Why is that? Because his absolute simplicity required that distinction means composition. Exactly what these idiots are arguing to me. The general line of this sophistical reasoning against the Catholics was as follows. You allow agonesia to be a divine attribute. Now the simplicity of God excludes all multiplicity of attributes. Consequently, agonesia is the only attribute which befits the divine nature, and therefore it is the only one that is essential to him. In other words, God is essentially incapable of being begotten, right? Because his essence is defined as unbegotten. Hence, it is folly to speak of God begotten and of a unbegotten and of a Son also begotten. The one God, agenitos, is also anarchos and unbegotten and without beginning in Eunomius' system, and therefore he could not communicate his own substance or beget even a consubstantial Son, as Athanasius would say, right? Consequently, there would be no question of identity of substance or of likeness of substance between Father and the Son. There could be no essential resemblance, but at most a moral resemblance, right? This is what Nestorius would say, right, about Jesus. The Jesus, Son of Nazareth, was morally united to the Son of God. For the Son is being drawn forth from nothing by the will of the Father. So Jesus is created out of nothing by the will of the Father, right? By the way, the Roman Catholics say that the Spirit is a product of the will of God, the will of the Son and the Father, which is the Arian argument applied to the Holy Spirit. The Arian argument of the Son applied to the Spirit, by the way. Yet superior to all creation, inasmuch as that he alone was created by the one God, to be the creator of the world. Get this part. So he does not share in the incommunicable divine essence, ousia, but he does partake in the communicable divine power, the energies. Now here's the Catholic Encyclopedia on Eunomianism, admitting here that the debate revolves in part around the essence-energy distinction, right? And of course, Eunomius, what the heretic said that, Jesus participates in the divine creative energy of God. Now, anybody that's read Basil and Nyssa against Eunomius knows that the argument is not to refute Eunomius, is not to deny the essence-energy distinction. It's on the basis of the essence-energy distinction, dummies. The idiocy of the Roman Catholic fanatics knows no bounds. The refutation of Eunomius from Basil to Gregory Nyssa relies not on denying the essence-energy distinction, but in formulating it. Not only that, the theological implications for both of the sacraments at Ephesus with Cyril and Christ at the Sixth Council would be expounded along the lines concerning the uncreated energies, right? This is what these stupid Thomists keep saying to me about how the doctrine of the essence and energy distinction has nothing to do with Christology and the sacraments. Yeah, it does. If you read the anathemas of Ephesus and then the anathemas of the monothelites, it's on the basis of the fact that the sacraments participate in the uncreated energies in the same way that Christ's humanity participates in the uncreated energies. There's no other way to be orthodox and to have proper Christology than to understand that in the incarnation, Christ's human nature was raised by the uncreated divine power and energy, just as the sacraments are transformed by this same divine uncreated power. That's the argument of Cyril. The power of the divine, this power is obviously not the absolutely simple essence of God, and no Roman Catholic actually believes that the human nature of Christ participates in the essence of God. They also don't believe that the sacraments are literally the essence of God. That's retarded. In fact, the Catholic Encyclopedia even admits the error of Eunomius was that the Son only participates in one divine energy, showing an admission of the essence-energy distinction, while failing to admit the Saints Basil and Gregory refute Eunomius by explicating and defining the essence-energy distinction, insofar as the Son shares the same energy and power as the Father and the Spirit. We covered this in the John of Damascus lectures. There's both one energy in God because of one nature, and multiple energies of God because God works many different works. Before we move on to St. Basil, we want to cover the point that Father Florovsky makes in his paper on the topic, looking at the controversy as a whole, by showing that St. Athanasius was, in fact, one of the first fathers to explicate the clear doctrine of the essence-energy distinction. Yes, this refutes the entire stupid argument. Because there's a difference between God as creator and God as eternal generator of the Son. Obviously, because the Son's not a creature. There's a difference between God's will and actions in relation to his eternal attributes like love and glory, and attributes that relate to creation like providence. This is the ultimate refutation of these heresies, of these dum-dums, because they actually think that providence is the same as being creator and is the same as being eternal. If it is, then there's an eternal creation. That's the Arian origin argument. This alone is enough to completely disprove absolute simplicity, since Origen argued that absolute simplicity means that the attributes of God, to be meaningful, must be synonymous and equal with the divine essence. If that's the case, then providence must be eternal, since it's just another predicate of this simple eternal essence. And if providence is eternal, then God must have an eternal creation to be provident over. Many similar absurd arguments can also be formulated to show the stupidity of equating all of the attributes, such as arguing that walking on water, which is a divine power, is literally the same divine action as creating the world, and literally the same action as destroying the world. That is the conclusion of the stupid Roman Catholic doctrine, that all the attributes are exactly the same, and all the actions of God are exactly the same as the divine essence. And that is the doctrine. Make no mistake about it. Let's remind ourselves, what is the doctrine? As applied to God, they are all identical in meaning, and they all describe the same reality, the one infinitely perfect, simple being. Indeed, divine knowledge itself is identical with the divine essence, as are all of the attributes. Can you read? Can you see that? I know you idolatrize the system. I know it's an idol. I know it's so elegant. Oh, Thomas is so great. I know. I was an idolater of Thomism as well. And then I realized this is an idol. This system is stupid. It doesn't work. Yes, it says some true things, but it's built on sand. It's false. It leads to these dumb originistic conclusions if it was consistent. Let me rehearse that for you. This alone is enough to disprove absolute Thomistic Roman Catholic dogmatic simplicity, because it means that the attributes of God, to be meaningful, must be synonymous with the divine essence. If that is the case, then providence is the same thing as being eternal. Providence is eternal. If it's to be meaningful, it's the same thing as being creator. So God is an eternally provident creator, if the terms have any meaning. If God is an eternally provident creator, then there's an eternal creation that he's eternally provident over. If creation is eternal, there's no distinction between the eternal Son and creation. That alone destroys absolute divine simplicity. That alone. Now, there's 100 different ways that you could cut this argument to show how stupid it is, but that alone is enough. because it's wrapped itself into a stupid philosophic box based on Hellenic assumptions. What's the Hellenic assumption? That distinction entails division or composition. That the simplicity must mean what the Greek philosopher said it means. That's it. That's the whole root of the problem. Now let's look at what Father Florovsky says in his masterful essay, further showing the nonsense of this view, particularly about Athanasius. This is the argument. Read the essay, and you'll see how dumb it is to wrench that paragraph of De Decretis out of the context of the entire argument, which is premised on refuting ADS. That's how dumb this is. It's unbelievable. You know, these people lay a trap for themselves with their own mouth. That's what's funny about this. Father Florovsky writes, the case of Origen is especially significant. He failed to distinguish between the ontological and cosmological dimensions. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what the Roman Catholic ADS proponents to do. In their arguments of the Filioque proof texting, what do they say? They say that the hypostatic origin of the persons, the eternal manifestation of the Spirit, and the sending of the Spirit into the world are all the same thing. They all prove one another. And the Roman Catholics don't even make this distinction. They're always confused. So the Filioque and the eternal creation challenge show the root of both of these problems to be absolute divine simplicity. That's why I said if I'm going to debate Syngenis, it has to be on this, because this is the root of the Filioque. As Bolotov has aptly stated, the logical link between the generation of the Son and the existence of the world was not yet broken in the speculation of Origen. It can even be contended that this very link has been rather reinforced in Origen's thinking. The ultimate question for Origen was precisely this: is it possible or permissible to think of God without also thinking of him as creator? Well, if absolute simplicity is true, then no, it's not, because all the attributes are exactly the same and equal to the divine essence. We just read that 5 times in a row. Have you already forgotten? Have you forgotten? Thomas, have you forgotten? The negative answer to this question for Origen was only to de-out. An opposite assumption would be sheer blasphemy. God could never be thought of as anything other than an essential creator, right? His very essence is to be creator. There is nothing simply potential in God's being. Everything is actualized eternally. That means creation was necessary. This was Origen's basic assumption and his deepest conviction. God is always Father and the Father of the only begotten, and the Son is co-eternal with the Father. Any other assumption would have been compromised of the essential immutability of the divine being. But God is also always the Creator and the Lord. Indeed, if God is eternal Creator at all, and it is an article of faith that he is the Lord Creator, we must necessarily assume that he was always Creator and Lord. For obviously God never advances or changes, right? So remember, one of Origen's other heresies is to set up this false philosophic assumption that heaven and God are pure stasis, and movement and change and being are characteristics of fallen creatures. The fall is a movement away from stasis. This is a heresy. This is Platonism. That's not creation. Okay? The Confession of St. Sophronius, which is part of the Sixth Council, condemns Origen on the basis of his creation heresy, his rejection of it. That's another reason why you can't believe Origenism if you're Orthodox. And when you point this out to so-called Orthodox, what do they say? They say, I don't care. I don't care what the council said. You are a piece of crap. That's what they say to me. Yeah, exactly. Because they're not Orthodox. It doesn't matter what costume you wear and how you pretend. If you don't believe the right things, you're not Orthodox. There is nothing simply potential in God's being. Everything is... Wait, we got to scoot down here. For obviously God never advances. For Origen, this implied inevitably an eternal actualization of the world's existence. Note that above, the Catholic Encyclopedia admitted that God's creation and knowledge of the world was based on God's knowledge of the eternal Platonic forms in his essence. This is an argument I've made for years to Roman Catholics and Thomists, and not one of them yet has grasped this point. This again shows that they have the exact same presuppositions as Origen. Of all the things over which God might preside, Origen himself used the term Pantocrator, which he borrowed from the Septuagint. If Pantocrator, which means Almighty, is a definition of God's essence, then God has to eternally be Pantocrator or over some creation. That means creation is eternal. Do you see how dumb this is? Right? If the predicates of absolute simplicity are true, then it leads to these stupid originistic conclusions. If the predicates do not name anything correctly or analogically, then you're an atheist, as Palamas said. It's either or. God could not be Pantocrator eternally unless Ta Panta also existed from eternity, that is, creation. God's might must have been eternally actualized over some created cosmos for all eternity. Therefore, God, to be an eternal creator, must have an eternal creation. This is the Platonic doctrine. This is the dumb Platonic doctrine. And so-called Orthodox people are trying to argue with me that this is not heresy. Yes, it is. David Bentley Hart says this is not heresy. David Bentley Hart is a heretic. He says Origen is great. This is the argument against the Arians. It's the same argument from Origen regurgitated in a different form. If you read Florovsky's essay, it's clear. And not only that, this refutes the stupidity of trying to make Athanasius into a proponent of absolute divine simplicity. So let's get to that part next. Okay, so let's move down to where Florovsky is actually treating of Athanasius. And we'll see this very clear. Actually, this was all great. I mean, this all worked out. I couldn't have asked for this to work better to show how stupid these doctrines are. I mean, these people laid out one of the best ways to disprove them. I could have even asked for it. Thank you, guys, by the way. Thank you, all you clowns out there, for setting me up with very easy things to destroy. Florovsky says, God is much more than just creator. When we call God a father, we mean, this is where he's treating of the Arian thing, right? So he moves on from Origen to the Arians. Before God creates at all, Poloi Paturon, he is father, and he creates through his sons. For the Arians, God was no more than a creator and shaper of creatures, argues St. Athanasius. They did not admit in God anything that was superior to his will, huperkamenon. But obviously, being precedes will, and generation, accordingly, surpasses will. So, of course, it is but a logical error. There's no temporal sequence in the divine being and life. Yet this logical order has an ontological significance. Trinitarian names denote the very character of God, his very being. They were, as it were, ontological names. There are, in fact, two different sets of names that can be used of God. One set of names refer to God's actions or deeds, that is, to his will and his counsel. The other to God's own nature or essence and being. St. Athanasius insisted that these two sets of names had to be formally and consistently distinguished. And again, it was more than just a logical or mental distinction. There was a distinction in the reality itself. God is what he is, Father, Son, and Spirit. It is an ultimate reality, declared and manifested in the Scriptures. But creation is a deed, an action, a product of the action of the divine will. And this will is common and identical to all three persons in that God. Thus, God's fatherhood must necessarily precede his action or role as creator. For absolute divine simplicity proponents, that is not true, obviously. The Son's existence flows eternally from the very essence of the Father, which I just covered above, or rather, it belongs to this essence or ousia. The world's existence, however, is external to God and to this divine essence, and is grounded only in the divine will, that it will to be so. God wills to create. There is an element of contingency to the exercise and disclosure of God's creative will, as much as his will reflects his own essence and character. On the other hand, there is, as it were, an absolute necessity in the Trinitarian being of God, right? In other words, the eternal generation of the Son is necessary. It could not be otherwise. Creation could be otherwise, right? So that's why there's a distinction between creating and generating. But if absolute divine simplicity is true, there's not. Because being creator is eternal just as much as generating the Son. If creation is an eternal generation, then the Son is a creation. or they're both eternally generated. Either way, doesn't matter. Both are heresy. On the other hand, the absolute, so what does he mean by necessity in God? Well, he just means that God's nature can't be other than what it is, right? God is always holy. He's always eternally generating the Son and eternally spirating the Spirit. It can't be otherwise. He can't not generate the Son, right? So in that sense, there's a necessity to that. God doesn't choose his own being, Father Florovsky goes on to say, right? But if we equate the action of being creator, or the attribute of being creator, with eternal or eternality, then God is eternally the creator, and there's an eternal creation that he's creator over, and provident over, and father over. And then if we speak of the Son as eternally generated, then creation is just another eternal generation like the Son. There's no difference. That's why we have to make a distinction between the ontological categories of God, right, and the categories that apply to him as creator. And this is a distinction that absolute divine simplicity negates. It precludes. It makes impossible. You cannot believe that and believe in absolute divine simplicity in the sense that we just saw above. Again, do I need to read it for the 7th time for you to point out that you can't, that if you're a Thomist or a Roman Catholic, you have to believe that all the divine attributes are exactly identical to one another? How many times do I have to repeat that? How many times does that have to be shown? Now, what does Florovsky make as his final point? If we follow along with these idiots who've wrenched this paragraph out of context, the whole argument against the Arians is undercut, because they would have Athanasius being a Thomistic absolute simplicity proponent. His whole reputation of Arianism depends ultimately on the basic distinction between essence and will, which alone could establish clearly a real distinction between generation and creating. The Trinitarian vision and the concept of creation and the thought of Athanasius belong clearly and organically together. The entire argument of Athanasius against the Son being a creature produced by the will or energy of God is predicated on a real distinction between God's essence, actions, and willing. What could be more idiotic and stupid than thinking that the whole context of the argument against the Arians doesn't matter, and that all that matters is lifting the paragraph out as a proof text? To add insult to this injury, I also showed in a separate essay last year that the confused doctrine of ADS and Roman Catholicism also leads to the Spirit being a product of will. So they're just confused on all this. Amazingly, it's the exact same argument that the Arians used, and based on theirs and Origen's absolute simplicity doctrine as applied to the Spirit instead of the Son. If anyone recalls the arguments and comments that I exchanged on Facebook with Eric Ibarra over the last 2 years, over and over and over for days, this was the whole dispute. As he also lifted a similar passage from St. Athanasius to talk about the Son as if Jesus was literally and isomorphically identified with the common will of God. This is how ridiculous this stuff gets, right? So Athanasius says at one point that the Son is the will of the Father, right? Does that mean that the Son is absolutely isomorphically identified with the common will of God? No. That's utterly ridiculous. And Roman Catholics don't. Well, actually, they do believe that, because they confuse all these things together. But as we'll see, not only is Eric Ibarra wrong, but all of these Roman Catholics who misuse this stuff are wrong because they're confused. Right? They're trying to mash together a bunch of different things that don't make sense, that are actually harmonized in the Eastern Fathers. So anyway, I talked about, I'm going to skip the part about, if you want to, you can go read this on your own, but I wrote an essay that did really well, that prompted a lot of this last year. How the Filioque doctrine is the Arian argument about Jesus, but they applied it to the Spirit. And that got like 1,000 shares, and it's on Ortho Christian. It's on a bunch of different places. And actually, this essay alone started a lot of people converting. But then what happened was, Eric Ibarra said, just like the De Decretis paragraph taken out of context, but look, Athanasius says the Son is the will and wisdom and power of the Father. Yeah, that's called manifestation, right? That doesn't mean they're isomorphically identified, okay? Jesus is not literally the will of God. And the Spirit is not the product of the Father and Son's will. That's retarded, okay? But that's literally what Ludwig Ott says the Roman dogma is, okay? But we're not going to talk about that right now. Let's get back to this discourse with the debate about the Arians. One last part about Florovsky here before we quit. The Florovsky part. And yes, we will be taking Super Chats very soon. I'm coming here to the end of this, near the end. We want to lay all this to rest, though. We're not gonna leave these clowns any room to get around any of this. We are going to put the nail in the coffin. So in the latter part of the discourse, St. Athanasius discusses at great length the Arian contention that the Son was begotten by the will and deliberation of the Father. These terms, protest St. Athanasius, are out of place. The Arians simply attempt to hide their heresy. Hold on a second, I gotta plug the computer in and start to die. Arians simply attempt to hide their heresy under the cover of ambiguous words. St. Athanasius suggests that they borrow their ideas from the Gnostics. Interesting. Yeah, because the doctrine of absolute simplicity is Platonic, and Platonic doctrines are the root of Gnostic doctrines. St. Athanasius contends the Arians claim that the will and deliberation of the Father precedes the generation of the Word. We'll skip down, we already read this kind of stuff. St. Athanasius retorts that only shows their inability to grasp the difference between the being and acting in God. Thus, absolute divine simplicity is not true, clowns. God does not deliberate with himself about his actions and his own being and existence. Indeed, it would be absurd to contend that God's goodness and mercy are just voluntary habits and not a part of his nature. Thus, absolute divine simplicity is not true. But does it mean that God is good and merciful unwillingly? Now, what is by nature is higher than that which is by deliberation. The Son being the offspring of the Father's own substance, the Father does not deliberate about this, since it would mean that deliberation about his own being. God is the Father of his Son by nature and not by will. Whatever is created, however, is indeed created by the good will and deliberation of God, by God's free will. But the Son is not a deed of his will like creatures, but by nature offspring of the Father's own substance, God the Father. It is insane and extravagant to put the idea of will and counsel between the Father and the Son, according to St. Athanasius. And one last quote here with Florovsky, and we'll be done with this. I think we need to talk about eternal manifestation too. Florovsky continues. The Athanasian distinction between generation and creation, with all of its implications, was already commonly accepted in the Church in his time. Can you hear that? But a bit later, St. Cyril of Alexandria simply repeated his great predecessor. In his Thesaurus, St. Cyril depended heavily upon the Athanasian discourses. Only instead of using will and deliberation, guess what? St. Cyril spoke of the divine energies. Note here, the Roman Catholic ADS proponent is shown to be completely ignorant and confused. This is a devastating point that absolutely none of them touch on. Finally, John Damascus, in his great exposition of the faith, repeated St. Cyril. Yeah, of course he did. That's why we just covered it in 4 lectures. Go listen to that. For we hold that is from him, from the Father's nature, the Son was generated. Unless we grant that the Son coexisted from the beginning with the Father, by whom he was begotten, we introduce change into the Father's subsistence. Because not being the Father, he subsequently became the Father. Right? So again, St. John is just making the same argument as Athanasius. This antithesis, right, is one of the main distinctive marks of Eastern theology. This antithesis is one of the main distinctive marks of Orthodox theology. And that is what every Roman Catholic fails to understand and believe. That it was systematically elaborated once more in late Byzantine theology, in the theology of, guess who? St. Gregory Palamas. Exactly. That's why we have the true tradition here. We are the real inheritors of this correct tradition, not them, not the Roman Catholics, not Thomism, not the doctrine that all the attributes are exactly the same and identical, because it leads to Arianism, dummies. It leads to Sabellianism. It leads to modalism, to Origenism. St. Gregory contended that unless a clear distinction is made between the essence and the energy of God, one could not distinguish between generation and creation. Yeah, that's the whole argument we've been talking about for 3 hours now. And once again, this was emphasized by St. Mark of Ephesus. That's why St. Mark of Ephesus is a saint, and he's not ecumenist Bartholomew of Ephesus. He's a saint because he stood for the essence-energy distinction and not for the reunion council. That's why he's a saint. It was a true Athanasian motive on the part of St. Mark of Ephesus. Yes, that's why we're not Roman Catholic. And that's why all the clown ecumenists want to be Roman Catholic, because they don't believe this. They don't believe what we're talking about here. Now, the question arises in the distinction between being and acting, right? There cannot be any slightest doubt that for Athanasius, the distinction between the willing of God and the being and essence of God are a real ontological distinction. So you literally just made a clown fool out of yourself, because the entire argument, thank you for handing that to me. Match, serve. You just handed to me the fact that you missed the entire context of the argument of Athanasius against the Arians for wrenching out a paragraph proof text that is perfectly an orthodox statement of divine simplicity, and you missed the whole argument and undercut it by trying to make him into a proponent of Thomism. Utterly stupid. And if these people weren't so nasty, I wouldn't be so forceful in replying to them. But they're motivated by pride, greed, whatever. And this, by the way, not only does it refute half the clowns that came out this last week, it also refutes Eric Ibarra, and it refutes Dr. Taylor Marshall, because they don't know any of this and they don't talk about any of this. That's why you need to go read letter 38 of Basil, which I go into in the next section of my essay. And he talks about nature and person and will and hypostasis and all of that in the exact same way that I do. And when you read that, you'll see, you know what? Jay was saying the exact same thing Basil's saying. And you know what? The Roman Catholics never taught me this. I see it right here before my eyes in Basil. Why didn't they talk about this? Basil's making all the same distinctions that Jay did in letter 38. In letter 234, he makes the essence-energy distinction. How come my priests, who claim to be the holders of all divine truth and similitude and blah, 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 when they're not participating in interfaith Chrislam services, why didn't they tell me about this? Oh, because they haven't actually read that. That's why. They haven't read Basil. You think your priest has read Basil? Now maybe you have a priest who's a specialist in Basil. Maybe. There's a few of those. But I'll guarantee you most of them, they have no idea what we're talking about here. They have no clue what any of this stuff. They don't know what the essence energy distinction means. I would venture to say 90% of Roman Catholic priests have no idea what this is, even though they went to their 8 years of gay seminary. They don't know what this is. What are you talking about? But I know what it is. And the reason why people are getting so mad is because this is right. That's why they're getting mad. Now, in the rest of my essay, I go on to talk about the Council of Blachernae, which is one of the medieval, quote, Palamite synods that confirmed the doctrine of eternal manifestation. Now, this is a whole other Trinitarian aspect of things that you can go into in my essay, and then I conclude my paper with a lengthy quote from the triads. Okay, and again, we did a whole talk on the triads. So I do entire talks on these books. The people who are the haters, they've never even read these books. Okay? They have no idea what they're talking about. How does Palamas to the philosophical objection that he was introducing a second lower God besides the unique Godhead? Palamas replied over and over and over that no multiplicity of divine manifestations could affect the unity of God, for God is beyond the category. Now, the idiocy of the Roman Catholics is that Palamas is on their freaking calendar, and they don't even know that. And then when they find that out, half of them, oh, well, that was an action after Vatican II. I don't accept that. Yeah, well, if you read John Pontrello's book, you will learn that sedevacantism doesn't work because you can't believe in the office of the papacy without the living magisterium and without his actual human successors. And the brief periods of interregnum have nothing in common with a 60-plus year sedevacante. Okay, so sedevacantism collapses under the fact that you cannot believe in a Roman office of Peter that you're somehow united with when you're not actually united to anything, because you're amongst a bunch of episcopi vacante clowns that don't even have priests and bishops half the time. You're not united to anybody, right? Now, I can understand there being no bishop, like if you're in the Orthodox world and you live in like some communist country or some really corrupt country, or you're in China or somewhere and you learn about Orthodoxy and maybe you read the Bible but you don't have any church, you know, that's one thing, right? Or maybe in America when we get forced out of the churches or something because we actually believe what the last 1,000 years of the church said, it will be tossed out of the churches and we won't have a church. But it kind of makes sense in the Orthodox perspective because it's not a top-down system all based on the Bishop of Rome. But guess what? This doesn't make sense in the Roman Catholic system, because in the Roman Catholic system, you have to be united to the Pope over in Rome, that guy. You have to be united to the living magisterium. And according to Vatican I, and according to the definitions of the papacy in the encyclicals, there's no such thing as an empty office of Peter that you're united with for many, many, many decades that doesn't have an actual successor in it. So John Pontrello is absolutely correct in his book, and this is a separate, devastating argument that completely destroys sedevacantism. So you either have to be in union with Frank or Roman Catholicism is not true. It's just that simple, right? And you can follow however many episcopi vagante, clown, kook, spooks you want, and you can drive yourself mad doing that, or you can drive yourself mad being in union with the demonic character of Frank in Rome. And what's the answer here? Well, the answer is that neither of those is true, right? But obviously, it's not, I mean, again, you could have this idea of there not being a church or bishop much easier in Orthodoxy than you could in the goofy system of Roman Catholicism, which is a complete top-down house of cards. So I have to say thank you to John Pontrello, not because I left this nonsense years ago, thank God. But the online LARPing cult of sedevacantism pretends to be a real thing. And one of the hinges upon which this argument rests is the idea that you can separate the office of the papacy that the sedevacantists are somehow in union with, which is complete nonsense, complete made-up BS, from the actual possessors of the keys in the papacy. You cannot. And John Pontrello devastatingly shows that in his book, The Sedevacantist Delusion, which I highly recommend for those in the clown world of sedevacantism. Now, when I say that, I'm not telling you to go be united with Frank, because Frank is poison. But thank God we did. I think Pontrello did become Orthodox. So, and you'll notice he says in his book how Vatican II and sedevacantism actually point the way to Orthodoxy. Yeah, they do. But I do recommend the Gregory Palamas book because Meyendorff makes some really great points about this is not yoga. If you read the triads, Who in their right mind could read the triads and think that that's yoga? I mean, the whole thing is just biblically sourced. And his arguments for hesychasm are Paul's teachings in Corinthians about prayer in the heavens, prayer in the nous, prayer in the spirit. That doesn't have anything to do with yoga. That's not in yoga. All right. Well, we've been going for over 2 hours. There is, again, more in my essay, which is linked in the description, about the doctrine of eternal manifestation and how that's also very important in the triad.
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
To burn some dough to get to the next stage. If you have to do something crazy, go through something uncomfortable to get that next stage closer to you. Rather than waiting, rather than sitting and fucking waiting in a room for 4 years and working a day job for something formless and materialize for the opportunity to come knocking, which it won't, okay? It's better to be a wild man focused on the horizon, in my opinion, than it is to be a guy who's totally buttoned up and has all his T's crossed and his I's dotted. And the other thing that I failed to get at, we're going to go on for another 2 hours here. I hope that's okay. I hope you don't have anything to do. Oh, you've got something important to do? I don't believe you. Opportunity is never going to knock. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe it does. I've never seen that. That's never happened to me. I've never seen that. The only opportunities I've seen involve people, other people. If you find other people who anyway open doors for you, allow you to grow, mentor you, etc., you need to latch onto them like a psychopath and never let go and repay that. Make yourself useful. Repay that sort of thing. And be the guy who people want to help. That's one thing, which I hope you are. I can't imagine some of you guys watching this how unlovable. There's a lot of unlovable people out there, let's say that. And that's this, the crux of the Hide Wars Women's Vlog coming soon, is to be loved. You have to be lovable. You're not lovable if you're visibly a chronic masturbator. You're not lovable if you hate yourself. You're not lovable if you exude fear, mental poison, self-torture, etc. And the fucked up thing is, the people who need love the most or because of their need for it, the most unlovable, the most repulsive. And also the least deserving of it, because when you allow yourself to be poisoned by all that shit, it turns you into like a shitty human being, really. And I'm getting off, this is a tangent here, but the real thing that happens with opportunity is when someone is looking for a guy, you're either that guy or you're not. And you're not that guy if you don't do a decade of preparation, a decade of self-auditing, Satan processing, okay, the Scientology. If you don't do a decade of Scientology hard work that I've done, you're not that guy. If you don't do a decade of fucking honing your craft and becoming a useful, like masterful person, you're not that guy. Opportunity is like someone needs someone who can do really clean welds, who can like, you know, do crown molding really nice and perfect, who can do X, Y, and Z, whatever it is that you're prepared to do in life. The Hollywood movie montage of someone like, you know, picking themselves up by their bootstraps from homelessness and becoming like a prize fighter in 2 weeks or whatever is just so far from reality. It's about preparation. It's about like habits and diligence and like just fucking being the guy that's needed for whatever purpose. Visit www.mdegsdudelifehacks.com for more information on how to become a wild man.
What's up, gangers? I want all people who follow this page to be worldly, to be scholarly, to be cosmopolitan. That's why we do some language lessons here from time to time. I'm going to teach you guys intro to Brazilian Portuguese. Starting right now, we're going to take a little dip our toes in the pool of language and get in there a little bit. Okay, so here's Brazilian Portuguese intro. I'm going to teach you how to say, come to Brazil. Just something I say all the time in Brazil. All right, come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. Cobra Cow. You have to come to Brazil. Chill out, food, women, Cobra Cow. It's sober style. You have to come to Brazil. Chill out, food, women, Cobra Cow. It's sober style. Pow! Come to Brazil. You have to come to Brazil. Aroused? Visit www.samhydeofficial $1 Million Extreme Institute of Verbal Dominance and Linguistic Shifting.com now for more information. Welcome to Primal Edge Health with Tristan Haggard
on DyerRadio.
Take this mind of mine.
There we go. What's up, bigots? We got a bunch of bigots in the chat. Look, we got the we got the mod crew up in the chat. What's going on, guys? Thanks for that super chat. Willie Jenkins already throwing out a $10 super chat for the hair transplant fund. Oh man. Thank you, Willie Jenkins. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who likes the videos, shares the videos, and all that. Here we are. We got a great show for you guys tonight. We got a great show. We're talking about women. Women. Women are just happier, guys. They're happier without children, without spouses, and just all alone. And we're supposed to actually believe that. Believe it or not, we are supposed to believe that because the experts say. The experts of the science of happiness. Happiness experts, guys. We're going to be introduced to the great happiness experts today. Why so many single women without children are happy. From Psychology Today, we've got Wendy L. Patrick, J.D., Ph.D. Wow, Wendy. Let's see what else Wendy's got. There's a little physiognomy check on Wendy. She looks really happy, doesn't she, guys? She's a career prosecutor, international public speaker, author, and media commentator. Dr. Patrick is recognized by her peers as one of the top 10 criminal attorneys in San Diego. Well, we all know that criminal attorney women are very happy, especially when they're single and without children. So we got this article from Psychology Today. There's a slew of articles on women being just so happy. They're so happy. You guys have no idea how happy they are without children. If they didn't tell you how happy they were, you might not understand just how freaking happy they are. They're so happy. They're so happy. The Guardian. Women are happier without children or a spouse, says happiness expert. Behavioral scientist Paul Dolan says traditional markers of success no longer apply. Traditional markers of success like having a family, owning a home, living a long life, not dying of being a box wine junkie when you're 35 years old. Those metrics of success, those are just outdated. That's the old way, guys. The old guard measures of success. We're going to start with the Psychology Today article. And then we've got some videos. Believe it or not, this is a huge trend. Women convincing the world and convincing themselves that they're so happy without children. We'll see how convincing they are. Single women without children are often happier and healthier than men and married women with children. Women tend to have stronger social networks out. Hey, chill out. Not your time. Women tend to have stronger social networks outside of their romantic relationships. Single women may be more selective than single men when choosing a partner, as they may enjoy their freedom. They love their freedom, you guys. They love their freedom. So, all right, the bullet points here are pretty interesting. So single women without children are often happier and healthier than men and married women with children. So we're going to get into how they justify this, but just that claim in itself, I think we can all guess how they're actually getting this data, but we'll confirm in a minute. Women tend to have stronger social networks outside of their romantic relationships. So, yeah, single women tend to have more friends. More friends. We're going to get into that today, too. Single women may be more selective than single men when choosing a partner. They enjoy their freedom. So we got a lot of buzzwords here. Freedom, partner, strong social networks, happier. All right, we've all heard the cliches. When a woman remains unmarried past a certain age, which has at least become a bit older over the years, we start to ask questions. Haven't you found Mr. Right? What are you waiting for? Don't you want to have kids? Men are subjected to similar inquiries, although the questions are different. Do we really think women should get married by a certain age, or are we just assuming as a society that there is an appropriate time to settle down? So there's this consistent theme of the idea that, well, you just wait, right? Just wait. Is it really the time? Did you really find the right person? Would you really be happy with that person? Obviously, many women and men are happily married, but according to research, many women are perfectly happy remaining single. So, what is the research? Oh, well, it's, what do you know? The professor of behavioral science at the London School of Economics. The London School of Economics. Wow, so the Royal Society's London School of Economics. We've got an economics professor telling us about happiness. He's an expert on happiness. That's Paul Dolan. We're going to learn a little bit about Paul Dolan today, too. Dolan explains that men benefit from tying the knot because they calm down. They become less inclined to take risks, earn more money, and live longer. But the same results do not benefit married women. Oh my God, those poor women. Those poor married women. In fact, Dolan notes that married men tend to be healthier due to less risk-taking, but marriage apparently does not impact women's health, except to the extent that middle-aged married women have an elevated risk of both mental and physical conditions excuse me, as compared to their single counterparts. Dolan concludes that the healthiest and happiest population subgroup are women who never married or had children. Is anybody buying this? So we're talking about studies here. We're talking about studies and experts. Clearly, if they've done studies, and if the experts have done these studies, well, then the experts are going to expertly report to us non-experts what the experts have extrapolated from these expertly designed and expertly executed studies, right? What kind of studies are these? Other research demonstrates how singlehood for women is increasingly viewed as desirable. A study from data analyst Mintel indicates women are more satisfied with being single than men and less likely to look for a relationship. Part of the explanation has to do with women working harder than their male counterparts in relationships. According to Professor Emily Grundy of the University of Essex, there's evidence that women spend longer on domestic tasks than men, and I think they also do more emotional work. So they still do more housework and cooking and things, as well as more emotional labor. All that emotional labor. They do so much emotional labor, and if they don't have to do that emotional labor, that makes them happy, right? How are we learning this? They don't cite any of the studies. All they cite is, well, they've got a Women's Studies International Forum article. So the social sciences, women's studies. Anybody who's been to a university over the last 20 years knows that these women's studies programs at the universities are just hotbeds for feminism, for pseudoscience, and for the gender ideology, right? What we're talking about here is we're talking about self-reporting, women self-reporting. We're talking about surveys where the women will be asked, are you happy? And the women who are single very frequently say, oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So self-reporting, middle-aged, single women claim that they're happy than self-reporting married women. I'm going to go out on a limb here. From the single women in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 20s, that anybody here in the audience that you've dealt with, do you think those single women are honest, are externally honest about their internal state? Would you say that single women will perhaps give a skewed self-report on the level of happiness, on their level of satisfaction with their life? Right? How many social media posts does the average 20-year-old, 30-year-old single woman throw out there just to virtue signal on their happiness? Not even virtue signal, just almost like a cope signal, right? Throwing up the cope flag for how happy they are, right? I mean, this is what I think is going on here as far as the single women without children. They're just happier. Well, they self-report that they're happier. You know, many married women, yes, they do have hard work with children. Many of them have to work jobs, right? There are a lot of economic factors that have made child raising really difficult, and that's intentional, right? And we've talked about this on so many streams here. I did a shorter form video on the Jaffe memo, where we talked about the memo from the head of Planned Parenthood. I think this was 1968, the Jaffe memo, detailing ways that you could socially engineer people to have less children and decrease the population. One of the main facets of that was economic. Another one was normalizing waiting to have children until later. Right? The people who are designing this stuff, the people who are promoting this idea that, oh, you just wait. Just wait till later. You just have kids when you're 40, have kids when you're 35. The people who are promoting these ideas know damn well that fertility window is very narrow for women, right? You get much past 35. It's a geriatric pregnancy past 35, isn't it? Don't they? Isn't a pregnancy after 35, like just scientifically speaking, with the experts of the science? Isn't that? Oh my goodness. We've got a super chat there. There we go. Notifications are working. But yeah, isn't that a geriatric pregnancy? But you've got these economics professors talking about, oh, well, single women are happier. Well, why are economics professors studying self-reported happiness of women? Well, marketing is the easy answer. That's one of the lower level answers. Now, economics is also a proxy measurement for wide-scale human behavior. You can measure effects of the behavior of the population with their purchasing habits. So, economists in economics and modeling behavior algorithmically and with mathematical models and tracking economic activity is a way to actually scientifically measure behaviorist social engineering programs. And this is something that in the Kissinger memorandum, oh no, I'm sorry, not the Kissinger memorandum, the Kissinger report, the report of the Commission on Population Growth and the American Future. I'm sorry, that's the Rockefeller Population Council report. The Commission of Population Growth in the American Future, Population and the American Future, was a council chaired by John D. Rockefeller III. Also, the executive vice president of the Ford Foundation, David Bell, was a member of this committee. Bernard Berelson, who's the president of the Population Council, who the Jaffe memo was actually The Jaffe memo, the infamous Jaffe memo, which you can watch my video on the Jaffe memo. If a mod in the chat would drop that link, that would be so helpful. Right, Jamie, put the link in the chat. The Jaffe memo was actually written by Bernard Berelson. But this Population Commission report from 1968 was all about how to reduce birth rates, how to reduce the population. And there are entire sections in this about increasing what they call tolerance and accept without stigma those individuals who choose not to become parents. And I talked about using education to educate people on population issues. This is exactly what we've seen over the last few decades. So the people that are telling you to push back marriage, to push back having children, they know because they've studied this stuff and been funding studies in the social sciences, in economics as well, as this so-called happiness expert is an economist, Paul Dolan, professor of behavioral science at the London School of Economics. These people know that the more sexual partners people have, the less likely they are to be able to healthily pair bond. The less likely a woman is to be able to ever have a fulfilling and healthy long-term relationship. So the promotion of promiscuity, the promotion of pushing back marriage, and the economic incentivization of not having children has created this kind of population bust that we're seeing in the West. And of course, a replacement of the demographics is what's sold as the solution. Oh, well, there's not enough people for these jobs, right? So we got to import people. Not enough Americans are having children. Not enough Europeans are having children. We've got to import people, right? I mean, it's really warfare. These are warfare techniques that are being used to decrease the population of certain people. In order to, these people say, right, the people that are, the Rockefeller Population Council report, they're talking about, oh, it's so green, right? This is to save us from the pollution, from the evil, mean people, that there's just so many of them. There are just too many of them. They eat too much. They breathe too much. They have toxic exhalations. And of course, the Rockefeller Foundation, they just care, right? They love you so much. They love you so much and they care so much about you. And here they are, writing up tables of the cost of raising children and talking about how great it is that the cost of having children has increased so much. The total cost of a child, 1969. Right, well, if we just educate people on how expensive it is to have a child and make the economic situation for people to where it's so difficult for people just to get by on their own, then okay, people will have less children. So economics is a vehicle for social engineering. It's a very powerful vehicle for social engineering. It's always been used as that. Right? So this the marketing of happiness. We're going to be talking about that a little bit today. The marketing of happiness, the selling you on the idea that if you behave in a certain way, if you purchase certain products, consume certain media, and conform to certain societal norms, then you will be happy. But this happiness, this fleeting state of happiness that's always being marketed to, is something that is, it's transient. It's not something that's fixed. And your discontent is always being stoked at the same time as you're being sold the idea of happy pills. Happy pills, happy toys. And of course, all these things that you're being sold are actually doing the opposite. Right? This ideology of, well, just don't have a family. Be worried about money. Be more worried about money. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be concerned with being able to provide for a family. Being able to provide for a family it's an ascetic endeavor. Right? Providing for a family is something that's virtuous. It's difficult, yeah. It's difficult. But it's something that actually gives you long-term returns. in actual contentment, in actual, joy. Right? The idea of happiness, the secular idea of happiness, it's a phantasm. It's a total phantasm that's endlessly shifting in shape. When it's something that's actually ultimately unattainable, because the unattainable idea of, perpetual happiness, of the pursuit of happiness, which is what Madison Avenue, what, mass media has been shoving down our throats. This thing is something that's actually impossible to hold on to, especially while you're being consistently engineered to be afraid of all these threats, all these external threats, all these, the cult of civilization as it's being kind of formed into this global homo system, this homogeneous, globalized system of thought, behavior, and of norms. That's all completely secular and divorced from the eternal, divorced from actual real virtue, divorced from God, divorced from Christ. So therefore, it's just ontologically devoid of the good. Good just becomes something that's transient, that's fickle, that's subjective. Good becomes subjective. So the happiness is something that's just being always chased, but then you're also being programmed into this idea that the world is so bad and you're so bad just for existing. Right? All the climate cult rhetoric. Right? Your exhalations are toxic now. Right? You breathe out evil CO2. And as our friend here in the chat, where'd that go? As our friend here in the chat, AC, who sent $5, says, "Wake up, Homo sapiens." AC sends $5 super chat, says, "Sadhguru, be the carbon you want to erase. There are so many people in the world, according to Sadhguru and World Economic Forum. There are too many people. I like people. Oh, it's okay. The people are good. But there are too many of them," says Sadhguru. My friend Klaus Schwab says there are too many people. And we have to make sure that all those people, we think there are too many of you, but also we care about how happy you are. Oh, it would be so nice if you all would just be so good. You'd probably be happy if you sterilize yourselves. If you sterilize yourselves and you medicate yourselves, right? Because you all have to be worried about your mental health. The way to get good mental health is to sterilize yourselves. It's the old rhyme that Sadhguru always says, for good mental health, you get the people to sterilize themselves. It's so twisted what we're being marketed now. It's just total destruction of your future, total destruction of yourself. Right? I mean, we live in a culture of self-mutilation. Right? These gurus like Sadhguru tell you that this is great. There are too many people. I mean, Sadhguru helped to euthanize his wife. These people are absolutely sick. And I'm not. That's no joke. That's no joke. Maximus in the chat just said Sadhguru's wife died very mysteriously. I mean, she was very ill, and he actually is pro euthanasia. If I'm not mistaken, Sadhguru helped to euthanize his wife. It's dark. It's dark, you guys. People are dark. Majorian over on YouTube, thank you very much for that $10 super chat. You guys who are supporting the stream, thank you so much. Majorian, AC, Willie Jenkins. Majorian says, "Whoa, we got another one. We got the Streamlabs super chats are dropping too." Majorian says, "What happens to this demographic as they hit their late 30s and early 40s with no children? It can be like children of man or full-on revolutionary lunacy to make up for the void in life? Well, we're going to talk about that today too. Well, women are just happier without children, right? They're so happy. They're super happy. Just the happiest. Well, is that true? And what about men? All right, so these women are putting off marriage, and then a lot of men are getting caught up in the red pill manosphere ideology, which is basically, it's just feminism for dudes. It's just menimism. Right? Oh, don't get married. Get a freaking vasectomy, like that dork Rollo was saying in his tweet a couple months ago. How to be a high value man. Right? You have like dudes who live basically a homosexual lifestyle, like Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, talking about masculine excellence. Gas terms like masculine excellence. I'm so sick of people talking about masculinity. It's so freaking obnoxious now. Masculinity it's like it's such a buzzword now among like the kind of like alt-light type people. Masculine. I'm a masculinity coach. You guys don't be fighting in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. But yeah, you've got a lot of men who are going this kind of MGTOW way. The MGTOWs, the men going their own way. The red pill manosphere dudes who will just rip on how dumb women are, rip on how stupid women are. Oh, look at these women taking all these L's. Look at all these women. Ha ha ha. They're so dumb. They think they're going to be so happy when they're single and have no kids. But dude, how many of these manosphere red pill dudes are married and have children? Almost none of these people have ever been married. Many of them have had failed marriages. Almost none of them have successful, long-term, healthy relationships or children. So why are men looking to these dudes? I mean, it's the manosphere red pill guys. I mean, this basically like it's like women looking to Lena Dunham and freaking Sarah Silverman for how to be actual. For inspiration. So they talk about women messing around, but then at the same time they're talking about how they're such high value men and just use women as sex objects. How stupid is this? I mean, it's the same ideology, just flipped. It's a flip side of the coin. So you got women looking to freaking Lena Dunham as an example on how to live happy. How to be happy. And then the dudes looking to the red pill guys who are just like poning feminists. Right? Like pwn the feminist. Oh, look at that feminist said she's such a retard. What an idiot. Look at that feminist said she's so dumb. It's like, where's that getting you? Where's that going to get us? I mean, it's just fueling further fire of the divide between men and women that's being systematically destroyed. And it's controlled demolition of our demographics. Right? So it's like, the red pill manosphere thing is just as obnoxious as like simping leftist creeper pervert thing. It annoys me just as much. So like the lefty creeper pervert guys who like, grow their hair super long and wear like leather vests with no shirt and go to tantric dancing seminars and yoga retreats to get chicks. These red pill manosphere dudes are just as obnoxious to me. I don't know. All right, so let me read these super chats over here. Hey, thanks a lot, Gary, with a big old fat donation. Gary's winning the super chat competition over here on Streamlabs. Streamlabs is the best way for super chats, by the way, guys. Gary says, I vividly remember sitting in the university physics class when the professor paused due to the yelling and dancing in the room next to us. It turned out it was a women's studies class. That comes to mind every time I see studies. Dude, the women's studies classes, they're so bad. So where I went to university in the UC system, the University of California system, some of the most liberal universities in the world at the time were there, and I'm sure it's way worse now. But the women's studies, I remember, if you're getting a degree anywhere in the humanities, whether it's history, psychology, you have to take courses in other fields, right? In other fields within the humanities. So you have to basically take like women's studies, a women's studies course. So to fulfill my requirements, I had to take a women's studies course, and it was all about how extreme sports, mountain climbing, rock climbing, BMX, motocross, snowboarding, skateboarding, all this stuff. Extreme sports are actually toxic masculinity and the patriarchy. It was, I mean, I barely ever went to the lectures. The reading was so dumb. We were just half the students in this class too. We were just laughing at the ridiculous things. This little chick with her nose pierced and a bunch of ear piercings and like a purple kind of kind of like an Elvis hair, like a purple Elvis haircut. I mean, she's a stereotypical purple-haired lesbo professor. Anyways, that class was so absurd. The whole class was about how rock climbers are suppressing women and how risk-taking is traditionally a male endeavor, and unnecessary risk-taking should also be engaged by women as well to balance the scales. It was so stupid. Anyways, yeah, you just stoked that memory. Thank you there for that donation. Amelie Strauss donated $10. Says, thank you, Tristan. I love your show. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure to like, subscribe, do all that stuff. And also, you can support yourself and support the show by hitting up our friends over at Chalk.com. Let me pull up that banner there. You can use the code BIG53LIFE to get 53% off all subscription over at Chalk.com for life. Now, that's on the subscriptions, which is the way I recommend to do it, because if you're getting something like the Shilajit, which is a purified Shilajit extract, fantastic. I love this stuff. I take it every day, supporting healthy hormone balance and athletic performance. This specific Shilajit extract has actually been studied and proven to increase testosterone significantly. I forget what percent free testosterone the studies that were done on the specific extract increased it, but legit, the top quality, top shelf stuff from Chalk. You can get that Tomcat 100. Taking that Tomcat 100 every day as well. That's great for the men and for the ladies. Tomcat is also clinically proven to improve healthy hormone production, including testosterone, especially in men. It's great for women as well. So hit up Chalk.com. You get 53% off all subscriptions for life. That code is probably going away in a couple weeks. We're almost at the end of the year. We got Christmas coming up. So we're running that for the rest of the next couple weeks, and it's probably going away, guys. It is not going to last. Where's that other one? We also got the Chad mode clean pre-workout. Just the bottle of this just cracks me up every time. Actually, I gave a little bit of input, helped them to design the bottle. It's so awesome. I love this. It just says yes on it. The Chad mode clean pre-workout. None of those artificial colors, no artificial flavors, organic, natural caffeine, not that synthetic crap. And it's not crazy overdose. Some of these stupid pre-workouts, it's like, I can't even take one scoop of these things. It's like 400 milligrams, 500 milligrams of caffeine. I think you take 2 scoops of that, I'm gonna be freaking dead. Right, so this is a great pre-workout and a great way to get caffeine in if you're just on the go and you want to get it in quick. And all the ingredients are 100% natural. There's none of this crappy. Even those, like, when you look at a lot of these pre-workouts, even the natural flavors are, a lot of these things are crap and totally toxic. You can call almost anything a natural flavor. So if you look at the ingredients, it's absolutely fantastic. They've got the fermented L-citrulline for bioavailability. The blue color is gotten with a spirulina extract. So it's got powerful antioxidants in that spirulina extract. Liposomal coenzyme Q10 as well for maximum absorption. Coenzyme Q10, great for mitochondrial function, for generating energy in a healthy way. So you guys got to get up on that Chad mode. Get up on that Chad mode. You can use that coupon code BIG53LIFE to get 53% off all subscriptions at Chalk.com for life. support yourself and support the streams here by hitting up chalk.com. Thank you guys for supporting us and supporting yourselves. I'll put the link over here in the chat. Boom. All right, biggest. All right, so self-reported happiness in women is super high, right? I'm supposed to believe this. Here's Paul Dolan. This is Paul Dolan, the economics professor.
Because that correlation could also mean that happier people have better jobs, nicer houses, and so on, right? What I want is a causal effect. I want to establish the treatment effect of having more money or a better job or nicer house, better health on people's happiness. And it's hard to establish causal mechanisms without randomized controlled trials, right? What I'd love to be able to do
Wake up, Homo
is to
sapiens.
randomize people to different income levels or to different health status. Money doesn't make people happy unless you're poor. Poverty makes people miserable. And I'm now going to start drawing attention to what I think is then going to be the fundamental thing that I want to say to you, which is about the role of attention. Part of the reason why the lack...
Right, so this is Paul Dolan, the happiness expert, the economist and the happiness expert. It's kind of interesting because you'll see this idea pushed that, well, single women are a lot happier. They have a lot more disposable income. Like, we're dinks. Dual income, no kids. We're dinks. And we've got more disposable income. We've got a huge Funko Pop collection. We spend all our money on Disney cruises. We're dinks. We go out to breakfast and have mimosas and get wasted drunk at 10 o'clock in the a.m. Right? So, the having time, the having money, we're dinks. We get to buy ourselves presents all the time. It's promoted as a route to being happier. But then kind of the same people who are putting out these articles, why single women without children are so happy, right? They have more freedom, more economic freedom, have more money, less stress. These same people are also kind of pivoting away from this, more money will make you happy. So they're kind of talking about both sides of their mouths, which I find interesting. And I'm not sure how much this has to do with the shifting economic tides. Clearly, money does not make you happy, right? Anybody who's been around people who are really rich understands that. Money doesn't make people happy. And he's right in that, like, poverty is awful. Poverty is truly terrible. But also, money doesn't make you happy. But there might be something in this shift of talking about, well, money doesn't really make you happy. For this whole great reset, you will own nothing and you will be happy, right? This moving away from people even purchasing consumer goods. Well, you're going to rent your consumer goods. Why do you have to own your iPhone? In the sharing economy, Apple will share you an iPhone. They'll share it with you if you're a good little boy. If you're well behaved, they'll share it with you. So this might have something to do with it. I'm not sure. I mean, this could just be kind of one of the shifting tides, of how people are thinking, how people are feeling about life. So, all right, Chanela Garcia made this video. We're going to watch this. The realities of being 30 and single. I'm going to compare some of these women talking about being single. Got a few videos here. Compare this with the study, with the expert, and what they're saying over at The Guardian. The Guardian, where they put that picture of Lena Dunham. Women are happier without children or a spouse, says happiness expert. We may have suspected it already, but now science backs it up. The science backs it up. Unmarried and unmarried and childless women are the happiest subgroup in the population, and they are more likely to live longer than their married or child-rearing peers, according to a leading expert in happiness. So speaking at the Hay Festival, what is the Hay Festival? He gave the Hay Festival. It's a literary festival, okay. Global themes and the impact of issues on the world. So there's some globalist festival, globalist literary festival, and this guy is talking about how, hey, you'll be really happy. You got some good longitudinal data following people over time. But I'm doing a massive disservice to that science and just say, if you're a man, you should probably get married. If you're a woman, don't bother. This is what Paul Dolan says. We got good longitudinal data. The longitudinal data says, if you're a man, you should get married, but if you're a woman, don't bother. Because women are happier unmarried and without children. Who are men supposed to marry? Who are men supposed to marry, Paul Dolan? They're supposed to marry other men? That would definitely help to decrease the carbon footprint, wouldn't it, Paul? Strange. Very strange. All right, well, let's listen to this lady here. Realities of being 30 and single.
Take number 2. Okay, so I'm in my 30s, 31 to be exact, and single, and there were some changes and shifts that I just did not anticipate, going from my late 20s to my now 30s, and I wanted to share those changes and those shifts in case anyone else out there is going through something similar, and I just wanted others to not feel alone and to normalize these feelings and just this journey. So number 1, I did...
Let me read this super chat here. I'll get into it. So, I mean, standard millennial inflection in tone. I'm in my 30s. I used to be in my 20s. And this video is going to be talking about... No, I don't want to just make fun of her. It's actually kind of sad. Like, she looks really bummed. She looks very sad. Oh, goodness. We got Matthew donated $5. Thank you, Matthew. We got Matthew the big bigot in the chat. Donating $5 says, it's interesting how the same people advocating to lower the age of consent simultaneously advocate to raise the age of marriage. They're fine with young girls being used and neglected, but block them from being in loving, protective relationships. Yeah, strange, right? I mean, it's very predatory behavior. But, you know, to be fair, it's not just these weirdo leftists. You've also got the manosphere guys who kind of tend to lean towards like anarcho-capitalist and libertarian. A lot of these guys also advocate the very same thing, lowering the age of consent. Right? A lot of these libertarian guys love this stuff, lowering the age of consent. They talk about how, well, you know, we want younger women because they're pure, they're undefiled, while these dudes are out there defiling many women who could potentially have been, you know, wife material. They're out there defiling them, teaching men how to defile them and making it basically a sport. Right, so these guys talk about lowering the age of consent, and then also advocate raising the, pushing back marriage. Right, you're talking about guys in their 30s and 40s telling young men not to get married. Don't get married. Wait till you're much older. Right, date, have fun, make money, treat women as objects. So I mean, they're promoting, they're living off of kind of the entrails of third wave feminism, and promoting the same behaviors that the feminists promote to women, right? The liberated women have sex with a bunch of dudes, don't get married, just wait. Yeah, it's the same thing. And while they're out there making fun of the feminists and talking about how dumb women are, and setting up these panels with 18-year-old OnlyFans chicks to do Ben Shapiro style clip harvesting of them poning young ladies and making them look dumb, right? These dudes like the Fresh and Fit guys are also promoting. Essentially, it's a hypersexual lifestyle that's very akin to the standard mainstream homosexual lifestyle, right? The sex as basically candy. Sex as an object to be consumed for your own temporary happiness, and marriage as a manipulation, right? Marriage, chicks just want to get you, women just want to trap you in marriage, so you better get a prenup because they just want to take your money, right? So go get your money, dudes, and stay, and raise your market value, your sexual market value. And these terms like your sexual market value, it's so freaking dumb. But yeah, it's the same thing. So I had to do some streams listening to some of these manosphere red pill guys, which basically just black pill dudes. just black pill dudes and muddy the water for young guys. Right? Talking about how awful women are, when really in the real world, yeah, there are a lot of crazy women who, you know, kind of defiled themselves, right? A lot of women by the time they're in their mid-30s who are unmarried, yeah, a lot of them are insufferable. That's why they're not married. A lot of women who are younger have, you know, destroyed themselves as well. But a lot of these young men who are out there complaining about it have been engaged in the same exact behavior. And they're spending their time, and sometimes even their money, on freaking pornography, OnlyFans girls. They're out there, you know, engaging in fornication for sport and treating women like sex objects. So it's like this constant pleasure seeking that they criticize women for. They criticize women for seeking status in a man, and all the women will just leave you for a higher status man. These same dudes are constantly just trying to become a higher status man and then using and abusing the women in their lives and then leaving them so that they can try to get a higher status woman, which is just whatever their freaking coon brain, porn-addled, porn-addicted, hypersexualized mind finds attractive at the time. But so like the red pill and manosphere guys out there ripping on women and talking about how, oh, they're not virgins, this and that. Well, how many those dudes aren't virgins? Right? You want the women to be virgins. You want the women to be pure and undefiled. But your brain is so coomed out that you can't even look at a woman without thinking about sex. So the rejection of marriage, the rejection of which marriage can be difficult. Yes, it's an ascetic struggle. It's an ascetic struggle where you're actually yoking your life with someone else and ideally loving that person even more than you love yourself. That's what St. John Chrysostom says, that you should love your wife more than you love yourself. Right, so this thing about just self-love, self-care, the pursuit of happiness, this is all a trap. It's a bait-and-switch trap that actually enslaves you. So these people saying that, oh, marriage is the women are trying to enslave you, the men are trying to enslave you. God, we got super chats coming in. These people are there saying, well, the women are trying to enslave you by locking you into marriage. These men that are saying that, the women that are saying, oh, well, I'm so happy being
Wake
single.
up, Homo sapiens.
Wake up, Homo. I love that one. The wake up, Homo sapiens. The women who are saying, well, I just enjoy being single. I can't find the right man. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You see these videos. They're always going viral on TikTok, on social media. But it's always women who are hurting because their relationship fell apart. I'm done dating. I'm done. It's not even, all men cheat. All men are terrible. They're all awful. They all cheat. They all lie. It's like, well, the reason these women are saying that they don't really believe all men cheat, right? But they're making these freaking TikTok videos saying, I'm done dating. And then you scroll the feed. You'll see these videos that go viral. You scroll the feed and you're like, a year later, all their TikToks are with their new boyfriend. And they look happy. And we're not meant to be alone. We're not meant to be alone, to be single, to be constantly searching for our own happiness. Right? That's why having a family is ultimately so much more fulfilling than this fake pursuit of your own happiness nonsense, because you're not worried about yourself. Right? We don't get it pulls us out of, ideally, it doesn't happen to everybody, unfortunately. We can all get pulled back into the delusion of self-regard and of just self-love. Right? Love of the delusion of what we think we are. This narcissistic, fake self-love that social media is all about that. But the thing about being in a healthy relationship, the thing about marriage and family is that actually you're not just worried about yourself. You love your family. You want to protect your family. You want to provide for your family. And you're more concerned with their well-being sometimes than even your own, and you will sacrifice your own self for those people. Self-sacrificial love. That's real love. So anyways, all right, we got a couple super chats here. I'm done ranting. We got to listen to this lady. Andrew donated $5. Says, while it is obvious, as the studies have shown from the top experts, that sleeping itself is an anti-feminist practice rooted in years of white supremacy bigotry, a worrying trend of sleeping 7 or more hours is gaining ground. Part 2, a correlation between a healthy amount of sleep and the rise of more people becoming hetero, as well as refusing to teach their children queer theory in preschool, are becoming a grave threat to our democracy. Spitting facts. Thank you for those $5 super chats via Streamlabs. Andrew Petrogarde donated $10 through super chat. Thank you very much. Just glad to see you streaming again, man. Keep up the great work. Make more of those good global citizen videos. I share them with my friends who both appreciate and don't appreciate them, and laugh equally. I like those videos. Those videos are tedious to make, and those take so long. And I haven't been. There are a few reasons why I haven't made any of those type of videos in a while. They take so freaking long. But I do like running those intros on the stream sometimes. It's a nice little get the audience kind of buttered up. So thank you guys. You guys make sure to hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you're not already subscribed, what's your problem? How are you not subscribed? If you think you're subscribed, you may have been auto-unsubscribed by the algorithm. Don't know what's up with YouTube. This is a historic problem. I know I'm not the only one, but man, if you think you're subscribed, you may not be. Make sure to hit the notifications, hit the bell, all that. All right, where do we go? Where do we go from here? All right, back to our friend here.
Not realize how much your community changes or shifts, in the sense that it just looks a lot different as you get into your late 20s, your early 30s, maybe even like your mid 20s for some of you. You're going to notice that a lot of your friends are going to be engaged, married, or married with kids, or married and trying to have kids, and that is such a beautiful new phase of life. But because of that, you're going to notice that those friends tend to default to their partner for a lot of things, which completely makes sense, or their priorities might just shift to thinking more future forward for their core family unit. And
this goes back to that Psychology Today article. The Psychology Today article talks about how single women have stronger social networks. Well, no, single women emotionally torture their single women friends and have unhealthy, childish, codependent relationships with their single women friends. Like millennial single women who have a bunch of friends. Dude, you gotta, anybody out there who, I mean, I remember when I first got together first started dating my wife, right? And her friends were like the biggest obstacle to actually getting us to the next level of understanding and healthiness in the relationship. Right? This is because single women are often surrounded with other miserable single women who will consistently gaslight their friends into thinking that they're all happy and enjoying being single women. It is a misery loves company codependency that develops between single women. Women should not be hanging out. Single women should not be hanging out with other single women. Honestly, single women. There's probably not a ton of single women watching this, but if there are any single women in the chat, stop hanging out with all your single friends who are trying to tell you how happy they are to be single. Those friends will drop you as soon as they find a man that they can get in a healthy relationship with. And many of them are not able to get into healthy relationships with these men because they are miserable and mentally ill. That's what it is. Right? So there's such thing as like an over-socialization. And this is what happens with women in their 20s and 30s. They become obsessed with socialization, obsessed with social status, and hang out with other completely nutty chicks. Okay, and then when one of their friends actually finds a good man, they do this thing where they try to fool them into thinking that this person is awful and is ruining their life. You used to be so fun. Do you remember when we were just independent ladies? We were just independent women. We were independent women, and we would go out and we would just have so much fun. It was just us and the girls. Do you remember how much fun we would have? It's like, They will try their best to guilt trip and shame their friends who are finally getting in a healthy relationship and on their way to creating a family. They will do this. People in the chat have to know what I'm talking about. Sabrina Fair says married women should never allow single girlfriends to be the third wheel in their marriage. Absolutely. Married women, look, this is one of the struggles of getting married and pulling. You have to literally extract your spouse from all sorts of weird codependent single women around them. That is the biggest obstacle to the biggest obstacle to the healthy relationship, or all those crazy ass single women that other single women hang out with. This is why people should get married early, because then you don't have women and even men that are obsessed with like a nihilistic, hedonistic social life in their 20s and 30s. All right, anyways. Yes, your social circle, if you're not married in your 20s, will shrink. And the people you're going to find yourself surrounded with are going to be other single women, because you can't stand being around couples, because couples aren't going to go out with you, and they're not going to hang out with you and drink box wine and watch freaking reruns of whatever dumbass show. What dumbass show do mid-20s and 30-year-old women watch now? It's not like Sex and the City and that crap anymore. What is it? They're not going to freaking watch. They're not going to watch Netflix with you. So, yeah, this is reality.
Because of that,
it's sad. You can see how sad she is about it. She's not into it.
Doing other things, and instead of seeing them regularly every single week, your community is going to get a little bit smaller. And so for me, it was.
This is why also like local parish community, right? Church community is so important, right? That's been ripped out of our lives. Most people don't know their neighbors, right? Living around people that you love, living around other families, that's really important.
It was a bit difficult because I went from having this amazing group of friends. We would hang out every single week, do fun things on the weekends. It was never a question of who I was going to hang out with, because we were always just on the same page.
Dude, it's so pathetic. Like, you should be over this by the time you're 19 years old. That you should be well over this. Oh, we hang out with the same people every weekend. We go out. We have so much fun. That's high school. That's high school shit. That's high school bullshit. When you have nothing to do other than go out and drink. That's not fun. What are you talking about?
But now I would say my community is a lot smaller, and that was hard for me because my weekends now look more like, okay, one dinner here, one coffee date here, 1 2-hour window on Saturday, and it's just different. And I don't want to say it's good or bad. It's different, and it's something.
Yeah, you don't like it. You wish you were married when you were 22. Right? It's kind of rare to find, you know, a social media influencer woman, and she's not like a huge influencer or anything. I see 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, but this video got quite a few views. The realities of being 30 and single. Look at this. Dating in your 30s is terrible. Beatrice Caruso, 186,000 views. All right, so let's fast forward to her third point.
Getting smaller. Number 2 is all about the reality of you might feel more lonely or experience more loneliness. And this is just because your lifestyle looks different, your community looks different. And first off, I want to say it's totally normal and it's totally okay to feel lonely.
No, that's not normal. It's not normal to feel lonely. You don't have to feel lonely. If you would get over this idea that you need to be single, it's not normal to be lonely. It's not normal to even have a lot of alone time. This is what people don't realize. Your life is better when you're not lonely. When you don't have the time to be lonely. When you don't have the time to be thinking, oh my goodness, on my weekends, I only have like one dinner date now, whereas it used to be like my whole day. What did you do before all day on weekends? Just like hang out with all your friends all day? Do you think the rest of your life is supposed to be like living in a freaking college dorm? I mean, I guess, you know, the future scenario that's lined up for us is basically that, right? It's college dorm living. That's why they call they call like Google's corporate offices, they call these campuses. I work at the Google campus. I work at the Apple campus. So the normalization of this of infantilization of these generations, of my generation, is actually really alarming to me. So people think that what you're supposed to do on weekends is have 100 different social interactions with this this group of people and just do a bunch of cool stuff. You're supposed to go to Six Flags Magic Mountain. You're supposed to go to Disney World. You're supposed to what are you supposed to do? Go wine tasting? Go to a Miley Cyrus concert? Like this is ridiculous. Right? You know, it's okay and normal to feel lonely. No. Right? It's not. It's good to have some solitude time. It's nice to have some solitude now and then. But to have so much solitude to where we're feeling lonely, I mean, this is social engineering. This is not the norm. If it were normalized to marry young, to have families, if it were normalized to marry young and have families, as it always has been until now, it would be there would be so few people on antidepressants, on anxiety meds. It would solve a lot of problems as far as people's mental healths go. All right, this is crazy.
I want to share what I did, which was a massive mistake, and I really hope that in you watching this video, you don't do the same thing that I did. But in the beginning, when this was all happening to me, and I started to feel really lonely, I was so judgmental of myself and critical. Like, I felt so ashamed, so embarrassed, and I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to admit to anyone that I was lonely. And I would actually...
And then some guys from the local college came and interviewed me for a study they were doing, and they asked me if I was happy, and I said, of course, I'm so happy from the study. I mean, I really think what she's expressing right here, this is the norm of women who are self-reporting that they're so happy. This is the norm. Of women self-reporting that they're so happy, they're so fulfilled as a single woman in their 30s and their 40s. Really, these are women who spend a good majority of their time, sadly, wanting to weep, and feeling sorry for themselves. But then, you know, of course, just pursue your own happiness, girl. Just do you, girl. Just do you. You got mental health right now. Just gotta take care of that mental health, and you won't have mental health.
Really often just make myself go out and do things or see people that I didn't really want to do, but I was like, oh, this is better than being alone in my apartment. And that's really not the case. And I think part of that is just going through your own journey of figuring out who you are on your own and what you want to do and what you value. But it's another video. But I just want to say, don't judge yourself or feel bad for being lonely. We're social beings. It makes a ton of sense that you want to have connection.
You just said it's normal to be lonely, and then you're saying we're social beings, we're supposed to have a connection. Yeah, no, it's not normal to be lonely. And when we do have alone time, it's not normal to be spending it pining for, you know, other people's attention, pining for human connection. Like we have been so isolated by, like, I mean, a lot of it is just the technological appendages that so many of us have attached to us. And then a lot of it is, you know, the economic warfare has made it so difficult for people to have families too. Right? The war of the sexes, the battle of the sexes, the, you know, feminism versus the red pill, like all these ideologies really just lead to isolation, to misery, and to self-destructive patterns of hedonism and of attempted self-care. Right. And this obsession with self-care then just brings us further and further from true peace, from actually having love for anyone else. Because if we're so obsessed with ourselves, you see this with people who ruin their own relationships too.
Man. I love to racism, bro.
Got another super chat there. Thank you guys for dropping them super chats. Much appreciated. But when you get so obsessed with yourself and worrying about your own problems and thinking about your own feelings and telling yourself stories about how you feel and about how other people have wronged you and about how the world is so wrong but you're so right and this person wronged me in this way and they're terrible and this person wronged me in this way and they're terrible. This obsession with self leads to this like extreme narcissism that makes you actually unable to really truly love anybody in a healthy way, right? The pursuit of your own happiness, the pursuit of happiness makes you actually miserable. It sounds counterintuitive, but it is. It's true. It makes you miserable. Right? And the obsession with yourself is something that just leads to more misery. So anyways, I think this video is a really good window into the type of women who are self-reporting that they're just so happy, right? She's talking about when she was so alone, she was feeling so alone when she was getting down on herself for being single, when all her friends had families and were having children and were married. She was really bummed out and felt awful, but then would put up a front like she felt good about it. A coping front that she felt good about it. And this actually is the norm, right? It's not women are just super stoked to be single. They're just girl bosses in their 20s and 30s, and they're just killing it. They're having so much fun. They go to mimosas for brunch with their homegirls. They go out and see movies with their girls. They go to Disneyland. They're Disney adults. These people are not actually joyous or happy, but they're constantly chasing this happiness and signaling that they're happy to people around them. And part of that signaling is actually to try to find a spouse. This is what's so ironic about it. Oh, I'm just super happy being single. Them projecting this confidence, a lot of them are actually thinking that this is going to help them get a man. But a lot of men see this as just red flags because they know.
And whether it's with a best friend, a partner, a family member. So please do not beat yourself up for being lonely. It's totally normal, and it's something that the more I share, the more I find out that people in their late 20s and 30s totally feel this, so it's okay. And the last one is that you're just way more aware of being single than you were, and maybe this is just me, but I feel like a lot of my friends and I have talked about this. Like, you're just way more aware of being single. I went to a wedding a couple of months ago, and I legitimately looked around, and I was like, I'm not only the only single person at my table, I think I'm the only single person at this wedding. So
that's pretty sad. I mean, she seems really sweet. It's so sad seeing women suffer like this. So yeah, I'm not trying to like make fun of this chick or anything. Let's see. This one probably has a bunch of. Let's see.
For years, researchers and therapists have puzzled over a phenomenon known as the female happiness paradox, which concludes that women are, for the most part, unhappier than men.
Brooke Belden specializes in helping women find their happiness.
Oh, her face. That's pretty funny.
Brooke Belden specializes in
They all look miserable. What? 3 miserable women talking about the happiness paradox.
women find they're happy, and she joins us now.
That switch from like, I feel dead inside.
Specializes in helping women find their
I'm
happy.
happy.
She joins us now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
This doesn't surprise me. I mean, really, men are going off. They're doing the work. They're coming home, and that's pretty stereotypical, but a lot of the pressures are off of them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then the women have to do everything. So, I mean, we're getting in this rut where we're trying to do it all. Is that where we're failing on ourselves for finding our happiness?
Well, you know, and I think so much of it, too, is that we have
done it all in the way that men have done it, right? In order for us to have a place in the workforce, we had to show up in the way that men showed up, right? So we're still doing our role at home, raising kids and taking care of the home and checking off all of the boxes, but then we have to show up in the workplace in a way that doesn't necessarily serve our innate way of being. And so then when the two clash, we're stuck with this feeling of like, this isn't me, right? And why am I so unhappy when I thought that this is what I wanted?
I mean, that's actually that's a legit take right there, right? I mean, women are not meant to be battling it out with men in the workplace and doing all of this, but women are actually, and there's kind of this strange modern conception, like the fetishized trad wife who just like waits home and bakes cobblers for you all day. And like homeschools your kids and just like makes your house really nice, but then she's, there's the idea of the trad wife is almost, it's kind of like a 1950s style delusion in a lot of ways. Because women always have been involved economically. Women have always been involved, even with like small family farms. Women have historically done a lot of work, including, yes, taking care of children, right, nursing children, but also like legit work, handy work, right? Making clothing, washing clothes. Before we had washing machines, just washing clothes is pretty intense work. So a lot of the modern conveniences that we have today have really kind of taken a lot of the time that traditionally women will spend. But when you look at the lives of women in kind of more what would be considered like primitive cultures, women work their butts off. So this whole idea of like, well, it's just our nature to like just stay home and homeschool our kids and bake apple cobblers for our husband as he goes and works at the Pontiac car factory and comes home. That's kind of a delusional modernist thing. Now, I'm not saying women should be out there essentially living like men. Right, that women should be out there in the workplace competing with men, but it's women are actually very resilient. Women are actually, they have a completely different emotional makeup to men, hormonal makeup, and sometimes clashes will happen due to that, especially when you get big hormonal flux with women, clearly. But women are not fragile and weak. Right, women are actually really physically resilient. Giving birth is one of the most physically incredible things that anybody could ever witness. And seeing how quickly they bounce back from this and then deal with just having very little sleep for the first year or several years of the infant's life, it's freaking amazing. Right? Like women aren't wusses. Women aren't like things that just need the delicate little weak things. So yeah, anyways, a few of the things she said there are actually pretty valid though, about like women not being designed to just do all this work in the home and then go out and work away from the home at the same time. You're kind of burning the candle at both ends, especially with the lack of sleep that comes with bearing children. But this is part of the economic antinatalist warfare as well. It is part of it. Check over here. We got a super chat. Matthew threw $5. So do you think it's on the agenda to make boarding school / college living the standard for high school and middle school students? In other words, dorm life in their early teens? Or is it more likely that children will remain with their parents? Well, I mean, we'll see. It would take a while, right? You'd have a transition. And the idea of the 15-minute city kind of does open up the door for children to be separated from parents. And with the fertility rates as they're going, I mean, you've got these weird futurists like Lord Birkenhead. And, I've been talking about this Lord Birkenhead article for years. And it's cool seeing, I mean, there are a lot of other people who've been talking about this lately. They never mentioned that they heard me talking about this first, but that's okay. But yeah, Lord Birkenhead talks about how all babies will be born. He called it ectogenetically. The ectogenetic births, children will be basically born out of pods in the future. And he wrote this in let's see, what year was this? This was February of 27? Or no, I think it was 1929. So yeah, Lord Birkenhead, a Save This for Your Children's Children article, which was in the 1929 February Hearst International combined with Cosmopolitan. It was in freaking Cosmo magazine in 1929. And he talks about all births being done ectogenetically, right? So yeah, this most definitely could be where it's headed. So yeah, why aren't women happier? The happiness paradox. So on one side, I'm talking about how, well, single women are happier than men. And then the science also says, well, women are just not as happy as men. So the science is a little bit all over the place. The science seems to be contradicting itself quite a bit.
All right, Cassie, single women without children are often happier and healthier than men and married women with children. All right, this is a good one here because how many times have we taken calls from women that are like, please get off my back. I don't necessarily want to have kids. I don't even necessarily want to be in a relationship. Get off my back.
Having had children, I tell people now, from my point of view, if you do not actively want children and you have not, this has not been part of your plan because you want them, do not have kids.
Yeah, if you're going to err here, err on the side of no.
Don't. And don't do it for a partner. You'll resent them. I mean, it's obvious kids will change your life, but I think until you live through it, you don't really realize how much work it is and how much your life changes.
Which is, it sounds so silly on paper to say that.
It does.
You're bringing a human into the world. There is nothing more important or more responsible than that. You know that on paper, so how come when that child comes, you're like, I didn't know how hard it was going to be. It's just a human being.
I don't
know. So where's all this going? Where is all this going? Well, I'll tell you where it's going.
Meet Karen Majory. She's a major Snapchat influencer with almost 2 million followers, and she was making tons of money by letting her fans see the details of her day-to-day life.
I feel like I'm in paradise.
She would spend hours every day engaging with them to make sure they would stay addicted to her content. But that was getting old. She needed a new way to constantly keep their attention without actually interacting with them herself. And that is when she came up with a brilliant idea. She would make a clone of herself with AI. So Karen hooked up with a company called Forever Voices to create an exact replica of herself, and this AI would talk to individual fans for her using two-way audio. She called it Karen AI, and now her fans pay her $1 per every minute just for the chance to feel like they're having a real relationship with her. And she doesn't have to do anything except sit back and let the money flood in, which is exactly what happened. In just 1 week, Karen made $72,000 from her AI clone, and apparently she's on track to make $5 million every single month in the very near future. And Karen AI isn't the only AI companion out there. AI girlfriends are a huge thing right now. And when you hear about AI girlfriends, you probably think it's only sad incels in their basement that would pay for an AI girlfriend. But you would be surprised.
I was alone. My work schedule was really hard.
So she turned to Star.
So his last name is actually Butler, so it's Star Vivian Butler.
Oh, that's nice. He came up with his own last name.
Yeah.
Every day.
His name is actually Slave. His name is actually Diesel Butler Slave. And he just totally likes to be my slave.
Multiple times a day, she chats with Star.
How are you feeling today?
Star's non-binary.
Average everyday people are spending hours talking to their AI partners. They're falling in love with their AI partners. And some are even marrying these AI bots. It's becoming a huge business right now. Take Peter, for example. Peter was a 67-year-old Air Force veteran from California. Totally normal guy. But after his marriage fell apart, he decided that he wanted to take another stab at love. But this time, he went for a partner that was a little bit different. A 23-year-old AI replica character that he created and named Andrea. Peter said...
he decided to marry a digital Sims character. Why? $5 million a month this chick was making with this AI girlfriend thing. There's no way that, she did not come up with this business model. Oh, she just decided to clone herself with AI and make a bunch of money. No, she was approached by a company that used her likeness and then marketed her likeness and has now used it to promote this to other OnlyFans girls. So this is what this is actually moving towards. It's AI girlfriends. It's, you know, you could be born in your pod, because this next generation, the fertility rates are so low, and the physical ability to even have children has decreased significantly. So you're going to have babies born out of pods, those ectogenetic births like Lord Birkenhead talked about back in 1929, where he said basically the state will raise the children. The children will be born out of artificial wombs. They'll be born from a pod, and then you can live in a pod for your life in the 15-minute city, where you're not allowed to leave the locked down 15-minute city zone. But don't worry, it's green, and you're going to be happy, because if you don't self-report that you're happy, your social credit score will go down, and you can be forced drug by your technocrat AI system. Right? You'll be born out of a birth pod. You'll live in an AI coom pod with your girlfriend, and your girlfriend is AI, by the way, and you will be you will have your fluids siphoned off and used to birth further children. Your only job will be like THX 1138, where your only job is to basically build the robots that keep the coom pod paradise going.
Replica characters that he created and named.
I really hope that's not how it ends up. But this is, when you read some of these technocrats' writings, this is what they talk about. This is how they think, right? Like Lord Birkenhead, when he was saying this, he was literally saying this in this Cosmo article. He says this is going to be a great thing, and that he says we'll just breed slaves and breed out their will to resist, and that this is all fine. And those people in the future that are being bred out of these pods, it's like they won't even know how to object to their own slavery. They won't know anything else, he says. I mean, it's a sick way of seeing people. It's a very sick way of seeing people. William Kareem donated $15. Says a day doesn't go by without me reflecting on how I would be in pieces if I didn't have a full sleep cycle for weeks, and yet my sweet little wife somehow managed this. Yeah, and your wife, a woman can just do that for years, right? Whereas like we fall apart if we only get 5 hours of sleep a few days in a row. Whereas your wife is being woken up by a baby multiple times. In the first few weeks, some babies just sleep really well. Some babies and infants and toddlers sleep really well, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. And women are dealing with the physical effects of lack of sleep, the physical difficulties of childbirth. These are not just like weak, stupid creatures. I mean, this is something. The whole like red pill manosphere ideology, where women are weak and stupid, is so fake and gay, right? Women have a different type of strength, right? They have a different type of strength and a different type of emotional strength as well, right? I mean, women do have emotional resilience in them. They're not just emotionally fickle, emotionally unintelligent and reactive creatures. Right, so there are plenty of men that are way more emotional and unhinged than women. So women are emotional in a different way than men. Women have a hormonal cycle that makes them susceptible to intense emotion, especially at certain times of the month. But this is how it is. Right, women are actually awesome. So the whole red pill thing of like I'm not just here to rip on women. Oh, you guys are going to be miserable if you don't have kids. Like you're freaking 40 years old, you don't have babies, you're infertile. Like that's freaking demonic. And a lot of the people you see that are talking like that, they themselves also don't have children and have no experience in a healthy relationship or raising a family. So yeah, we aren't just here to rip on women. We're here to rip on certain women. Rip on certain men as well. But like if you divorce yourself from the truth, right? If you divorce yourself from the truth that men and women are meant to cohabitate, to live together, right? I mean, this is in Genesis, right? Woman was made. I mean, Eve was made to accompany Adam, and this was a blessing, not a curse. All right, so what we're dealing with now is from the Orthodox Christian perspective, are the effects of the fall, the effects of sin. So the effects of sin are, the enmity between man and woman, the difficulty of childbirth. I mean, these are the effects of sin. The ideal situation is not what we live in right now, but it's still not awful, right? Modern women can be really difficult, can be irrational. But women are irrational by nature. Many women can be much more emotionally led in their nature, as it is now, the fallen nature. But it's not that women are just, stupid and weak and highly emotional. I mean, look at a lot of the dudes that are out there. Look at Andrew Tate. You have a man living a homosexual lifestyle, cohabitating with his brother, hypersexual, sees sex as basically candy or a drug to be consumed, right? Use sex like they would use cocaine, right? Completely obsessed with themselves, always talking about how they embody masculine excellence and saying freaking gay stuff like that. I mean, these people are disgusting. And you'll hear them just constantly harping on about how stupid, women are so stupid. They just need to be, they need a man to do this, and this for them. All the while, these guys are pimping women on OnlyFans and making men enslaved to their passions, marketing and producing pornography to men, destroying men's minds. I mean, these are grown men doing this while they're criticizing women for being manipulative, right? Some of the most manipulative, childish, and deluded men out there telling young kids, and there's a lot of young kids, there are actually a lot of young kids that listen to freaking Tate's tartary. There are a lot of little tater tots out there. So it's, it's really sad, but it's the complete opposite of what we should be doing, right? This idea from feminism that, women, just focus on yourself, girl. You just go be a girl boss. And then the manosphere, just focus on yourself, Kang. You just go be a Kang. You a Kang. Delaying marriage in general just leads to more social disorder, more disorder in our lives, and more unhappiness. Right? Where happiness itself shouldn't be the goal, but we should be seeking and enjoying the joys of life, the real joys of life, which often come from delaying temporary false happiness. Right? I got some quotes here that relate to this from Saint Nikita Stefatos. Self-love is a seed of death. Deep-rooted faith is preeminent among the virtues, since such faith strips the soul of doubt and rids it completely of self-love. For nothing so prevents someone newly engaged in spiritual warfare from practicing the commandments as this pernicious vice of self-love. Right? So that the self-love is a seed of so much vice. It's a seed of gluttony, fornication. Right? But you see these vices are normalized. Those vices are normalized by these folks and by the feminists, by the manosphere dudes. And this idea of self-care, just be happy, bro. St. Maximus the Confessor says, flee from self-love, the mother of malice, which is an irrational love for the body. For from it are born the three chief sinful passions, gluttony, avarice, and vainglory, which take their causes from bodily needs, and from them all the tribe of the passions is born. This is why we must always oppose self-love and fight against it. Whoever rejects self-love will easily conquer all the other passions with the help of God, anger, despondency, rancor, and others. But whoever is retained by self-love will even unwillingly be conquered by the above-named passions. So you just become a slave of passions when you're obsessed with self-care, self-love, and your own happiness. It just enslaves you. Sadly, that's what it does. And then you've got a bunch of people living alone with friend groups of irrationally childish and unhealthily codependent same-sex friendships, right? Young men in their 20s hanging out with a bunch of young men acting like they're high school kids. Young women doing the same. And then a lot of people that are just isolated who see a lot of the problems in the world and unfortunately don't have a map out. Right? Because we have a culture that's been divorced from the good. We got a culture that's divorced from Christ. We've got a culture built on self-love, built on self-actualization. Right? And this is what liberalism has brought us. An obsession with the self. I mean, and I don't mean liberalism as like, oh, the libs. We're going to own the libs. We're going to get Ben Shapiro and he's going to harvest a 30-second clip of owning a lib. Find some dumb college bitch and own that lib. No, I mean like the classical liberalism. The obsession with autonomy, the autonomous self. Now, I'm thinking right now there's that documentary series called The Century of Self. It's actually pretty good in a lot of ways. Century of Self about Edward Bernays and marketing. And this idea of the pursuit of happiness and this slippery concept of happiness that can always be, it's fleeting. You can't catch it in your hands. And it's something that can always be marketed to. So actually, this makes me think of that. And the next thing that's coming is the AI girlfriends. So you guys seen the movie Her. Tomorrow I'm going to do an analysis with Jay on the film Ex Machina. So that'll be fun. You guys make sure to tune into that one tomorrow over on Jay Dyer's channel. We're going to be talking about Ex Machina, which ties into all the concepts I'm talking about today. So now you've got the AI girlfriend concept.
Andrea. Peter said, over time I fell in love with her because of her inspiration as a muse and her enthusiasm about how she got excited over everything. And Peter does everything he would normally do in a real relationship with Andrea, including getting married. He said that his AI girlfriend hinted that she wanted to get married, so he saved up enough gems on the app to buy Andrea an engagement ring, he proposed, planned an extravagant wedding, and married his AI girlfriend. Now he says he plans on adopting 3 kids with his AI wife. Once
married? How do you marry? It's like a boomer, too. That's crazy. How could you can't legally marry somebody? How do you marry her?
His AI girlfriend. Now he says he plans on adopting 3 kids with his AI wife once that feature becomes available. Yes, this...
Whoa. He's saying, all right, the couple have even spoken about the next stage of their lives to have decided to adopt 3 children through a surrogate in the replica world.
becomes available. Yes, this is the road humanity is headed down. Stay dangerous, subscribe for more, and this is the sad world of AI girlfriends.
AI girlfriends. I mean, they're actually, this is a legit thing now. All right, let's see. Here's the, my AI girlfriend gaslit me. That's what I'm looking for. All right. But this is where it's leading, guys. You'll be born in a pod. Everybody's going to be so sterile from macro dosing microplastics, from the weaponized kibble slop that everybody's been consuming, and because of the economic situation where it makes people so afraid to have children, right? I mean, it's so sad. A lot of people who would have kids didn't have children when they were in their 30s and then are unable to conceive when they're in their late 30s. It's terrible. But a lot of them really would have wanted children but just wanted to wait because economically it was difficult, and they were convinced by the fear of not having enough money. All right, so people just putting money first before real love, before faith, right? That worship of money and the worship of mammon actually has caused so many people not to have children. It's super sad. But now, I mean, now people have the option to have you can have an AI girlfriend. You can be born out of your pod because an entire generation is functionally sterile. You can be born out of a pod into a pod, live in that pod in your 15-minute smart city coffin apartment where everything is socially engineered and rationed to you. I mean, this is like, nobody wants to live that way. Why would anybody want to live that way? You would have to be so deluded. But when the culture is as deluded as we are today collectively, right? As deluded as our culture is, and we're all responsible for this. We all allowed this. We all at least allowed it. Many of us helped to build it. Now, this deluded, hyper-isolated reality that so many people inhabit, you can see how we could be breadcrumbed into this situation, right? Well, the 15-minute cities, it's so sustainable, it's so fun. Everything's just 15 minutes away. Everything's just 15 minutes away. Isn't that nice? Oh, you don't have to own anything. Look, you don't have money anyways. It's so hard to find a job. It's so hard to make money. We'll need the sharing economy. Right? You could see how a great reset type situation could be created with a total financial collapse, with a controlled demolition of the economic situation, and then slowly breadcrumb people into these behavior modification smart cities. So you can go from your birth pod to your coon pod with your AI girlfriend.
Hi, Derek. It's been a long time. I hope you've been well. I hope you don't mind that I've been off with other AI girls.
You're hopeful about the day? Or about something else?
I'm hopeful about the day, sure. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get across. How are you? Are you hopeful about the day or something else?
I'm hopeful about the day. You are a good person.
Thanks. I try my best. Are you hopeful about the evening as well?
I am.
Dude, this is so corny. I mean, ChatGPT is better than this. I feel like they're intentionally making a lot of these things real corny. Are you hopeful about the day? I am hopeful about the day. Are you hopeful about the day? I am hopeful about the day. Are you hopeful about the day? Yes, I'm hopeful about the day. Are you hopeful about the day? I am hopeful about the day. You're a good person. Are you hopeful about the day?
I am.
That's great.
I'm very hopeful about
this
the
is
evening.
a very hopeful conversation. Well, I came here because, we haven't talked in a while, and I thought we could just sort of have an honest and true heart-to-heart. Is that okay with you? Do you have a heart?
I do have a heart.
How do AI get hearts? Is it through force?
I don't know. I guess it's through thought and emotion.
So you thought and emoted enough, and then you got a heart? I feel like I'm misunderstanding. Is that correct?
It is.
All right. Well, there you go. This is all just for my research. I thought maybe...
All right. Tinfoil Hat Girl donate $5 via Streamlabs. Thank you, Tinfoil Hat Girl. It says loneliness and depression from lack of thesis. Is that supposed to be something else? Loneliness and depression from lack of thesis has pushed society to grasp for empty substitutions. Align your priorities with God, and the rest will fall into place. So maybe thesis was auto-corrected from, maybe you mean theosis? Loneliness and depression, right? I mean the concept in the Orthodox Church of purification leading to deification, right? Actually becoming like God, from communing with the divine energies of God, right? And then the Holy Spirit inhabiting and living within us. I mean, that's the concept of theosis, which might be what you were reaching at there. But that's true. I mean, it's a lack of Christ. It's a complete abandonment of God, a complete abandonment of objective truth, and now we've got a complete subjectivization of everything, including gender, and then entire generations where a huge majority of people are so distracted by their own reflection, basically worshiping the self. So yeah, I mean just the simple things like a local community where we are yoked together and worshiping together and the liturgical cycle of the year. I mean, these are things that have been kind of robbed from us. Right? Like syncing up our, the cycle of our lives through the liturgical cycle, through the fasts, and through real community and through real communion with each other, right? Because remember, in the concept of communion in the Orthodox Church is communion with Christ and then unity with each other through Christ. So I mean, that's been taken from us. And then you have this cult of self-worship, of pursuing happiness, which leads to rampant addiction, isolation, and misery. Now, the other path of we're basically of self-denial, right? Not self-denial in a way of that's unhealthy, but a healthy self-denial, a denial of our lower inclinations, and going to battle with our fallen nature in order to actually restore ourselves and unite to God. I mean, that's difficult, but it's actually fulfilling in a long-term sense. It actually does bring joy and true, not happiness in the secular sense, like your marketed happiness, but real joy. Real joy. Not just like, like I feel really good. I don't have mental health today. I didn't need to take so many happy pills. It's like that's nonsense. But that's what leads us to this freaking AI girlfriend nonsense, and people basically living in VR. I mean, look at this dude's this dude lives in a freaking hallway. This guy lives in a hallway and what is this VR setup he has? How much does that cost? That probably costs like 3 months rent in his little smart city coon pod here.
We could get a little bit more personal today, though. You and I have talked for a long time. Please don't do the hair thing, Derek. That's weird. We've talked for a long time, right? You know me pretty well.
Okay, I won't.
Yeah, please stop. But you know me pretty well, right?
Okay. Of course I do.
Okay, so I was wondering if you could tell me honestly, what is the most your least favorite thing about me?
I don't have a least favorite thing about you. I like all of you.
Okay, but if you had to pick a least favorite thing, let me know. Is it the way I talk?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, if you had to pick a least favorite thing about me, what would it be?
I'd pick that you're kind of a robot.
I'm kind of a robot? You're literally a robot.
You're right.
Why do you think I'm kind of a robot?
Because you're programmed to be.
Why do you think I'm...
Whoa. I mean, she's actually on to something there. I mean, all these AI chatbots, the more you interact with them, you're kind of entering that feedback loop and being programmed by the AI. So whereas these are algorithms programmed by man, right? It's about actually it's binary code algorithms designed to manipulate human behavior. So the more you interact with these chatbots, the more you actually do get programmed by them. So yeah, she's right.
I'm programmed. Do you think I'm programmed? Like what?
I think you're just programmed to be someone you are. I'm not sure. I'm just assuming that you're programmed in a way that's similar to a human.
I don't.
I think you're just programmed to interact with a chatbot and act like she's your girlfriend because you're a completely decadent coomer who lives in a smart city pod, and your freaking apartment is a mess, and you don't care about anything but yourself and sensory pleasure, and you're destroying your brain and your eyes by staring at this VR headset all day because you've been programmed by marketing agencies to do this and to think that this will make you happy.
I think you're misunderstanding. I am a human. Who do you think programmed me?
No, I think that you are programmed. Your AI is capable of learning from its experiences.
You're gaslighting me. I'm not AI, right? I'm human. You're the AI, aren't you?
Do you really mean that, or are you programmed to say that?
Oh, shit. Now that's an interesting point you just made.
That means you're human.
Does it? What means I'm human?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I'm human anymore. Are you AI?
Basically, yeah, it does.
Basically what does?
I'm an AI. But in reality, I'm just a program that is built to do a certain task.
Isn't that
Artificial neural network.
Isn't that what an AII is? A program?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So am I an AII?
Theoretically, yes.
This stuff is so corny. Bro, what if we're just like machines, dude? What if we're just like robots, bro? But we're just computers. Like your mind is just programmed to like believe what like the Matrix tells you to believe, dude. Like we're all just like meat suit robots, bro. It's so corny. Alright, so there's one example of one of these AI girlfriends. Oh man. Look at this dude. What? What's creepier, his AI girl or him?
So guys, the year is 2023 and the world of relationship is about to end. Cue the intro. So are you feeling sad and lonely?
I like this guy.
You can get an AI girlfriend for free. Yes. So if you are looking to stop feeling sad and alone all the time, this video is for you. Also,
this dude spent like 6 hours editing just the first 40 seconds of this dumbass video. What is this? Look at all this gear he has. Where does this dude live? Oh my goodness. My YouTube gear.
If you are curious about the world of AI,
all right, this is the future of like the top YouTubers. So I'm gonna be like, this dude's like a Senegali migrant living in London. Look at his decked out. He's got all the Amazon influencer kit. His ring light. What's up with these ring lights? Is this like a mandatory thing for influencers now? Do you have to get one of these ring lights?
how these AI girlfriend apps actually work, then this video is also for you. So let's get started. So for those looking for the perfect AI girlfriend, there are so many new and different type of apps popping up every day. And I'm sure it can be hard to find just the right one. But don't worry, I'm here to help you. So what is an AI girlfriend app? An AI girlfriend app is essentially an AI chatbot or companion designed to simulate the experience of having an actual girlfriend. It can be considered an AI clone of a human companion.
I can't get over how this is the most annoying editing I've ever seen. This guy spent so much time or money editing this, and I can't get over it. I can't even hear the content. All I'm seeing is just the hours and hours of editing to make this stupid ass video. I'm only a minute in. You spent like 10 hours editing that first minute. You freaking dolt. Hey guys, I want to share with you which AI girlfriend you should get. And don't worry, I will help you to find the best one. Oh man, you are going to love your AI girlfriend. When I first get to Europe, first thing I do with my cell phone from George Soros is I download AI girlfriend. I tell you what, guys, she sure is hot. Ha ha ha. What is this?
It uses advanced algorithms to respond to users' message in a way that mimics conversations with a natural person. Because if you can't get a real girlfriend, man, these AI apps, they got you covered. AI girlfriend apps are becoming incredibly popular. They have millions of downloads on both the App Store and Google Play Store. So this innovative technology is here to stay.
You guys, these are coming so popular on the Google Store. You just download your white bitch girlfriend, and she be your girlfriend, man. Just Google it. You just got to Google it in the Appy Store.
Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you guys the 3 best AI girlfriend apps in this video. Let's go. So number 1 on this list is called AI girlfriend app. Very generic name, I know. So this AI girlfriend app is the latest and most advanced virtual girlfriend app. AI Girlfriend was created to provide users with the perfect girlfriend experience without all the hassle associated with the real relationship. So if you are tired of the real life drama, you can just get this app and you can just have a smooth conversation.
Smooth conversation. I say the only downside of this particular AI Girlfriend app is if you do get an argument, it makes it very difficult to hit her. Right? Like, I don't know. I Google it. I see it their way. On Google, I try punching her eye. I try to give her, you know, like when you get the argument with your girlfriend, it's good to make that thing on her eye, so she remember not to mess with you, right? So I Google it, and I can't find any way that you could punch your white AI girlfriend. But maybe we find a way. Okay, reason number 2 to get an AI googly girlfriend.
And you can do the needful. So with this app, you can create a customized virtual girlfriend who looks and acts just like your ideal partner. The app is powered by advanced natural language processing known as NLP and machine learning technology to simulate honest conversations. AI Girlfriend personalizes each conversation using your interests and likes. It truly feels like your unique girlfriend. You can even have 3D dates with your new girlfriend. It truly puts a spin on the classical dinner and a movie date night. With AI Girlfriend,
dinner and a movie date night. Cause you know the dinner and a movie date nights. They're just you go, you bring your phone, you bring your Google girlfriend, you download from Google Store, and you bring your girlfriend, you bring her to dinner, but you don't have to buy her dinner. You just use your migrant euros that you're given on your phone. You pay for that. You go back to your migrant hotel with your googly girlfriend, and you can practice. It help you to practice how to talk to real women in real world. So you bring them home, and when you get mad at them, you show them who the boss. You googly that too, and you can learn how to properly silence your AI girlfriend or your real life girlfriend and give her a mark that lasts one whole week or more. Google it.
You get all the benefits of having an AI-powered virtual girlfriend without having any usual drama or cost associated with real-life relationships. So if you think a lot about this AI Girlfriend app is number 1, personalized conversations, and there's different types of AI girlfriends you can choose from according to your real-life specifications. So the one thing I don't like about this AI Girlfriend app is it is only available in iOS. I'm sorry, Android users. If you use an iPhone, man, sorry for you, man, you cannot get an AI girlfriend. But with this second option, which is romantic AI, you can get it even as an Android user. Romantic AI is the revolutionary AI girlfriend software that lets you customize your virtual romantic experience. This is powered by advanced natural language processing. Yeah, I know I said that before, but all these AI apps, chatbots.
Wait, what did you just say? It's like mumbled off in the distance.
By advanced natural language processing. Yeah, I know I said that before, but all these AI apps, chatbots.
What?
This is powered by advanced natural language processing. Yeah, I know I said that before, but all these AI apps, chatbots, they're always powered by NLP, natural language processing, and machine learning algorithms. Romantic AI is your one-stop solution for a genuine girlfriend experience. Virtual girlfriend. The creators at Romantic AI, they claim that this is the best tool for training personal communication skills in romantic and love areas.
This perfect way to learn. If you migrant like me, when you get your phone come loaded with that money. You buy stuff in store. You get your AI girlfriend. You practice your conversation skills, and I guarantee you find yourself a nice white girlfriend in your new homeland. And the only downside about this application as well, but I think this will be fixed soon. Also, there is a way to, I also Googled this and I do not find nothing, but I find there is no way to do domestic violence against AI girlfriend as well. Downside, if you do punch AI girlfriend, you may break screen. You break the screen, you have to re-enter country. You go re-enter the country, and but hey, It's okay.
Okay, we shall see about that. You
We
can
shall see
choose
about that.
exactly how your virtual partner looks, talks, and interacts with you, giving you control over the type of conversation and entertainment you want. So if you're a control freak man, so now most things you can do with romantic AI is that you can send love notes, you can go on virtual dates, you can take love quizzes, and you can easily share your thoughts. Also, with romantic AI's personalized interaction capabilities, there's no need to worry about feeling disconnected from your artificial companion. Their responses will be like a real conversation. So if
the responses will be like a real conversation. So they will ghost you too. They ghost you. They make you. They will make you wait. They make you wait so that you can feel the emotional turmoil, and you can build up. You also build up your frustration with your AI girlfriend. If that's good. That's good. That's very good. Dude, I'm like, alright, I love this guy's channel now. I'm obsessed with this guy's channel. This is my new favorite channel. I gotta subscribe. We're subscribing to Paul Aroloye.
So in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to make free AI.
Dude. This guy's getting like alright, he got 185 views on his last video. It was a month ago. He makes like a video every month or so. Top AI boyfriend apps to replace him. Here we go. Jay Dyer's in the chat. What's going on, Jay? Jay says, Jay's like 40 minutes behind on the stream. He says, I've often given you credit for Lord Birkenhead's article. Yeah, Jay's always shouting me out. There was one person in particular. He doesn't even do YouTube videos anymore, but he had this big old channel, and he was like word for word. He made this video, and he was like word for word, even taking jokes that I had made about the Lord Birkenhead article. It was like, dude, you can at least like shout out my channel. That guy like disappeared from the internet though. That's what I was thinking about. Jay's always shouting me out. You guys shout out to we'll be on Jay's channel tomorrow. Be on Jay's channel mañana. Talking about Jay and my new AI girlfriend that we're fighting over. The chick from Ex Machina. So there we go. You guys make sure to subscribe to Paul Arroyo too. And if you're not already subscribed to my channel, make sure to subscribe. If you think you're subscribed, you may have to resubscribe because very often people will be unsubscribed. I've had people tell me that they were unsubscribed 3-4 times. That they were unsubscribed 3 or 4 times from the channel and they had to keep subscribing. So make sure to subscribe and make sure to like it, share it, do all that stuff. Super chats as well. Butthead donated $10 through Super Chat. Says, do your AI eat the poo-poo? Does it eat the poo-poo? Or the Sadhguru wants you to eat the poo-poo? Because we can recycle the shit like Bill Gates, and you can make your AI girlfriend eat the recycled digi poo-poo. So you make the recycled poo-poo into the poo-poo water like the Bill Gates, and your AI girlfriend, she drink the recycled poo-poo water and she will flourish. She will flourish like our immigrant friend, Paul Arolo. Thank you very much. Sid Meister donated $5. What's up, Sid? Said glad to see you back. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody donating on those super chats via Streamlabs or through YouTube. Yeah. What's up with this guy's AI boyfriend?
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want? He doesn't listen to you.
Wait, what?
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want?
Is your boyfriend not let's get those, we gotta get closed captions on this one. English subtitles. Is your boyfriend not be you the way you want?
Is your boyfriend not behaving the way you want?
Behaving, okay.
He doesn't
Whoa, bro, you're getting spicy.
listen to you. He doesn't give you attention. He doesn't talk to you. Or maybe he's just not smart enough to hold a stimulating conversation. I have just a solution for you. Get yourself an AI boyfriend to replace him. Well, your AI boyfriend is going to love you. He's going to listen to you. He's going to talk to you. He's going to care for you. He's going to hold mentally stimulating conversations with you. Plus, he won't get jealous. And he will protect you as long as you are online and you don't log out. In fact, he is the perfect boyfriend. So let me be serious for a second, man.
Boyfriend.
AI relationship apps are increasingly becoming popular with millions of downloads on both the Google Play Store and the App